Good morning, gamers. It's finals day for another CCT series, and we're back for EU16, and we've got some quality games to bring you to find our finalists. First up, of course, alongside me, Anders and Neo, and our first semi-final, we're going to be covering ENCE versus Monte. There's a lot of well-known names here, and Anders, I'm excited. How are you feeling this morning?
Feel pretty good. I mean, I must say I was impressed by ENCE last time, and you know, like I think we're getting down to some of the stronger teams, which is kind of the whole purpose of the tournament, isn't it? So it's good.
Yeah, and Neo, of course, as you say, you've had a chance to see some of these guys already. You've actually seen a bit of Monte and a bit of ENCE already. It's not like it's a sort of a dive into the unknown. So what will you kind of expect going into this first semi-final?
Coming through, I'm really looking forward to this, right? Easy for ENCE, you know, it's a bit of a meme, but I think actually they've done a really good job of now rebuilding into the side. They've picked up some great youngsters who look really solid for my money. I'm talking, you know, Veto, who I've been saying this a couple of times, but I think Veto's the third best Frenchman in the world right now. I love this kid. I think he's so talented. I really think he's got a lot to offer up. And for me, I think ENCE have got a couple of tricks up their sleeve, right? SDY still rolls it back. He still shows that he can be tier 1. Glaive, as much as when he joined this team originally, there was obviously all the reservations about him, obviously the kind of post-Astralis era, where things were obviously looking really rough at the tail end of that Astralis kind of career, quote-unquote. But I think he's picked it back up. This side looked really competent.
Yeah, and as you can see, this is where we kind of got to here now in these semi-finals. Perhaps a few surprise results along the way. I think the most impressive one would be sort of James absolutely schooling Spirit Academy. I mean, we know Spirit Academy are unbelievable, but Paravision have found a way to get through that game very comfortably. And, you know, they might have some stunning prospects for the future, but James is a prospect for right now. So that kind of showed in that game. They play against Sinners in the second semi-final. And but yeah, firstly, let's focus on ENCE versus Monte. And that's honestly going to be really interesting, this one. I want to talk about the ENCE roster first, because of course both you guys, you know, you've covered them a lot in recent times. The Elisa Espo run was a bit of a fairy tale, right? But you know, the problem is that that's the only LAN experience they've had, right? Which is really weird, Anders, because they've played so much, but you can't really judge them off of anything but that LAN, and it was a while ago now.
Yeah, it's been a minute, and I mean, but also this lineup was thrown together in what seemed like such a hurry, and somehow it still worked. I mean, for me, that's kind of the most magical part of it, is that it feels like, you know, Glaive was given, like, you know, again, he's joining ENCE, so you know it's going to be sort of a lot of names that maybe, you know, then ENCE are just not known for buying, like, all of the most expensive players to build a top team. They've done it many times before, building from the ground up. But every time I see it happening, I'm always shocked. I'm always like, they're really doing it again? Obviously, they got Glaive at the helms. That's great. But like Neo has been saying, this A2 kid is really sick. And even Milty as a stand-in, obviously, no, it'll be ex-Kaspersky who's playing in this position. But he was looking good from the academy team. So, I don't know, like, obviously it'd be cool to see them on more lands. But, I don't know, they're building something that looks pretty solid right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? I mean, I have been a fan of SDY for such a long time. I think he's just such a solid role player for this team. And now, like, if you look at having someone like Natu, I mean, yeah, we've been like touting him for a long time since he was in Mouse NXT. He just looks so solid in the roles he was in. Poddy is kind of growing into the AWP as well. Like, we've seen questionable performances from him, but I think he's getting better and better as time has gone on. Sure, not the full team, Neo, but Milty, we like him.
Yeah, I really liked what I saw from him in towards yesterday's game. He was crisp, right? I think ENCE even kind of joked about it on socials about the old sort of stand-in buff, as they called it, but he genuinely looked really solid. And against Ecstatic, putting up those sort of numbers, I mean, for him, like a 1.45 rating for your first ever time playing with his ENCE side, and actually filling some pretty, you know, big shoes. Ex-Kaspersky, I think, offers up a lot towards the inside. He's a very aggressive rifler. He's very talented. He's very reliable as well. So Milty didn't exactly have easy kind of shoes to fill or roles to fill either. And I actually really like what I saw. I thought he looked super confident. He wasn't kind of afraid of taking fights. You can see him actually, at times, sort of, I mean, we don't know what the comms are saying, but he sort of was saying, let me cook a little bit, right? Because he was. Like, he was saying, I'm going to take this fight, just back me up. And that would happen. He would go head first into fights and more often not win them. And if he did lose, there was someone there to trade. So I like this, you know, a confident youngster who's happy to fight, who's happy to kind of step up to some of these big hitters and show them what they've got.
Yeah, let's have a look at their opponents, of course, Monte, and there's some storylines here, isn't there? I mean, going back into the annals of history, we know some of these guys were formerly, of course, on ENCE. I wouldn't say it's a grudge match. I think they left pretty respectfully, but yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting to see how they play against each other. Deha been a consistent piece. Hades, I think at this level is probably one of the best AWPers at this level and deserves to be at a higher level. And I've always been a massive enjoyer of Demka and all those sort of difficult anchor roles. It always seems to make the best of a bad situation. But of course, different era for them now, Anders, with Gizmi in-game leading and Ryu, of course, alongside as well. Feels like the only option they had at the time to sort of keep themselves relevant in these tournaments.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag for me as well. I can see the philosophy of what they're trying to build here, because honestly, there are moments where Gizmi seems to be hitting some pretty good shots, and he seems to be sort of an elusive player. Like, I'm seeing him take a lot of interesting angles. You can kind of tell that he does a lot of work in like, I don't know how many smoke kills I've seen Gizmi get so far, but it's kind of crazy, honestly, to see how often he lines up some of those kills, right? And then with I was up until yesterday, my feelings about Ryu were kind of a little bit, maybe a little bit negative, but he was having a really good day. So if it all comes together, like if all of the different pieces in this puzzle are working, I could see how this could be a really interesting team. The problem always going to be is like, what if it's only like 3 out of 5? Is that enough to really take down a team like ENCE? And the answer is probably no. And it's hard to get like the whole team working, but hopefully they can. It'd be really sick if they could.
Yeah, and of course, Neo, we've had a little bit of a chat about this the last couple of days. We've seen SDY over the years be incredibly consistent. Unfortunately, right now, despite the ratings being pretty even, the last couple of games we've watched of Ryu has been a little bit below par from what we were expecting of him.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something I've had a little bit of an awkward kind of feeling about when you look towards Ryu. I mean, sometimes he's, a top-notch player and really good. I mean, actually, credit to him. Against Amcal yesterday, Ryu stepped it up massively. He's back into this sort of flying form, 1.49 rating for the series, best rated player in the server, right? So it's great to see. However, you then see kind of the previous 2 or 3 games, and there was like some games where he's like struggling to get more than single digits in maps, right? And you're going like a whole series, like 20 odd kills across like a 3-map series. For me, it's a tough position for you. I think he's got a lot to prove, because he already had his one stand-in stint, and it didn't go incredibly. I mean, same with Gizmi, of course, as well. But back then, Gizmi wasn't the IGO. He was just a supporting player. Ryu actually gets quite a lot of freedom. He gets quite a lot of, I guess, resources to allow him to shine. When he does shine, it's fantastic. It's just the fact that, from what we've seen so far, it can be like, 1 in 4 games. You actually don't really know what you're going to get out from him. Sometimes he's the best player in the server. Other times he's sort of non-existent. And that, for me, is it a gamble you want to take on a youngster, an academy player who's gone up? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, I believe we can have a look at the Veto now coming in for this series, and it's pretty interesting, this one, because there's lots of options for both teams right now in their current standpoint. I feel there was maybe an opportunity to take a train, because Monte have actually played it and had a very good results on it, but they choose to ban it themselves, surprisingly, even though they played 3 and won all 3. So yeah, we're going to be going into an Ancient to start, I believe. It should be 3-2-1, I was told. There we go. And that is where ENCE do some of their best work. But when it comes to, I guess, other maps in the pool, they're all middle ground, and they all sort of, I guess, have been played by both teams, but they aren't as consistent on them as some others. So this is what makes me expect a close series. Historically, this Monte team, the core of Demka, Hades, Deha, they were really good in their early stages on Anubis. So I am very curious to see how ENCE recover that on that map, Anders.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Inferno map go that deep in there. I feel like typically we see ENCE videoing out Inferno pretty early on in some of these, but I guess not this time. But I mean, I'm happy with the map selection. Man, we've been seeing a lot of Ancient and Anubis in this CCT so far. No, I don't mind it. I think it's great. And even Mirage. For some reason, I'm not tired of Mirage yet. So I'm pretty happy about what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think, these 3 maps, Neo, they're like the most popular middle ground maps in the pool for so many teams, even tier 1 teams, right? Everyone plays them, everyone gets it now. Ancient Anubis being integrated into like the sort of core history of Counter-Strike now at this point. They mean so much in the pool. And I think if we get to that Mirage decider, that is like the perfect battleground for these two teams to go up against each other, knowing what they've done in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say this is sort of the most bog standard Veto in terms of the super puggy maps, right? ENCE has become a real pugger's paradise, super fun to watch. You play it in all your kind of competitive faces, etc. Anubis, the most T-type map in the pool, so it allows for, again, this puggier style of play. And then Mirage, the map that everyone knows. So I do love this Veto. I think this is a great test to see actually just the level of both of these teams. And obviously, you know, again, sort of test what Milty can do as a stand-in. He shined yesterday, but it wasn't exactly the strongest opponent. Now he's got a chance to go against actually a really decent side on their day at that Monte. This can be able to maybe see if he can actually live up to this sort of big name that he's starting to build.
And that's I think only the one question mark I have about Milty is like, sure, he played well, but you have to consider the fact he's been on the ENCE Academy roster for 2.5 years. That's a very long time for a single player to be on an academy. So when ENCE were rebuilding, what did they not see in him to bring him up? You know, that sort of argument. I think it's important for him to take this sort of opportunity and grab it with both hands, show what he's made of, and say, ENCE, why didn't you choose me in your rebuild?
It's true.
Yeah.
I actually think as well now with them wanting to keep some sort of academy players, and this, we've kind of spoken about this a little bit when Poddy's been kind of up and down in terms of his performances. They've always wanted a Finnish representative. They've always wanted somebody who's come through their system. If Poddy doesn't work out, there's a world in which, you know, obviously this is great talk of something that's definitely not in conversation at all. But, you know, if Poddy doesn't work out and they end up looking to another Warper, they could still be pretty happy and saying, we've still got a Finnish player, we've still got an academy graduate in our team. So we still kept kind of the heart of ENCE in a way, if Milty keeps playing as good as he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have options anyway, right? Especially with the the current transfer scene as it is. You've got to keep all your options open. So yeah, it is a long time to be kind of in the academy team. But I mean, sometimes players also, you know, it could take a while to kind of mature. I mean, we've seen, I think, Hyped when he came out of the academy, and then like was on the team briefly with Big, and then, you know, now he's obviously back again and playing much better. So sometimes, you know, even dipping your toes into tier 1 and really getting a sense of what does it feel like, or even like the higher echelons of tier 2, I think it could be good for somebody like Milty. Even now, even if he's been playing a lot of competitive Counter-Strike, it's nice to be playing at where like the stakes are a bit higher. Maybe it matters a bit more for his career. He could mature a lot in like a couple of months, maybe more than he has the entire last year. So it'll be very curious to see how he responds. I mean, we only have like very few games that we've been casting to see him. So we don't know for sure yet, but I'm excited for what I've seen so far.
Anders, I've got an important question for you. As someone that has covered so many important moments of his career, including comebacks in new teams and his major victories, where do you see Glaive right now? Like, do you see him as still someone that can make a team like ENCE run deep in majors in this sort of scenario? Or do you think he's sort of like not running down his career as such, but just sort of floating around the scene?
Damn, I think that for me, the thing is, like, the position that he was sort of put in, having to rebuild this lineup at, like, no warning whatsoever. Like, we thought it was going to be, like, the core of 9 or whatever, and it was going to be, like, you know, that whole situation, and then it all blew up, and he ended up with these people instead. That was, I would say, is a moment for a person, especially someone who's going to lead that team, to really fall apart, to really say, you know what, like, I've done everything there is to do. Why would I need to try and prove myself again? Like, I don't have the strength to pick this up again. The fact that he's done that is actually a testimony to how, like, determined he is to make this work. Like, in a way, like, it makes me appreciate Glaive even more, that he is, like, soldiering on and, putting on really good Counter-Strike and, like, really actually doing great work with, again, not the most expensive. Like, we're not talking like the biggest budget, which is kind of the ENCE philosophy. Like, that's what they do. But I think it's really cool to see in a way. And in a way, he's probably made himself a better prospect for like a much bigger team to pick him up as an ideal in the future, to be honest.
Yes, actually, no, you're going to highly respect it for sure. But I believe our first map is ready, so I will take a back seat. And lads, enjoy the game.
Let's go. Let's get into it. Monte versus ENCE. So we are ready. It's going to be a long day of Counter-Strike here on the stream and elsewhere. We're going to have Monte starting on that CT side. ENCE going to be on the T side. We're on Ancient to begin with. So big welcome, everybody. And let's see what we can actually get out of these two teams. Now, it's already leaning to be a bit of a B hit. No presence on A. And actually, Monte are expecting an A rush because they become so popular on this map. But this time, they're wrong.
We've gone back to the old standard. Let's just rush B and see what we can find. And yeah, good luck to D here. Demka's going to rotate over. There's a tiny gap on that smoke. And D here is utilizing it enough to get one.
Yeah, it might be tiny, but still got the kill done. Bomb is planted, and they did have a Molotov. They've already thrown it out there, so now it's just down to the pistols. Kind of wish they had a little bit more utility for the afterpart here. SDY is an easy kill. I think Gizmi realized how exposed he was. Nade2 will find a headshot. And again, it's SDY and Nade2 doing a lot of work at the beginning of these games. Demka and Diha, could they really bring this round back? It just seems unlikely at this stage. Already so much time off the clock, and Demka trying the best that he can, but the headshot's not coming through on a glaive. And it will be the T side to pick up the early win here, and that's a pretty good beginning for ENCE. It's straightforward, it's not complicated, but it works.
Yeah, exactly. Simple, effective, just barrage yourself in towards B, flying, and the priority is getting that bomb down as early as possible. Bomb goes down, puts all the pressure back on towards Monte in the retake, and it's just such a simple kind of post-plant setup for them that, you know, all they have to do is sort of play off the back of the trades, right? Play a little bit more standoffish. Monte, they had a reads. It was wrong.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens, exactly. I don't even really, you know, fault them for it. They had a read and it ended up not working out. This one's a little bit better. They've gambled like again, but this time it's correct.
They're in position. You wish they had the flashbang, didn't you? Like one little $200 grenade, just in case. Now, actually, it looks like ENCE have they've had some kind of a feel, or at least they've called a bit of a freeze because they're checking out the middle, but still, that one flashbang on the CT side, I feel like it makes such a difference. I know I say it for many years, but it's true. Gizmi still, nonetheless, going to be able to get a kill here. The USP is coming running at them. It is a bit awkward in the middle, to be perfectly honest. They'll be able to settle it down, but yeah, don't want to be losing two more players there. Couple of kills. Okay, it's pretty good. I mean, they didn't invest anything, so we'll accept that for what it is. But ENCE, yeah, almost losing a third player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, making it a little bit expensive is basically all you're really asking for there. So you take the small little wins, I guess, is probably the way to go about it. Now we're going to get a full buy coming out, though, for Monte, and this is where we get to see what they've got to work with. And something we didn't touch on the desk, and this is sort of worth mentioning, is that I feel like if Monte are to win this series, it comes actually down to one man. We spoke about reviews, but I actually don't think it's him. I think it's Demka. If Demka plays the level that we know he can play at, he can single-handedly take over a game. The same way I think SDY can, to a degree. Demka's been in some insane form, so if we can get the best out of him, I really think Monte might have a chance here, but we'll have to see. Gizmi's gonna get caught, deals a bit of damage over towards Anubis, but it's the youngsters, the stand-in, who gets that kill, his second of the game, and I'm, you know, keeping a keen eye on him. I was really impressed with what we saw against Ecstatic, and if he continues just looking very confident and self-sufficient as sort of a, you know, a young rifler who's, I mean, let's be honest, I don't even know what level of prac he's really had with this team. I think the stand-in was a pretty last-minute thing, right? So he's looking really good. The fact that you can just sort of seamlessly come in towards a roster and a whole new calling style, a whole new system and make it work is pretty sick. Demka and Diha are going to get killed, and Diha gets very fortunate to get one through the wood, but Poddy will answer back, and he spots a second.
It's always risky when you're going for those wallbangs and you yourself, you're low on health already, but that's what they wanted, and they ended up losing that fight, so more shots, this time not for the wood, but for the smoke, as Diha nearly finds the kill onto Poddy. Now, Nade2 is still alive, so you never know what's going to happen here. Some of them are a little bit low on health on Monte, so it could be... Oh, the lineup there is crazy, and now it's down to Nade2. Exactly the kind of round he could win. He's got the HE as well, so even if they smoke him off here, he might just be able to stop the bomb plant on that alone. Here comes the grenade running out. Can't believe they don't die from it, but somehow he knows the angle, and he's able to pick up both the kills. What a great clutch to begin with here, as ENCE steal away the round. It was looking decent otherwise for Monte there.
That is my Frenchman. What a play. What a round as well from him. Still yet to die, but Nade2 does a solid job of just securing that round. And ENCE, you know, they're building up a pretty solid C side here. 3 rounds in a row. Should be a 4th as well, as Money's shot over towards Monte. So we're talking about where they're building up a nice little foundation to kickstart this series. But At the same time, for those who have maybe missed the past few days of playoff action here in EU16, Monte starts every single map and every single series unbelievably slow. This is just par for the course for them. I wouldn't be too worried about anything just yet. Monte have done this so many times. They start unbelievably slow, like 4 or 5 rounds down, and then finally come alive. And all it takes is them getting 1 round and putting a little bit of pressure on the opposition's economy, they can start to cook themselves. This round shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's good money for the Mac 10 as well in the hands of Nade 2 as Demka. No chance of that 5-7. They know he's in towards Donut, so this round is done. But yeah, don't be too worried just yet about Monte. They have started every single map, every single series unbelievably slow. It's just, unfortunately, just a sort of a side note of what Monte are like.
Yeah, which, you know, again, on some level you would think at least they have the experience in making those comebacks, but at the same time it's also, you have to work a lot harder for it, and as we all know, when you start a lot behind, you don't have a lot of room for error anyway, so it'd be nice to see them get into the game a little bit earlier, but it's not going to be happening just yet. We do have the AWP on Hades, which, I mean, that is definitely another X factor, right? We've seen some games where Hades is running wild with it, and we see other games where he almost becomes a bit of a liability, where he's trying to take a little bit too many risks, and it kind of blows up in their face. So, yeah, curious to see which version of Hades. Myself, I really appreciate him as an AWPer. I think he's super fun to watch. But there are a couple of times when you get a little bit nervous for what you're going to be seeing here. But they do at least have rifles in the upcoming round.
Let's see. Guns back in. This is traditionally, in the last few times that we've seen them, where Monte has started to come alive at least a little bit. Let's see if they got it in the locker here. If we can get started in the way we know that sort of Monte can, where, you know, essentially Demka just flying off the handles and gets multi-kills, that's where we start to open the series back up. However, losing this does change it quite drastically. If you lose this, you then go probably 5-6-0 down, if we're being honest, and that's when it becomes awkward. We go quick towards B, just like the pistol round. Damage dealt towards Lane, he's caught a dink, he will be dropped by D here, and Gizmi up close gets 1. He will get out, Miltsy won't, as SDY kills his teammate.
Friendly fire, boys. Gotta be careful with that. See if they can even find a way to lurk in a bomb plant here. It should be unlikely. A little bit of damage on a Gizmi, so if he gets found through the smoke, then at least there is that. You could see Ryu is trying to look for it. He's thinking about it. Is there anyone on the other side about to step into it? Oh, SDY. How does he crouch in that kill? That's absolutely ridiculous, but he will go down to Hades and jumping on through. Poddy trying to take a risk. Maybe it could have paid off, but either way, it's a reasonable round here. They pick up 2 AKs. They have 3 people alive. For the first one, Monte kind of needed this, and they get it.
Yeah, just like every game we've sort of seen so far, where Monte, the second attempt at a gun round, 4-5 rounds down is sort of where they pick up speed, and exactly the case here. I think Hades really well. Like, that kill towards SDY is basically the most important one, because it stops any of that presence that was on towards the site, and then catches Body, who was on the brink of killing his teammate. So good work. That was a bonus fight in the sense that there wasn't a lot to work. We've still have Mac 10s in play there for ENCE. But they've come back in with AKs and they've lost 2 immediately.
Okay. This is a bit more encouraging. Obviously, here's the semi-final. We want to see some tough games here. We don't want to see any walkovers, no one-sided matches, preferably. Looks like there might be a bit of a problem on the server, I feel like. Otherwise, everyone's unanimously decided to stand still. Probably not likely. So hopefully we'll get them back online. But yeah, in the meantime, decent start to the round here, all things considered for the Monte squad. So, oh, are they back in? They seem to be back in. Okay, maybe it was just our connection to the server that was a little bit hiccupy. So, at the end of it, Nade 2, gotta be careful fighting him here, although with the flashbang, I'll condone it, I'll accept it. Good flash being thrown in from Gizmi all the way up from the B lane there. And they win the round, so Monte, gonna be one more step in the right direction, and also putting ENCE in a position where their money is a bit weird.
Yeah, ENCE are now, you know, back-to-back losses is going to put a bit of pressure on them, and you can kind of see now they're just going to go for the upgraded pistol buy, not even really armor too. They can't basically afford it. And I'm wondering as well, I mean, even with a bomb plant, Potty getting in towards the orb still might be a little awkward. So Hades should have this sort of advantage at range. With a nade stack to bank around, but a nade that banks in towards elbow does a lot more damage. Really well played. Monte go for a little bit more of a passer approach this time on their mid control. Just one nade and they fall back in towards Donut. It works. Not a damage. Milty's down to sub 50. Potty takes a tag as well. This round, if you're ENCE, you're looking for a bomb plant. That's basically it. If you get bomb plant, though, you're pretty happy. Ryu spots a lot, and he's relaying all this information over. They just need to hold Red Room and make sure they can't wrap in behind, and now they know they're here.
Yeah, that little jump is worth so much. Yeah. You get the information. You never know what's going to happen if the T's get too close. Even just with Glocks, I mean, it could be uncomfortable, but decent job. And at the end of it, no bomb plant's going to be happening here. Glaive left. Wandering the map on his own. Gonna get shut down by Dia finally. Wow. I mean, we did kind of warn a little bit. Monte, sometimes a bit slow to start, but you know what? They're getting kind of fired up a little bit here. Demka, again, no surprise. Kind of leading the charge here, but it's good to see D here up there again. That was one of the big question marks for Monte one of these times when we saw them. It seems like Demka and Hades usually pretty good on the scoreboard, usually doing something. The rest, you're rolling the dice a bit, you know?
Yeah, this is just how it's been every series. Monte, first 4 rounds, just waking up, and then they start to get going. And now ENCE have got to find a way to shut them down. STY trying to play in towards mid, and this is something that STY is so good at. This mid control for him is excellent. You should know he's touching towards boxes. The one thing you won't know about is what level of support he's got. Milton, how's your reactions? Unfortunately, not good enough. Demka playing a little bit of an off angle, catches him, and falls back. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be his role in the team, right? He's got the confidence, he's certainly got the skill for it, and he is just a bit of a hitman sometimes. You see him, running into some of these fights, picking it up, putting his team at an advantage. It's pretty great to have somebody who will consistently do that, and that really seems to be Demka at the moment. So, if we can get more out of that, then maybe they could take this fight to ENCE in a larger way. Round number 8. Milty already down. A lot of mid control. In fact, all the remaining players for ENCE right now are in the middle, so it seems like they kind of want to test that red room, or potentially Donut once again. We'll see where they go with it. Flash into the middle, but it's just for a bit of pressure. No one's actually peeking behind it. They're actually giving up a large part of the middle, but deciding to just kind of say, if you go middle, we're probably going to snipe away at you at a distance, and if not, we'll be ready for the Donut. That is a nasty flick coming out from Hades.
And I also like the way he plays it. Hades just falls away straight away off the back of it. He wants the rifles to do a lot of the heavy lifting now. Missed shot, though. Seconds out of asking. Nade banks, and it breaks open, but doesn't do enough. This round is opening up. Bomb could go down here. Oh, Glaive. He was aware of Ryu's position, but it doesn't make a difference. He gets both.
A lot of damage onto 2 of those players, but at the end of it, who cares? They're going to be winning the round here. STY, not much you can do about it. But we'll see. Another victory for Monte. Establishing control, building the economy. Everything is kind of pointing in the right direction. Which is great news.
It is.
This flick here is... That's the kind of hate. That's why it's hard to give up on Hades, even if you have some games where you know, maybe you'd want to be a little bit critical, but you see stuff like that and you think, my God, like that is sickening.
It's the thing with Hades, right? Sometimes love the guy, he'll go missing every now and again. You're like, oh, maybe, he had his peak and that's it. And then he hits a couple of shots of ours, a couple of maps that he can has, and he reels you back in. He makes you believe again. And we're kind of seeing it right now. That flash is lackluster. That flash has not worked, but Gizmi hasn't punished it. He actually thought it would be a lot better, and Glaive, in the panic of the whole situation, sort of gets away with it. Second time asking, whoa, Gizmi is in trouble here, so he gets taken by Milty. They're on towards the site. Bomb's going to go down.
Oh, Hades will find a kill, though. I was going to say, could have been an interesting round. Now it's on Milty, the stand-in, and he's good for the first headshot. Unfortunately, it seems like our connection is doing worse than Milty is, so I guess we'll have to live with it and see what the outcome was eventually. I'm pretty sure the server is still working fine, but
yeah, I'm predicting a Milty win here.
Yeah, it could be. My God, he won the 1v1. All right, nice.
Oh, he did win the 1v1. There we go. Well, back into their winning ways.
Let's go.
The Prophet has told us that yeah, they won that one, and we'll get attack pause out pretty early. This one by Monte. What a piece has been used in the early part. And the good thing actually about when we have seen both ENCE and Monte play is like throughout all of their games, win or lose, they've actually been happy to use these attack balls just to slow that game down, you know, a little bit, and just to kind of have that moment of respite and conversation. And the thing with this is that, you know, some of these, I don't want to say lesser teams, because it sounds sort of, you know, like I'm being mean, but they actually don't use them as much, right? They really are one of those where they just let the game run its course. And I think at times that's where you can kind of see that they're running out of ideas.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I mean, I'm also surprised that they're not getting more out of the mid control that they seem to be getting a lot. I feel like Monte aren't fighting that much. And I say that now as they actually are finally doing the traditional mid-take protocol that we see the CTs do. Demka fighting amongst 2 different Molotovs and like 5 different flashbangs and still making it work a little bit at least, but then SDY comes in with a couple of kills and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. So what a battle in the middle it was there. I was going to say, Monte seems to have been doing fine actually letting ENCE get the mid-control, and then just kind of ENCE don't seem to know what to do with it. But for once, there's a real fight, and it's actually ENCE coming out on top.
Yeah. Well, all goes, again, a little quiet in this 2 versus 3. It's still not impossible for Monte here at all. HP of SDY is obviously so low, and we know that Hades and Dia can have their moments. Dia's been kind of up and down in this Monte roster, but we know he can shine at times. He's got a good angle as well to fight this. In Red Room, keeping an eye on mid, and they're creeping their way forward. Timing can be his best friend or his worst enemy. Oh, that's unfortunate. The angle's not on him, but Nate2 goes first rather than SDY, and Hades gets both. Well done. He nearly actually kind of missed that opportunity, missed that window by the finest of margins.
35 seconds here. How do you get this round back? He's caught in the open. And it will be D-hard to take him down. Good double for him and good double for Hades. So, again, another close round. But honestly, they have the money to get these rounds kind of close, Monte, right? They have a little bit in the bank. So, sure, it'd be better if they had more people living. But I think they're going to be okay with it. Crazy battle in the middle. Demka kind of, again, showing that he's a very hard player to put out of his comfort zone. Like, he's fighting a very weird fight in there. I mean, it's a classic mid fight, obviously, on Ancient. We all know it, but he did it really well.
So, go through that towards Shelf, but Clay can take a lot of damage before he gets it. Hence, probably why, not only taking damage, but being slowed down, why he's not gone in for that fight. Wants the support of SDY before he does that, but Smoke will go down and be going through this. That's ill-advised. Gizmi's here to shut them down. SDY will get 1. It's still a 4 versus 3 that opens in favor of Monte.
Plenty of time, so probably good to call a bit of a freeze here and just wait and see what happens. If Monte are in the mood to peak, if they're a little bit nervous right now, then you could get maybe a way to get back into the round, but Monte shouldn't be. I'm worried about the fact that Gizmi's even out here.
Yeah.
Got the man advantage. There's no reason to potentially die. I mean, especially in that position, it is somewhat easy to just get picked off. So, yeah, I'd rather see him fall back. Like now, Hades taking a bit of a risk here, but against the Deagle on the other side, it's one that he's going to capitalize on pretty easily. So SDY and Miltzy left in 40 seconds. It should just be another fairly straightforward round from here on out for Monte. We'll see if there could be any kind of surprise left. SDY, he's been good for a couple of them, but this time, Hades will shut him down. This is his 10th kill, so we're getting the version of Hades that we really want. It's a nice headshot, but it was never going to be enough. There was already 3 people at that bomb site, and there was not enough time. Monte.
Yeah.
Wow, they've really locked ENCE a little bit out of this. I mean, it's still going to be a competitive map no matter what here, because, you know, 5 rounds on the T side, not bad. But still, good job.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, hence why, kind of coming back to what I said a little bit earlier, don't get too worried. When they're 4-0 down, this is just standard operating procedures, really, for this Monte side, who just take a little bit of time to get online. It's just when they do get online, they're so good at chaining rounds together, and ENCE obviously are going to have to find ways to break it down, especially in the second half. Hades posted. His form has been great, and it continues to be exactly that. He wants more, and he'll get it as well. Hades on for the second. That is beautiful work. And this is the Hades we wanted to see.
Yes, it is. It's so much fun. It's the kind of Counter-Strike that just, you know, makes you feel alive again, including all the risks and everything else. Good couple of kills once again. Up to 12 now. Bomb is planted, but most teams have pretty decent retake protocols for this map because you do end up playing a lot of retakes on the A-bomb side. It's just how it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see something interesting out of Monte here. It's going to be a shot on Zapodi and just down to SDY holding the CT spawn position. It's a good quick kill as he's down to 26 bullets, and he knows they're going to be coming for him. Another good dink coming out. He's done so much. Another bullet on Hades, and it would have worked, but he couldn't complete the 1 versus 3. So it'll be a defuse coming in and a 7-5 first half. No kit here. My God, no way.
Oh, no way.
Did he not? Oh, no, it must be the server. It must be the server. He had the kit. I was going to say. I was like,
That's
I saw the kid. I was like,
that is a hilarious thing. Like, that got everyone. I'm sure there's people at home who are like, you know, big, big Monte fans or whatever, who
That's
just
amazing.
like, they were fuming. Like, what happened? Thankfully, we can confirm Monte did win the round. That's such a funny way. They got everybody. But that's one of those few times where you say for SDY there, if he just holds down mouse 1, he actually would have got both, but he obviously had just no idea. He tries to reset himself, which is, you know, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, the right thing to do. But in that one instance, just holding down mouse 1 would have actually probably helped him out. But either way, 7-5, I like what I saw from Monte. However, you can kind of come back to what we were saying a little bit earlier, where, you know, part of you expects ENCE to just start well again in towards the half, but then Monte win things out as the kind of guns come into play. And this is, you know, what we just sort of expect from them. I mean, even when we saw them against Amcal, that's sort of what they did. At one time, Amcal won both pistols, the openers, and all the rest. But the second the guns came into play, it was like, ended up being something like a 13-7, 13-8. However, a bomb plant and a round on here, maybe times are changing. Maybe they're not. Never mind. Ignore me. Going back to complete standard here. They're losing the pistol. They're losing the start of the half. Standard Monte procedure. Don't get too concerned.
Miltzy with 4 headshots, and honestly, that is a bit disappointing because Monte had so much space. They got all the way to the B bomb site through the cave without running it. Like Dha was running the gauntlet there with the Glock out. He was ready. They had the smokes down. They had almost everything, but they end up just facing kind of one at a time in kind of a weird fashion. Like, not a big fan. I think Monte could have done better here. Especially because they were giving so much for free. But honestly, obviously, for Miltzy, he's the stand-in. We love it, and a very good round there.
Yeah, this is, again, where for Monte, I'm not too concerned, really, at all. I'm not going to buy in towards this one as well, which I can get behind, you know, go for a full buy, AKs in towards the next. This time, once again, it's about bomb plant, if you can get that. Quick in towards Cubby. So, you staying tucked there with the P250. A smoke down in towards ramp. That'll deny any sort of ideas about trying to get a quick and easy plant. And the Glaive and SDY nade wombo combo will just basically confirm that.
Curious to see them not buy. I mean, that's way out of the meta, right? It's become so default that we don't even mention it anymore. But like, you get a bomb plant, you buy. It's like an automatic thing. I don't hate it. It is more fun sometimes when people try something different, and maybe it will pay off, you know. Could be a sign of confidence in their T side that they're simply saying, you know what, with full AKs, we're gonna wreck you guys. Just wait and see. Let's find out if they're right or not, because typically people will just go for the, you know, 1 AK, couple of Galils kind of buy, and sometimes it feels like that can be even better than whatever the CTs are bringing to the show in that second round. So anyway, let's. I'm a little bit curious. You know, interest has been piqued a little bit by that.
All tied square, we go back into the buy. Like you said, it is a little bit unorthodox, but it does mean AKs, more or less full sets of U-Tool coming into play for this next round. So, down for this. Now you can bank over in case anyone's trying to go quick towards shelf. But actually, Monte are just going to play things slower here. Not going through the molly, not going through that nade. They're just going to wait to see what opens up. Bonus buy for ENCE. If you can make this round stick for ENCE, they reignite maybe my belief a little bit. But expectations, obviously, for Monte are always that when the guns come out, they should do a lot of their best work. And this is once again when they barrel in towards his site super effectively. Swing and a fight. What an opener by Disney.
Yeah, I like this. I like this idea of pushing the backline of that B-bomb site that early on, and you can see how you can catch the CTs off guard. But Nate, man, he's so sharp, finding that right as the smoke was about to be re-established. Gonna get the headshot on Ryu as well, leaving Hades in an almost impossible 1 versus 4, and SDY will take him down. It's a fantastic retake coming through, and again, Monte kind of having this experience of, sure, you can get the bomb planted at B, but if you can't hold the after plant, it's a little bit wrecked. But still, I have to reiterate, pushing this backline here, I think, is a really sick idea. It would have been more fun if they would have had another flashbang for that repeat that they did down the lane. But, you know, still, the overall idea, I think I can appreciate.
Yeah. It's a nice response there from ENCE, right? You're winning kind of a bonus buy. The one thing I really don't like, that Gizmi gets that opener, I just don't like the idea to double swing again in towards long. It's been held for, right? And obviously they didn't know that, but it just feels like a bit of an overface sort of for no reason. I would have liked a little bit more of a passive approach, as they've done in the past, where you get the opener, get the bomb down, and just fall back and play real deep post plants, basically over towards ramp, shelf, and cave. And unfortunately, that's not what they go for. You could have even allowed them all of that long and short control rotating from CT, but in the end, not to be. Reuse the one given the AK. Interesting, rather, him from Demka. Let's see what Hades has got. One, which isn't bad with that PT-50.
Yeah, and you know, he was in range to land another headshot if he would have got that. It's a bit of a different battlefield out there. Maybe they could have done something with the AK and a two-man advantage. Boost up here. Body setting himself up. Enjoying the greenery. It's pretty nice up here. Touch grass, as they say.
Yeah.
That might be a couple of years ago since people were saying that. I don't know what they're saying now, but nice grenade disposition. So hard to clear, and that's the reason why it's so popular as well. Shutting it down, and obviously when you're holding this angle, you're going to get the massive shadows from the floodlights there in the back. Gizmi, though, challenge maybe that wasn't required for SDY, but and I think they're feeling pretty good at the moment on the ENCE side. That you know, we might see some more battles like that out of them if okay, nicely done.
ENCE are really starting to step up on towards the CT side. This is good work, and hence why we see Monte go back into another timeout. They understand that the pressure's on their shoulders, and there was a slightly running out of chances to get back in towards this game.
Where are the T rounds for Monte?
I know.
What is going on?
I actually need to see a little bit more of that Demka. Demka is, for me, super important when it comes towards the T side of Monte. So, let's see. I mean, obviously, this is going to be an incredibly important one. I mean, you lose this, you're under a lot of pressure. Obviously, like, Gizmi is going to have a bit of money left over after the back of his buy, but even still, financially, they're not going to be in a stable spot unless they get a bomb plant. Even with lost bonus, it's still going to be a little funky. So this is... It's not quite must-win territory, but it's up there. We're talking about, you know, if they lose this, ENCE get a 10th and then probably 11th as well. So even though it's 9-7, you can kind of talk about how Monte only really have 2 true full buys left in this game at this current sort of state and trajectory. Miss Molly by Demka is unfortunate, but Ryu will get out nonetheless. He has Demka in support as well, and they've got mid-control.
Yeah, they still... I guess one of those Molotovs is supposed to be going to that back cubby position. See if we get back into the round after a bit of a connection. Something's plaguing the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We're back. Gizmi, I think, did he drop from the server? He might have. It looked like it. So in an interesting roll of the dice once again, we're in a 4 versus 3, and they are in the red room. Deep position there for SDY. I believe he's waiting for them. This position can be Molotov from the middle, for people who don't know. I'll put out a video about it if you're interested. Gonna be Hades getting that one. And the 1 versus 2, I mean, I don't know. You'd have some confidence Hades can win clutches like these. It's kind of what he does. It's kind of what he's good at. The tight positions. But obviously it does require him to realize the Poddy's walking in right next to him. Oh, from long, it might not even be a contest. With the flashbang, he's out in the open. And it couldn't have been any better here. So ENCE with another round. Monte denied winning any T round so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hades had to take a gamble there. I don't even really hate it. And he gets tunnel vision in towards Donut, but he also knows his mid-presence. So I think for him, he's sort of expecting, which is a pretty common thing to expect, that you're going to play together in that sort of spot. The Poddy splits up, walks through, and yeah, well, that's that. So 10-7. 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away, and a very, very good display coming through from ENCE. I thought genuinely off the back of the slight collapse that we saw happening towards that first half, that ENCE would maybe be still reeling, you know, a little bit, but not to be. They've recovered and recouped well, and I think credit to players who are of a lot of tenure like that of Glaive and like that of SDY, who are able to just say, okay, you know, shake it off. It's not the end of the world. We've just got plenty of time to get back into this. And it just shows well how important these sort of pistol rounds and force by conversions behind them are, right? Because it just sets you up so nicely for the half. And even though it didn't work out that well for ENCE in the first, in the second, they win a gun round to follow it, and boom, here we are. We're now at a substantial lead. Unfortunately, Glaive and Gizmi are both gone. And, you know, that's two players from two different places, so never a good sign. So, rather than us waffle, I think we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break, because we don't know how long this one will be. Hopefully only brief, but you never know. Sit tight, we'll see you soon.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we're back once again, so appreciate your patience. Shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat. I'm keeping a close eye on you guys, see if you're behaving well. Monte is going to be put under a little bit of pressure here, but the flashbang is actually amazing, and it does help him out. He's got Glaive back here somewhere, but they're both going to eventually get taken down. Not necessarily a bad defense. Gizmi, again, doing this sick push forward and catching Poddy off guard, so could be enough to win the round. They haven't won any rounds on the T side yet now. It's about time that we see something more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. This one is basically a foregone conclusion, right? This was done. There's no way we're going to be doing anything with this one. Just keep on what you've got. You're not in any sort of pressure in terms of the rounds or kind of the finances as well. So maybe sticking around for exits isn't the worst decision, but giving it a go feels sort of pointless in a sense. It's a really, really hard retake. It's a very good setup, but how about trades? Hang on a second. We're in 1v1. Hades is tagged. Hang on a moment here. There is a kit to work with. There's a flash. There's a world in which Natu can pull this off. He's good in the clutch. He's very good in the clutch. Oh my god, they've given it a go, and they've made it work. Anders, I will eat my words as the full meal as Natu concludes that 2 versus 3 retake. Monte winning no T rounds. Let me just correct us.
Oh no, how did he get away with it? You could hear the tick over from the bomb at the end. It's so close. That should have been a Monte round every single time. Man, they're just not finding much luck at all here. Again, I've got to appreciate the gizmy forward push down there. I think it's worth doing. There are some bomb sites, obviously, where it's fine to plant the bomb and fall back where you came from and just kind of hold it from there, but there are definitely some, like this one, where it can be a big advantage to keep the fight going and pushing into the CTs that are trying to retake before they even really know what is going on here. Grenade, see how well timed it's going to be. It's not really good enough, but yeah, it's a gamble. Some more mid-control potentially for Monte. We'll see how ENCE deal with it. But they're running out of time and running out of money and everything right now, Monte. What's going on? They've just disappeared from the game. It was a 7-5 first half in their favor. And now where are we?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, spam's not bad. Really little damage taken. Oh dear. He just shoots, you know, reactions off where that smoke is breaking and just deletes body. Poor guy. I don't think he's even done anything wrong there.
Well, sometimes life just be that way. Natu with a bit of a lineup here. It could have been a sickening triple spray down. I don't know how, but they all just managed to stack on top of each other. Gizmy probably very lucky to be alive. And a 3 versus 3, 40 seconds. And Dihar getting caught in the middle here. Gizmy sort of shot in the side. And it's just Hades. No bomb plant. I don't know how you do this. 30 seconds as well. If it was a minute and 20 seconds here, he has a lot of time to, you know, walk around, be slow, be quiet, find the players, you know, isolate a bunch of fights. He doesn't have that. Like, very soon, he has to run in there, and obviously, they're just going to peek him all at the same time. So, whoops, the bomb in hand, he goes down. There's nothing he could have done, to be honest. Like, there just wasn't enough time to really make that work. So, either way, it was going to be an ENCE round in that 1 versus 3, and 12-7 in their favor.
Well, this one's done, I feel. Nothing Monte can do can pull around in their favor, and this is where I come back to my earlier easy for ENCE sort of jibe. But ENCE play really nice Counter-Strike, and I gotta say, they are just being out-called, Monte. They cannot find a way to break down Glaive Ball right now, the mastermind behind it all, but I think the individuals are stepping up. SDY, as I mentioned, he is so important towards his side. And coming back to the comparison I made, you know, 2 or 3 rounds in, something that we didn't really touch on the desk was that I think the real success factors of both of these two sides are Demka and SDY. And I spoke about it in terms of because when SDY pops off, he's so good, really hard to break down. That's what we're seeing now. When Demka doesn't pop off, Monte struggle. Look what's happening right now. He's 13 and 15, and Monte find themselves 5 rounds in the hole. It's just, unfortunately, the issue with kind of, you know, it's the blessing and the curse of both of these two sides that when you're not even a star, they're a pseudo star in terms of their roles. When they don't play, because they play an important position still, if they cannot step up and cannot be consistent in terms of the numbers, it has a massive effect on how the team composition and dynamic feels, and that's what we're getting right here. It's tough. It's really tough. And Ryu, of course, you know, me and Travis would have touched on it a little bit, right? This is a guy who's so hot and cold, and he's ice cold right now, and not in a good way.
Yeah, unfortunately, they need a lot more out of him. Natu trapped in the corner. They're going to Molotov him out, but they don't know yet about SDY on the other side, so they're putting a lot of resources and a lot of focus on killing him, but so far, all they've done is some damage, and we'll see how this plays out. Can he actually escape through that smoke? He can.
No way.
That's crazy. I would have thought he would have died every single time. So yeah, mid control and B lane control right now for Monte, which is, it's a good setup. Oh dear. Server control is something that we're lacking. But yeah, at the end of it, it's surprising to see Natu kind of make it out in that one. Wasn't expecting him to live through the pressure there, but again, ice cold, keeping it cool. Oh, we're back in the round. 35 seconds. A 4 versus 2. So Monte with another B take, and dare say this time we're not going to be seeing any retakes out of ENCE.
Yeah, well, this one, Finally, Monte get a round on the board. Is it enough, though? Monte are so good. When they get just one round, they can usually chain it into multiple behind it. Is this going to be enough? You also see as well, Monte are still very much keeping on edge because they've already lost one 2v3 post-plant on that B site. A 2v4 is not impossible with D-Hair taking damage and Ryu in that kind of one-bullet headshot area. STY takes a random tap. I think it's probably a classic case of, you know, he's hit his keyboard. I do that all the time. I'll randomly, like, take a shot because I'm punch my keyboard with my mouse. I do it all the time. It's unbelievably annoying. One of the big investments I got, and by big investments, it was, you know, not very expensive, but really helpful, was I got like a monitor arm rather than like a stand.
Right.
Just because oh my God, every game I would just punch the stand and I would shoot, or it would just be annoying, and it's made my life 10 times better. But either way, 12-8, we're back into it. 4 rounds. Monte have to recover just to take us towards overtime. And of course, there's money to work with for ENCE for multiple rounds in succession. So big fight towards mid. This time, Ryu going to get caught again. It's the other youngster of Veto who puts him in his place.
Yeah, he's so flashed there. A lot of damage for the wall bang. Grenade raining over. Doesn't really do anything there, but Glaive is really testing them with those shots coming out. Looks like they want to be pushing outside of the cave as well. Oh my God, that's nearly a double kill. Oh, disastrous here for Monte as they're trying to break through the smoke just to do anything. A little bit of panic, and suddenly we're down into a 1 versus 5 as D-Ha's going to get shut down, and ENCE making quick work of it, only allowing Monte to pick up 1 single round on the T side.
What a showing. That was unbelievably one-sided. You know, as much as the scoreline doesn't look that bad, in the sense of, if, for example, if ENCE hadn't slowed down in that first half, who knows what the score could have been. We could have been talking something like a 13-5 here. I mean, a ridiculous showing coming forward from ENCE. And what a way to kickstart this series, coming towards your map pick and just set the tone nice and early and say, we're not here to play, we're looking for a final, and we're looking actually to see that, you know, we've spoken about this event having, you know, the unranked status, but I think for them, first of all, it's money in the bank, right? We're taking money in the pocket, regardless of whether it's ranked or not. We got bills to pay, we got skins to buy, right? But on top of that, we're talking actually about what I think is super important about this tournament. Is really, really good official practice, we like to call it, where you're getting good reps, HLTV reps under your belt against very solid teams, and it's giving you confidence heading into towards the season. And ENCE are a side who are fighting to get back into towards tier 1, and scalping sides like Monte with ease in that sort of vein. If they can do it across the series, it instills a lot of confidence in towards us. But we're going to have to see how they fare in towards Anubis. That's part number 2 coming up next. But before we get there, of course, we're going to throw over towards Trav on the desk as he can break down the calamity that just happened from Monte.
And it was kind of the opposite of what I expected from the side of Monte. They've got so many maps played on Ancient in 2025, and sure, their results aren't good. They've lost to Money F, the XITB team. They've lost to 9 Pandas, Amcal, Sinners, Fireflux, all this year. However, their win percentage in terms of their CT to T, CT is a lot better for them. A lot better than their CT. So I thought once they got a good number on CT, it wouldn't be that bad. But it turns out it went the complete opposite way. I mean, and from the very beginning, I mean, Veto was just so damn good, man. I mean, I think he had like 3 massive clutches in the game overall. Round 3, the half wouldn't have looked the same for ENCE without that, considering the recovery from Monte. It was very interesting how Monte was sort of utilizing Demka throughout the entirety of the game. Neo spoke quite a bit about how, you know, if Demka's not on the server, I would say often Monte would struggle. And as we saw, he very much was doing okay in the beginning, but fell off at the end. And the reason why we want to see Demka play well is they put him everywhere. He's mostly the A player, but they put him as the mid-brawler quite a lot of the rounds of the half. I think there was at least 3 or 4 of the rounds they thrust him into the mid-fight rather than the early A anchor, even though, you know, rushing A is a very popular strategy on Ancient. But yeah, I think round 8 as well, as we saw, I mean, there was many things for Monte that sort of didn't work in certain scenarios. There was one round, I think, where they had a lurk through Red Room, which they kind of read perfectly. The round 9 Miltsy clutch we didn't see. I mean, that was another round that looked a little bit questionable. But at the end, the fast start for ENCE, but the ending the half 5-7 was very disappointing. then it just completely, changes around. I mean, the multi again from Veto at 7-7 to set up the B retake. We see it here. Like, there's another. That's his clutch to make it 11-7. He was unbelievable, and there's a reason why we keep speaking about this guy so damn much. I think there's a lot of games where I've seen him be. He could be like 11-11 KD, maybe even negative. But so many of those kills would be impactful in a retake or a clutch or just a singular 1v1 across a map, which just totally changes the sort of story of the game in general. But now I have to look at map 2, which is Anubis, right? I mean, ENCE, the thing that worries me for them slightly going into this is they have obviously not played it at all this year. Ancient is a big strength for them, as we saw, even with Miltsy as a stand-in. But not having played a map in the entire calendar year can occasionally come back to you. Does that mean Monte have absolutely nothing to go off and it still makes it hard for them to gauge them? I'm not so sure. Monte have played 3 this year. Money F, 9 Pandas and Paravision. They won 2 of those 3, just losing to 9 Pandas in ESL Challenger League. So, if I was to really make a call here, I would say Monte will make a much better fist of Anubis than they would of Ancient. Well, I've played a lot of Ancient, as I said, it's been very rough around the edges. And Anubis, even dating back to the beginnings of this team, but they had other pieces to the puzzle, and not the academy prospects, of course, of Gizmi and Ryu. With the Demka, Hades, Diha core, they owned the early stages of Anubis in Tier 2. And still, even though that game looks so rough in the end, especially on that T side, Hades and Demka still look occasionally, very often, a tier above the level they're playing at. Like you'd think these players should be playing in Tier 1 events, right? They still have that quality, but they're going to have to show it, especially on that map which I mentioned. They had a great start, as I said, but did fall off a bit, fall off their form in recent times. So they're going to want Mirage. We'll see if they can make it happen after the break. Apologies for the delay, friends. Poddy's internet had a bit of an issue, but we believe it is back now, and we want that to be the case because ENCE are looking pretty good at the moment. Monte need to find an answer. It's a map coming up, Anubis, of course, which they do like, but I guess, Anders, my question to you is, having not played it this year for ENCE, do you think that makes a big difference, or is that time gap not big enough yet to really cause a problem?
I don't know if it causes a big problem. I feel like coming off the win, like they look pretty solid. I'm not worried for ENCE at all.
Fair enough. Neo, I think looking at Monte, we've spoken about it quite a lot. The core liked Anubis quite a lot at the beginning of their sort of run, but now Gizmi and Ryu era. Ryu is probably our big question mark, sadly. We need to see more from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't think we saw really enough at all, right? You know, he ended at that map 9 and 17. This is the issue that we had with Ryu coming in towards some of the previous games where he can't even get into double digits. And that is an issue for somebody that is given a lot of freedom, right? So it's a tough predicament they're in. But I think, you know, touching on that thing about ENCE not playing this for a while, I actually don't mind this all too much. Obviously, ENCE for me, if I'm right in saying they just got off back of a boot camp, or they might even still be on it, but I know they were out in Finland not too long ago, boot camping there and kind of getting things ready. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing what these guys kind of cook up. This is a map that sort of you have to have a very, very good understanding of. It's played in nearly every series these days. It's such a popular addition to most map pools. A lot of teams pick into it. A lot of good teams, especially online, pick into it. You know, we're touching on teams like Monte, but also, you know, a lot of the big heavy hitters, Zerts and Asti, they pick into it all the time. You know, they're like ludicrous stats from 2024. So I don't worry too much. I mean, Glaive is the type of guy who's going to have a lot of due diligence done in towards a map like this, and a lot of prep done in terms of what Monte like to do. And obviously, there's still the question marks of kind of how deep Gizmi's calling goes in terms of, we know he's a good player, we know he's a good caller, but how much time has he actually had to work with this team, work with this squad, and actually get them playing to the level that he wants them to play and to the level that they want to play, right? I think, you know, we could talk about standing coming in for ENCE, but I think that's just a plug-and-play sort of position. When you're in Monte's position where you're changing basically a system, right? You know, you got rid of your old coach, and now Hades not IGLing. You got a new coach, new IGL. It's a whole new setup that takes a long time to get used to, and I think that's actually where Monte are going to have more teething issues. So off the back of that previous map, and even though it's kind of, you know, it's been a hot minute since we were there, I'm still leaning quite heavily in the 2-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually favour that one. I think it's as well, if you look at the time, that doesn't really matter. We've discussed it. But if you look at the last time ENCE played Anubis, it was against Endpoint last year. That was with ex-Kaspersky. And that was a map where he dropped 36 in regulation and put himself like in the top 10 of like current regulation kill records. So it was a great performance from him. But yeah, it's going to be curious to see if they can do a similar decent performance with Miltzy. And I've got to say, I brought up earlier about how he's been on the academy team for ENCE for a long time at this point, and maybe, you know, not to be one of the guys called up was a question mark of how much they trusted in him. But I think he's honestly, and I'm seeing good signs from him early doors for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. Hopefully that will keep being the case as we are heading into the game, I believe. Thank you to Trav, and let's just keep going here. Yeah. Anubis coming up as our second map in this best of 3. It's only the first of the day. We've got much more Counter-Strike coming up for you on the channel. Monte, they're going to be starting on the CT side with ENCE on the T side. So once again, welcome back to CCT. We appreciate your patience as we crack on with the semi-final here.
Okay, let's get things back underway. Monte, slow starting, but then very slow to finish, right? Let's see if they can get a strong start out here in towards their map pick and give us a chance at maybe just doing something. A pistol round would be great.
Demka's having a bit of a jump there in the middle. Smoke comes down, which could suggest that we're going to see something like a B attack. But obviously, a lot of times people actually run through the smoke themselves, which is what they're doing. It's funny to see that. They're flashed in as they're running through the smoke from outside of the A-bomb side. Ryu is inside with the dualies, and they were not ready for it. Headshots galore as 3 people hit the ground, and Natu and Poddy are left. So I like everything about that setup for ENCE, but obviously the flashbang that was meant to sort of open it up to take down the dualies just didn't really do its job.
I mean, that's the dualies in a nutshell. You either get no kills, or you get 3, maybe even more behind it. No, Ryu going to get dropped there by Natu. Still in that head-to-head, Natu has been the better of the two. He's tapping in towards Burst as well. He's tapping in just in case they're pushing him. They're not, but Gizmi also going to get caught as well. Let's not overface it. Yes, it's a 1v3 and it should be unlosable, but he's got 40 seconds to isolate fights here. It's not impossible. And down he will go. Dia sees him off in the end there. That round won by Ryu. So we've had our question marks about him, but we also praise him when he has moments like that. Well done.
Yeah, definitely huge. And you're right about the dualies. I mean, especially in a position like that, like the advantage of being able to just continue the fight for that long is pretty huge. But I mean, the protocol was there for ENCE, and it's not the first time that we've seen it. I would say when we get a little bit deeper into the game, if you see that smoke towards Cam, it typically signals that it's going to be a B split instead. Like, you can kind of tell which way the T's are going from where the smoke is, if it's towards the, you know, the B back holes or that A Cam position. But, like, typically you won't run through when there are a lot of rifles and MP9s out on the CT side. But in a pistol round, it makes sense to do it.
So, Glaive calling for, of course, the no buy here. Sort of as expected, no bomb plan. You're not really going to buy around it, but not an easy predicament as they want to try and get a bomb plan to walk into a pretty stacked site. FAMAS will do a lot of the heavy lifting. 4 to 5 kills coming from the FAMAS there as the gets one with the MP9. Nice and simple shutdown. No questions. Oh, so Monte breaking the curse a little bit about the strong start, but it will be the guns coming back into play now for ENCE. And this is where they did a lot of work. Even on that, you know, map number 1 where things were going a little bit south, still the gun rounds looked super nice. So, friends, I'm not too worried. If we can kind of make this one, you know, set themselves up for a strong T side, I think that's where we go right back into that feeling of ENCE being the better side at the moment. If Monte can win a bonus by that, that'll change my mindset a bit.
Yeah, maybe could be an early return here for ENCE as well. But Monte, typically, like we said, not off to the best starts. 2-0 already. If they win this first round here, you're right. Could be something special. A couple of FAMAS being played as well, which again, on that new patch, you know, I'm reserving my judgment, but we are seeing a lot in pro play at the moment.
Wow.
Not going to be standing up to SDY as he will wreck at least one of the FAMAS and the other MP9 there with a couple of good headshots in the middle. We're seeing an aggressive push come out, and even there's a long spray there to take down Gizmi. He will eventually fall, and even in spite of the damage, it should be enough to win the round. Certainly will be now. SDY just patiently waiting.
Right. The smoke as well. And that should confirm things. Demka's looking for an exit, looking for an upgrade. But it feels like it'll be a lot unlikely. We're not committed to B-side just yet, though. I think maybe because SDY saw a fair decent amount of presence on his initial engagement. He might be thinking there might be that last player lurking here. But I don't know now. That's not the case. Bomb will go down. That'll be the round. ENCE start the gun rounds as they mean to go on. And if they can keep it flawless as well, that's just so good for them. Brilliant work. First on the board for ENCE, and a really good round to take just to reinstill the confidence. And coming back to my earlier point, I think these games are won or lost between these two off the back of 2 individuals, one on each side, SDY and Demko. And SDY single-handedly showing why he can be the difference maker. So brilliant. Demko keyboarders MP9. That's whatever. It doesn't matter too much. That was a bonus buy anyway for Monte, so they've still got plenty of cash to work with.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage, isn't it, of having these kind of rounds, is that you don't have to be too sad too quickly. But yeah, the one MP9 there is probably a little bit nice for Demke. He was the lowest in terms of the cash, so see how this one plays out. But yeah, SDY, that's a scary proposition, right? When he's starting well with the AK, we've seen it before how much damage he could do with this particular weapon. And I mean, with him and Nature, if they're both going to be playing well, it's already going to be quite a tough game, I think, for Monte. But remember as well, they are on the CT side, so it can be a little bit tougher on this particular map. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see ENCE have a bit of a better time here in the first half.
All right. Pop flashing towards mid. Sam Hades playing a little bit more of a standoffish approach. As he waits for the smokes to dissipate, ENCE could just take a bit of this early map control and start to poke and prod. See what that Monte defense, in terms of the response, looks like. The buy that came back in for Monte, Gizmi's actually traded over the M4 to Demka, and he's picked up the MP9. So, do what a lot of IGLs do. Give the firepower over to the more impactful player.
Yeah, pretty standard type protocols coming out here for ENCE at the beginning. They're applying a little bit of pressure to the A-bomb side. They've Molotoved out that plateau behind the pillar. Now they're taking a bit of mid control. So Glaive actually It's interesting how often we see the IGLs on Anubis go mid, either completely solo or maybe just with one person backing them off. But, I mean, obviously, it's a place where you can get an enormous amount of information and you can sort of call the rest of the team behind it. But Na'Vi play a very similar style with the Lexis often ending up there kind of, you know, trying to sneak through and do a little bit. So, for whatever reason, it's just it's a popular trend. They're going to be smoking the high ground back at the A-bomb site, but as we can tell, this is a bit of a fake right now. Flash goes in. Monte a bit worried. They've got 3 people over here, which means just 2 at the A-bomb site, and that's where the B-bomb site. That's where the real attack's going to be. Smoke's going down, and you can see Ryu is calling it out now, saying, ooh, we might be in a bit of trouble. Only the one smoke. I swear there was... Oh, okay. The other one's landing behind him. So he's actually maybe open for a kill. It's not going to make a difference as Nature will take one. And a quick, swift dispatch of Deha is going to be the round pretty much over, I think. 3v4. And I don't know if I would go for this one. They are kind of going for it, but it seems very risky. And they will lose the rifles here.
Yeah. This is tough. I mean, at the very least, you know, for Monte, we keep that AWP alive. This is the issue that you don't have anything around it, so it's going to make this next round incredibly difficult. Tough spot that we find ourselves in. I don't know, man. ENCE, again, as we saw in towards map 1, it just feels like the second they get the guns out, it's only going to go one way. Hades, at least, will keep that AWP alive now. There is a bit of a hunt behind him. Yeah, he wanted a hunt in a sense, but there's also the other side of, is it really worth it? Yes, you're going to have an open towards the next round, but it shouldn't be that much of an issue if we just play our set strat, especially considering we know their money's broken. So, I'm like what I see from ENCE, and I don't know about you, Anders, but I continue to be quite concerned about Monte. I just don't see enough at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. Like, I don't know exactly what it is that's missing, but you could the way that Natu and the rest are they come out of dark on that B bomb site, and the confidence they have in taking those fights is so huge, right? It's we're not talking about necessarily like, I mean, yeah, the fake was good at the A bomb site. It kept 3 people there, but you'd still like to be in a world where Monte wins that fight, or at least trade it out. You know, trade for 2 for 2, make it a 3-on-3 in the alpha plant. But they do just kind of get demolished when ENCE show up, and that can't happen, you know. In a 3-on-3, you know, Monte have a way better chance of doing a retake, but that just isn't the case. So, yeah, tactics aside, you just want some of these Monte players to output a bit more damage in those important rounds. And I mean, right now, they don't really have the money for it. Obviously, it's going to be a bit tough here. I do like this setup, though. That's pretty funny. So at least Demker is on the scoreboard as well, with the USP getting the kill. And a 4 versus 2. So again, they should try and save the AK and the AWP. No reason to throw these rifles away.
Yeah, it's not a bad, you know, end of this sort of round, right? You know, you're coming in with nothing around that saved orb, and the fact that you're keeping it alive, and then you get the slight little addition of an AK on top too. That's perfect. As long as you don't do anything too audacious and try and look for more, I don't think this is a terrible round in the end for Monte. They had no expectations coming in, and they sort of exit out the round. If things continue at this sort of fashion, you know, actually kind of a little bit pleasantly surprised, some would say. So, doesn't make a difference to how this game is playing out, though. ENCE are still in quite a commanding control, despite only about to be a 1-round lead. It's a really nice spot that they're in, right? We're talking about a third on the board here. That buy that's going to come back in just a moment for Monte is, you know, super important. You lose that round, then we're going straight back to what we saw in towards map number 1 in that second half in particular, where it was sort of non-existent. But the only issue was, it was, you know, Monte were slightly non-existent. It was their T side that was struggling. Now it's their CT side too. That's where we get even more concerned. It's not just they've played with errors on one side. It's now obviously a bit of a systematic breakdown, and hence why playing against an IGL of Glaive's caliber is just so difficult.
Yeah, it truly is, right? He's a hard-working person, and he's got some resources behind him in terms of breaking down his opponents, so definitely not easy.
Oh,
ooh,
so lucky.
Saved by the bell. That's crazy. All right, he's gonna live though, and at least they get to keep the AWPs. That's good news. But yeah, I mean, again, like I said at the very start, we were introing the whole thing here. The fact that Glaive has sort of found the energy to crack on, you know, there's no question about it. Like, from the height of his career, you know, winning majors with the Charlottes and all the rest of it, he's in a different position now, and that kind of thing can be pretty demotivating, I have to imagine. So it is just very cool to see. That is a very interesting That wasn't even like the right run boost, I think, and somehow it just works out anyway. They just dizzle their way into the middle. Like, what's going on? Hello?
Sometimes you'll take it. But
Oh, no.
Ryuin gives me down already. Is that kind of round just chalked up to, GG go next? Well, especially if we just walk in towards A now, get the bomb down, that Monte, the best option for them is just to shell up and save. Which, it's a wild thing for us to say, that the best thing that they should do when we've had, 20 seconds around played to make that sort of decision. So, yeah, tough. And I do like this call from ENCE as well. Straight off the back of the opening double, you immediately just pause and see if Monte panic or get flustered or react in any way that can be advantageous to you. I like this. ENCE are playing with such, sheer confidence in terms of the start of the round, but a really good understanding of just how to make this Monte side feel uncomfortable. And it's working.
Yeah, and I think that is part of the template that we've seen out of ENCE in some of the previous matches is the ability to kind of call these much slower rounds, and then every once in a while you get like something a little bit faster, and that in itself is so annoying to play up against. It just is. Back to the A bomb site, as they are, confident that there's not going to be any more peeks out of Monte. Monte also probably happy to say, okay, we're going to be saving this round and keep the dream alive with the AK and the AWP for the next one. Careful now. Timing could have been kind of rough there, to be honest. Miltsy is at least here to box them in, and honestly, if ENCE wanted to, they could justify losing almost every rifle to get these 3 away from Monte. That'd be worth it. Even if everyone on ENCE dies, if they can just consume the rest here, it probably is a good call for them. So I kind of get it. Like, they've already got them boxed in. See if they actually go really aggressive. And A2's coming in from that CT spawn position. This could work.
Yeah, they could. Hang on a moment. Anything at the end? Oh, A2. He just gets caught by the crowd there. Crosshair wasn't too far off. Hades and Demka are going to have one of their own at the end. So that's at least something. Molotov going to tickle the toes. Oh my god, he's going to survive, Demka. And he actually gets a kill as well. Lucky man, indeed. Oh, okay. Tac pause going to be called here by Monte. No surprises. They are really under the pressure here. They're starting to feel weirdly uncomfortable in terms of the position that they're in, and I think what we're starting to see too is where for this end side are showcasing just how much work they've actually done on this map. Yes, they haven't played it a lot, but they're looking cool, man. This is a weird but interesting kind of approach from ENCE, where it's, even in, and I say weird in the sense that, like, we've seen a couple of times now where they got a double opening kill and they don't react off the back of it. I actually kind of like that, right? A lot of teams, what the standard is if we get a double opening kill, use that, push forward, take that space, and then we'll keep, incrementally moving forward. But for ENCE, it's like, we've got 2 kills in towards mid, just wait, see what they do, see what their setup's going to look like. We know we've got the numbers, let's just play as a pack. And Monte just cannot find ways to break this down. I mean, the big thing for them, for Monte, as simple and as kind of stupid as it is to say, all they actually need is just an opening kill. That seems to be really eluding them in the bulk of these rounds.
Yeah, and to be honest as well, for ENCE, I'm sure they have dreams of playing, playing their way into more and more tournaments in the future, and not being able to play Anubis right now is a huge risk, right? It's such a played map that if you have to sort of ban it out all the time, it's, it just kind of sucks. I think in the past it used to be the thing that everyone said, like, you sort of have to in some way be able to play Inferno to some level, just because it's such a picked map that you never want to be completely trash on it. And Anubis kind of entering a little bit of a same feel for me, along with Ancient. So I'm pleasantly surprised. I think it's good for the future for ENCE to have this ability to play Anubis. We'll see how high the level is in the future, I guess. But right now, definitely they got the basics down. They've got the bomb towards the B bomb site, so an early indication of where we might end up. And there are a lot of really interesting A fakes right now that a lot of the top teams are really, I think Spirit and Eternal Fire both are really happy to do these kind of A fakes on the map, where again you pretend like you're executing, you're taking up control in the middle, and then you end up with a B split instead. Wow, well, SDY, no fakes needed, no nothing. Behind that double, they're gonna pick up the bomb and just run, because they can be pretty sure at the most there's gonna be one person over here. Damn, this is
Let's wait again, right?
I mean, it's how many? I think that's like the third or fourth round that STY gets a double kill to start the round with. Like, how do you deal with that?
It's 9-3.
10 seconds. That might be the only issue here. Is we're running a bit low on the clock. Down to 9 seconds now. There's still 2 people on the bomb side. 6 seconds left, but they've made the cross. The bomb is going to be planted here. Oh, and Potty with a bit of a flick. How have they got away with it?
What now? Hades, I don't even know why we're sticking around. Just get out. Just go back over towards A and keep on to what you've got. Monte's tack balls obviously did not a lot. STY's 9-3 though. You touched on it. He's had so many rounds of a double opener. And even then we saw it once again where it ends. You find the man advantage, 4 versus 3. You're in towards water and you just wait. Swing and a find from Hades. What a flick on towards STY. They were trying to play a bit of a 1-2-3 swing there on timing. One from the left, one from the right. And that's a nice shot to hit. And he will keep hold of the AWP. So at the very least, that's okay. That's something to work off. But still, it's ENCE 3 rounds up over Monte at a 5-2 scoreline. And I mean, already such stable foundations on this T side. Well, it feels really early in towards this map. And it is, right? But the fact of the matter is that Monte, you're actually running out of chances for this to be a competitive first half, and you actually need a competitive first half if you want a chance. Yes, this is a T-sided map, but you're still going to have some ideas in your CT side if you want to make this work. And we've already seen with how effective ENCE have been in this game at the moment that if this is what the T side is like, the CT side you can expect more of exactly the same. Really complicated and solid plays that make Monte feel super uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, also just from a mental point of view, they did get kind of clapped a little bit in the second half of Ancient, which was the first map, and you don't want to go into just losing a bunch of rounds here. Like, you need to rebuild the team a little bit, so Hades, unfortunately, in the wrong position for the minute, so it's going to be down to the pistols here, although, again, just not a full commitment. Forcing out a lot of utility from the CT side, and, they have enough to recommit either to the A-bomb side if they wanted to, but they are sneaking their way back to middle. And again, if you're ENCE, what is the purpose of rushing through the smoke if you don't have to do it? They're not going to have a lot to work with. You know that AWP is out there somewhere, so they're going to be setting up and going back to the B-bomb side once again. I think Diha is playing at the front, but we'll see how long that lasts for. When the smoke fades, he might just get peeked by Glaive, who is waiting on the other side. Yep. They are kind of ready for it. Or Diha might himself go for a bit of a... Just a grenade. Okay, I thought he might have tried to do something more. Gonna get forced out. But again, down to 35 seconds, and Hades is actually back in a decent position. Let's see if they commit to this.
Diha up close to the pistols. The AWP could get one here. Oh, yeah, body spotted. Milty down. And the issue with that is that STY was there to trade. He was just half a second late, but I think it's just Milty goes half a second too early. Molotov at least will force him off, but Hades, what a shot from him. Natu, one more as well, and a second behind it, but gives me his dualies, will get one of his own. Demka gonna get one too. This round's falling apart, and Glaive gets posted. Oh, that round was a little janky by ENCE. And the one thing that, again, just come back right to the start, that fell apart there for me, if Milty just pauses for a second and is waiting long enough for STY to trade on that shot, I think it actually probably would have been fine. But the fact that he gets dropped, no ability to trade, and then, it allows him to set up for a second, that's tough.
Yeah, and also to some extent, right, like if you're that late in the round, it worked the previous one, but if you're that late in the round and you're trying to get the run out of that dark position or the connected position, it's a bit risky, Can easily get shot down. Pushed up in the middle, nearly standing on top of each other. Surprised that could have been a team kill as well, but Gizmi will get one in return on Glaive, and steps right into Potty. He just didn't even know. It seemed like Potty must have been able to hear that, but also it didn't seem like Gizmi knew. He's just running across the map and getting headshots. So, okay. Unexpected return for Monte to come back into this first half. They're honestly doing a great job in this round, but also just a very confusing setup all across the board. Like, ENCE not ready for the mid push. And certainly, Potty was somewhere else in his mind.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Waiting. Molotov. Yeah, that'll tickle the toes. He's in trouble. He has to drop down, but he will get a kill. Beautiful work. Same can't be said for Veto. This round should be done a 1v3, which feels unwinnable for the young stand-in. Yeah,
I mean, good test of him, see if he can keep his cool. these are the kind of rounds where, especially at a top level, right? Like, even if you're probably not going to win it, you could do a lot of damage in a round like this one. He's managed to jump past Hades and chasing him down, somehow able to get the kill. What is happening? Bomb going down. Again, probably not going to be able to win it, but the difference here between Milty, you know, getting another kill in there, trying to do a little bit more damage. The bomb can't help out his team. It all counts in the end. Gizmi is going to be able to find him, but, you know, respectable work coming out nonetheless. A hard round to do anything in.
Exactly. Lots to like. I can't believe he gets away with a bomb plant here as well, just because Hades gets caught, but you take the silver linings, I think, is probably the way to go about it. For Monte. One round game, but with money to spare for ENCE, sure, especially with that bomb plant, it obviously always helps. You just need to be careful, though. Do not allow for Monte to start scaling back into games. We saw them do it in the first half and how good it could be. Monte are going to at their best when they get a few rounds in a row. Momentum and snowballing starts to play a real factor for them. So yeah, tough predicament here. Lay down. Gizmi. Try and play in towards mid. We've got aggressive play. What a shot. What a shot, but Dia's got two.
Yeah, somehow not able to punish Dia just yet. Now it's Glaive trying to step up here. Grenade, just in case anyone else is back there. And in spite of the flashbang, he's able to get the kill. Demka, though, at the very same time, is going to be taking down A2. So we're still back in a 2 versus 3. And look at the push coming out of the A-bomb side. I actually like this from Monte. This is a good attempt to try and establish a little bit of confidence and also stop ENCE from just dictating the whole round here. SDOI shot at the back. He was not ready for the aggressive push, and Glaive would have to try and go for an ace clutch to try and pick up this round. Unlikely as it is, we'll see if he's going to be able to. Might get one of the first kills for free if they keep pushing. Oh, they're just waiting for him. Nicely done. I think Monte is showing some real promise in this kind of a round. I mean, obviously, the fight outside of the B-bomb side, you could say ENCE probably should have won that, to be honest. But after that, it's a fine job pushing aggressively. Yeah, well played. Honestly, by DA, does a solid job. And the fact that he stays alive for as long as he does, it just keeps Glaive's attention drawn away from the other parts of the map that they were actually trying to take. 5 all. Monte keeping something alive here. I said you have to build up a bit of a stable CT side to have a chance in this map, and they're doing exactly that. It might get even better. Hades looking for more. Will get it. Double scoped in as well to catch Potty. There might be a third heat. I think he did spot an A2 earlier. Now he will. Potty on scopes at the worst time. Thankfully, it doesn't cost him his life. And Ryu will step in to find that frag. This low buy has been put to rest. Nice and easily. Monte going to guarantee the bare minimum a tie at this half. That's a great recovery. We'll see. Again in the spotlight. Might as well try and make something of it here. Nobody's expecting you to win this round or even do a lot more damage, but, you know, you're getting a chance to flex the mechanics, and that's always fun, too, when the pressure is off. Rio, though, is going to cancel the party with a wide swing. Hades at 12 kills right now, but Gizmi and Ryu have had some pretty good rounds, some important rounds here in the last couple, so honestly, we're going to round number 12, and Monte's already got way more rounds than I was expecting, so I'm pretty impressed. I don't know how they've done it, but I gotta say also, it feels like ENCE have had a couple of slip-ups that, you know, just as we were getting ready to praise them, saying, okay, they're doing great work on the T side, it's looking pretty good, but might have to retract some of those statements.
Yeah, ENCE, you know, if they get 6 rounds, it's alright. If you stay on only 5 on the T side, that might actually not be enough. First fight is good. Second should be as well, as Milty will catch Hades trying to retreat from that double-stacked area. It's a good spot for them. Gizmi gets 1, but it's only 1. It's not enough. This should be a 6 here. Ryu shouldn't last long. If those two orders them get a 1 versus 3, I can't see a world in which he makes this one stick. They also know he's the A anchor as well, so they know he has to have a long rotate.
Yeah, and they're actually flanking him as well. Once again, they've kind of slowed down the game. They're waiting for him to make any kind of a move, while Potty's getting closer to ending the round in a pretty easy fashion. There's the headshot. It's going to be a 6-6 tied half at the end of it. And you know what? I mean, we saw some good stuff out of ENCE, but honestly, I think there is a world in which they get up to a closer, like an 8-4 kind of scoreline here with just a little bit of adjustment. But credit to Monte again for, you know, having a slow start, but kind of making a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I got to say, this pistol round is so important. Not just because of it being 6-all, but actually just for ENCE's confidence, because they lost a lot of it with how that tail end of that first half has gone, and you're now heading onto the CT side, which is generally a little bit more awkward. If you can't find a pistol here, you start to get into a position where Monte can once again just kickstart this T side, spiral, get the money going, get everything started to kind of, you know, flare up into place. And at that point, things become really, really janky. So I'm a little worried, to say the least.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. For Monte, if they can win it, you're right. Big boost of confidence. Glaive just... Oh!
Okay.
Getting caught. The idea was there, but it doesn't work in practice. He got slowed down, and the Molotov is there to keep anyone at bay, and presumably they even steal the... Did he throw the smoke at all? I think they can steal it, can't they? It might have been the smoke they threw for heaven. Either way, SDY trying to pull a bit of a miraculous comeback into the round. It's been shut down already. Stemka will land a headshot, and Poddy, the only one left in a 1 versus 4, and he is going to get the exact same treatment. So, bit of a shame. You sort of, I mean, you can see what the idea is, but a little bit of panic perhaps, and never able to throw that smoke.
Yeah, that's it. It's now a tough spot. We are looking at where it is, you know, Monte riling themselves up. They're really going at the moment, and it's a great pistol take. And they, again, you kind of broken this curse a little bit about slow starts into maps and into halves, and already ENCE reeling a little bit. So maybe come back to what Trav did touch on the desk, saying about how they haven't played this for a while, and it feels like it's showing. Despite the early signs looking good, when you zoom out a little bit, the more macro sense isn't as positive. Low buy for ENCE here. Not expecting a lot. A constellation kill or two would be nice. Picking up a gun would be lovely, but again, it just feels unlikely.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the case, should it? We do have a Zeus, and that's always exciting, except for the fact that the peak is a little bit... Yeah, the range is too far. It's a shame. We all love a good Zeus kill, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, again, like Monte, they're pushing us... Kind of pushing us onto a third map, to be honest. It's going to be Mirage if we get there, but honestly, it feels like it could be likely at the moment because they're on the more favored side. Like you said, their confidence is kind of building up here. SDY getting his double kill for the round. He's been playing a pretty good game, but unfortunately, he's a little bit alone in that. Like, if you look at the scoreboard over there, Milty, who's the stand-in, is kind of the second on the board. That's not good enough, man. We need an A2 up there.
Oh, yeah, we do. We need more from him. A2 struggling. I mean, Poddy's not exactly looking great either. When you look at it, it is slightly the SDY show right now, and I said it's good when you get SDY online and doing well and stuff, but the issue is that he's the only one doing anything. At least when, you know, SDY is having his form and having his great performances, he has a couple of the players who are near enough that they can have their impacts too. He's 13-11. Everybody else is negative, bar Milty being obviously just neutral.
Hades watching for some of that A aggression. You kind of got to, because there are some teams that are really proficient at it. Don't know yet if ENCE is going to be one of them, but they do have 3 people there, so it would make sense to not just hang around, but try to push a little bit, and they almost were. They were having a conversation at the very least, and it's rudely interrupted by Hades showing up with an AK. They were having a little bit of a team meeting in there, and it's hard to have a meeting with the AK shooting at you at the same time. Pretty disruptive presence. Going to be Milty left alone.
I think we're going map 3 here. ENCE look like they're completely falling apart. Obviously, their money is being a little weird. They're going for this sort of double MP9 buy, which I actually don't mind. This is something that Furia do quite a bit, but still, it's not worked out for them. I mean, Hades and Ryu are low, but I'm not saying that Milty's a contender in this round. This will be such a difficult 1v3 to pull off. He's got 1 smoke to work with, no kit. At least he has armor. But constellation kills will actually go a long, long way. He's smoking towards heaven, so that should keep... Oh, never mind. I missed.
Well then, if he had a kit, it would be, one of those funny rounds that definitely can happen on the map. The A-bomb site, somewhat overlooked for ninja diffusers sometimes. It's more doable than people seem to think. We've seen a couple of them at the very top level, but a lot of the times people kind of just forget about it, and they rotate away as the bomb is about to go up, and people can just drop from heaven and sometimes go for that defuse. Yeah, smoke's a bit awkward, but you know, it is what it is. I like if he looks at it. He's like, all right, what's going on there? But yeah, third map. I guess we have to. It is the semi-final after all, so I don't really mind it. You know, let's get everybody tested here.
Yeah. We said we wanted that Mirage, that map 3, and it's very much looking like we're going to get it. And how things are panning out. And 4 SDY wants to play it close. Pop flash to let him fight if he wants to in towards mid, but no one really there to face. It is late. Gizzy swings off the back of the second flash, and as of course it doesn't catch him, SDY is caught in no man's land. Easy opener for Monte. I said earlier, if Monte just get an opening kill, it makes their life so much easier, and that's what they've been doing round upon round.
Yeah, even if Kissimmee drops low, it's still absolutely worth it here. Grenades traded back and forth, and really just Potty taking a fair bit of damage. Open up in the smoke, and it is a bit of a classic maneuver. It's going to be another push towards the A-bomb site, and we've got Potty here. Ready to take down the first player, but he will get dropped afterwards and need to. It's a bit of a quiet performance from him. He can't quite make it up here. It's a good early kill onto Demka, but again, the coordination there between Monte, just ready to go and trade the kill out. And that's all you need sometimes, and a clean headshot to pretty much seal the round. Miltsy, don't see how he could do a lot here. The Molotov might force the fight, but again, he's sandwiched in. Flashbang on the one side. He pretty much has to pull a miracle here, pretending that smoke was a flashbang, and it actually works. Hades did turn around for it. Now he's going to go and try and see if he can find the bomb again. It's a 10-second defuse. There's the bomb finally. I feel like this is almost run out already, and Diha smartly jumping just to force him off in case he was defusing, and ice cold gets the kill. Diha's got some experience himself, and it's another round for Monte.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work. Yeah, both kills there are really, really clean, actually, when you look at it. The first one in towards mid that he got just on the edge of that box before he goes in towards the site, super nice. So, again, ENCE faltering. And these fine margin sort of 1v1s, 1vx's that have been lost right at the tail end, they do have that knock-on effect towards the economy. This is what we're getting right now. 10-6. Is this recoverable? I don't think so. That's definitely not going to help.
Just that it's just been a real energy switch, hasn't there? Monte went from kind of a miserable start to the first half, but now they do look a lot better, and it's honestly, they look like they've been let loose. Hades is up to 20 kills, but he's got, you know, Gizmi and Diha somewhere in the middle of the field, and Ryu doing a little bit of work. Demka, weirdly enough, is the one player that we're still lacking. He's typically the most reliable player on this team, so if he gets fired up as well, ENCE are going to get crushed, and any chance of a comeback here is probably zero. This round, definitely done. Even if they swing to kill Demka here, it's going to give away the fact that they're all on the side of the map, and the bomb's going to get planted on B. So there's really no way out of this one, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure, and Demka in an incredibly deep position. He's going to hear them already. Okay, a little bit of an awkward fight, but like I said, again, it's going to confirm pretty much that that they can go to that B-bomb site.
P9 and AK, 2 versus 4. It's about to be 11, isn't it? Gives me Potty lurking around that corner, but he's going to get out in time, so can't even really punish. The only issue with this angle by Gizmi is that his left shoulder does show, so Potty would have that advantage, but he's also got range on MP9, which isn't as much of an advantage these days, especially because of that crouching nerf. Well, it doesn't matter. I think he's going to save anyway. Keep hold of the AK-47. 11 rounds for Monte. What a showing. A flawless T-side thus far. ENCE. What has happened to them? I wouldn't mind a pause, but at this point, will even make a difference. Gives me tap, and he's hoping to try and bait them in towards Ryu. I don't know if it will work. Potty felt tempted for a moment. Thankfully, he doesn't go for it. There's 11. Another amount of chances. I think this one's done.
It feels like it. I mean, you bring up the pause. That's an interesting conversation, right? Because that might be something that you almost sort of want to see out of ENCE, even if they don't have a lot more ideas. But just as like a routine kind of thing. It's like, hey guys, we're slipping up a little bit. We're losing control of the game. Let's make sure it doesn't just end up with, you know, like losing 10 rounds in a row and then just third map it is, you know? Makes it feel like at least you have a chance to have a bit more of a say. But yeah, man, this is we can only say it in so many ways. ENCE, they're missing. They're on the back of a milk carton somewhere. Like, what's happening? 11-6. Round number 18. Flash in there just to put a bit of pressure on. Again, pretty common setup. Playing sort of 2A. Delayed on that classic grenade. It does actually... does hit Gizmiel a little bit. Here we go. Execute straight in there. Miltzy's dead, and Glaive is not going to be following long after him. He's got the M4 in position, but they should be able to run him down, and they will eventually. No reason to wait to get that kill on Glaive, because the backup is going to arrive, and unfortunately for ENCE, it's a little bit too late.
Yeah. It just feels like it's not going to make a difference. And again, we've probably just got to call for this really uncomfortable save, which has just been round upon round now. It's, you know, lose the opening couple of fights and just have to call for a save and have no chance in this. 12-6. What a showing from Monte. If they go flawless on the C side, that's going to instill a lot of confidence in us heading in towards Mirage, that there might be a chance of them finding their way in towards the finals. That in itself would be huge. Considering where we've seen them, you know, have their very much their down period, especially with that map number 1. Not bad. The hunt's good by SDY, a couple of extra frags, but it just doesn't phase Monte at all. They don't care. They've got map points. They're going, you know, on trend to go to this map number 3. They've got so much money to work with. Who cares about that hunt at the end?
Yeah, definitely not interested, right? They're going to be absolutely fine with how this is played out. This is something else. 12-6. A timeout called finally. Feels like it might be too little too late. You kind of wish this timeout had happened like 6 rounds ago for a chance to sort of talk things through. It does, again, make you wonder, like we talked about it going into the game. What is the state of Anubis for ENCE? Haven't played it this year. Like, what are we expecting? And the question sort of... I mean, maybe that question is being partly answered now. That they had something on the T side, but maybe it wasn't that deep. And the CT side seems very uncomfortable for them. It could also be the stand-in situation that kind of adds to the mix here, but still.
Tough one, though. I mean, I don't even know what you talk about, really. If you are ENCE and just say, you know, this has not worked out for us, kind of GG go next type vibe. I mean, it's a tough spot, without a doubt. But again, you have to give credit where it's due. This is a side who have been playing really, really well, Monte, especially off the back of a bit of a slowish period in that first half. I mean, the fact that they were able to change so many together, we were already kind of ringing the alarm bell saying this is a little worrying. And so we know now in hindsight that it has been. One herd at the very least in towards main. And know there's water control taken by Monte. And to like this, they want to reaggress, but Hades is posted, he's holding.
Yeah, classic position. Maybe a little bit closer with the AWP, but we'll see if he can get some more backup in there. Ryu is right next to him, so that's kind of good to see. 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Glaive, you'd love to find a bit of information. Kill would be nice too, but just again, having anything on the CT side is sometimes the problem when you're playing this map, is you just don't know what's happening. As soon as they see something, they fall back, and that's very sensible. You can't necessarily wide swing that unless you've got a lot of flashbangs coming over the wall. 50 seconds now. Demker is selling the idea that it could be more of an A push, and unfortunately they go back to the well for a second time, and Diha was ready to shut that down, and it looks like it's going to be another B finish here. And honestly, if Diha gets this kill, there might not even be much of a defense. There's just one player left with the FAMAS.
Yeah, standard as well, Milton. Best of luck here. He gets swung and deleted. Ryu, much better performance from him in towards map number 2, and well, obviously impacts being found, but you know, sort of everyone's having their moment. Hades 21-6 as well, and that is game set. Bomb goes down, and well, SDY and Easy, what do you even do there? Surely we're not saving, right, guys? You know, it is far around. You may as well give it a go, but I guess maybe the stats and the KD mean more. It is a non-existent round. They're going to have a look in regardless. Demka will get caught, but, I mean, they know as much as we know there is just no chance here. You can go for a couple of frags and go for a couple of stats, but it will not make a difference. Down goes A2, and down goes SDY. What a map from Monte. What a response as well after a, you know, less than adequate map number 1 to turn it on its head in that sort of a fashion with an even more dominant performance on your own map pick. I like what I saw, Anders.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. I've got to be honest. Monte just again losing a lot of rounds on Ancient, going into a third map and then or second map, kind of losing a lot of rounds there, but then coming back into it and just looked like it was nothing. So good, strong mental for them. Third map's going to be exciting.
Yeah, exactly that. This is the perfect time. As you can see him on your screen, we can let Trav kind of break this all down for us, what he's just seen, because it's a hard one to sort of wrap your head around.
Yeah, this is strange. This is strange. This is like, for me, it's an ENCE performance that I've unfortunately seen a bit too often in these certain scenarios. Like, they do disappear. And I know, again, I've got to preface it by saying Miltzy's playing, Kaspersky's not playing. That's a get out of jail free card, I guess you could say, as an excuse for them in this game. But Miltzy played all right. It was actually the others, of course, that were a bit more of the problem individually. It was a super clean start. Their T-sides were looking very solid. But when you start on T-side as solid as they did and feel comfortable at, what was it, 4 or 5-0, sometimes you can be lulled into a false sense of security. And at the end of the half, Monte would have been absolutely delighted with the 6-6. I mean, they changed it up at the sort of end of the first half with that CT aggression. You can't play Anubis in the modern meta without being aggressive on CT side. And that caught ENCE off a number of times toward the end of the half, and it actually pulled them back into the game very comfortably. And then the CT side was non-existent for ENCE, man. They had, talking about CT aggression, they had nothing in terms of CT aggression at all. I mean, any plan they put into place was very disengaged with their teammates. It felt like it was either solo pushes, it was either just gamble plays that didn't have any thought process behind them. It was very, very underwhelming and disappointing as well. And, listen, SDY, he's always been an excellent Anubis player, but he didn't have much help. I mean, if Natu isn't multi-fragging every single round, there was probably no chance they even get around on the board there. Like, there isn't much firepower if you've got, Glaive, who you shouldn't have to rely on. Poddy, who it was hard for him to get into that game whatsoever. It was pretty much only SDY, and that is a concern, especially for the next map. But next map, obviously, as a decider, is Mirage. And it's another map that ENCE haven't played this year yet, which maybe if we're going along the same pattern would be slightly concerning. If we want to look at those results from last year, they did play against a different Monte lineup. They beat them, but the most recent one was against Spirit Academy, and they lost 13-11. Maybe that's an okay result, considering we know what Spirit Academy can do. But again, if you look at Monte, they've already got 7 reps this year. They played 9 Pandas, Iberian Soul, which is, of course, ex-Movistar Koi, Copenhagen Wolves. They lost a few in a row to the likes of Fireflux, Sinners, and Cybershoke. But those first 3 I mentioned have all been victories, and they've been pretty solid as well, and they're all, obviously, within the last couple of days. So they have the reps in 2025. ENCE do not. That, we know that Monte did not like Ancient. They kind of haven't for a very long time. Hades has always said he absolutely despises that map. And ENCE took advantage of it, and that's a map where they have actually played this year and look very good on. The other 2 has been, second one obviously Anubis, that's obviously been the opposite. I'm hoping the third isn't the opposite as well, and we actually get a bit more of a competition, because nothing on CT side at all there is a worry when, if you have only one individual step up, you're never going to make a game out of it, right? So it's going to be fascinating to see how map 3 goes, of course. This is the first semi-final. Second semi-final will be coming up after this one, of course, with Paravision versus Sinners. And the final will be on later on this evening to find another winner in the CCT. So, important for ENCE to bounce back, but Monte will be feeling good about that one. Some of the old Anubis from the Demka, Diha, Hades core that used to be super impressive. And we'll see if they can keep that up on Mirage after the break.
just wanted to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
It was a poor performance from ENCE on map 2, and I'm afraid the news doesn't get much better. Of unfortunate situation we've got in front of ourselves here. Poddy's internet has gone, and that means they're playing with NKJ, their coach. And Neo, I'm going to set you up for one-word answer to this one.
Go on.
NKJ has played 3 officials as a player in 5 years, and both of them are for orgs that don't exist anymore.
Maybe it's the trend. He's going to play now, and he's just going to completely nuke ENCE. They're just going to be like a dead org.
Oh God,
now.
don't.
What was it? Entropic and who was the other one?
Sprout,
yeah. That doesn't sow the seeds of happiness here, I guess. But honestly, it's a really tough situation. Obviously, Poddy has some sort of internet issue. It's rough, but what can you do? I'm hoping they can just sort of slot him in as just like a rifler somewhere. They don't even need an AWP, right? It's Mirage. You can play Mirage as just riflers. Play like an FBL pug.
No, listen, right, Glaive even picked up the AWP at one point in his Astralis career, right? Like, there are players on the team who can do it, but I'll have to see how it goes. Tough situation, guys. I'm afraid that's where we're at, but we're going to drop you into the game now, and hopefully ENCE at least put up a decent show.
Wow. Okay. It's been a day of surprises, hasn't it? Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Again, appreciate you keeping us company and having a good time as much as we can here. Hopefully the issues are behind us. We have another 2 best-of-3s after this to get through. So we appreciate your patience. Try and stay sane in the Twitch chat as much as you can in that place. It's a hard ask. I'm asking a lot of you guys, but let's go. It's Monte now on the CT side, ENCE on the T side, and we've got NKJ shooting up once again to play Counter-Strike. I casted this guy a real long time ago, but, now he's back playing on the server due to some unfortunate wiring issues. So Dihar's going to put down a defensive smoke to try and only be able to sort of hold one angle in that. And actually, Hades shows up for a quick little deletion. It's going to be SDY to drop next. And suddenly it's a 2-on-3 trying to stop the bomb plants. Didn't quite do that, but, we'll get the job done anyway here. It's a 1 versus 4 for Miltzy, who is actually also a stand-in. Hades with a quad kill and a pistol. Let's go.
Yeah, double standing is a rough position for ENCE to be in, actually, when you think about it. Not only Kaspersky not playing, but of course now Poddy not as well. Not where you want to be. A lot of heavy lifting got to be done by that rifling core left around them, that an A2 SDY and Glaive. And this is actually where this game becomes very loose for ENCE. Obviously, we could talk about Glaive and his calling style and this, that, and the other, but basically you've actually kind of, as much as I joked about it, got to play it a bit like a pug, right? You've kind of just got to say, right, you guys have just got to play where you feel comfortable, play in the spots that you think you can succeed in, and let's just hope that we can kind of drag this across the line in a little bit of a scrappy, unorthodox fashion, let's call it. It's going to be weird. It's going to be wild. I'm not too sure what to expect basically at all, but let's take a look and see. Milty's going to pick up a Galil. We've got SDY into an AK, Double Eagle, and a Mac 10. It's a strange spot. It looks like NKJ is just being sent into the gauntlet, that's B.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree with you. I think holding on to a lot of strats, like when you're playing with, you know, two different stand-ins, one your coach, one academy player. It's probably going to be a bit rough, you know, but yeah, well, let's see. Give them the benefit of the doubt, see if they can find a way. I guess it is Mirage at the very least. At least the third map isn't Nuke, so there might be a way to do it. They're on the bomb side at the very least, and trying to get the bomb. NKJ hanging out in T-spawn for the minute. It's Milty to get the first kill, taking down Diha. And so far, so good. Retake here should be possible for Monte, but they've got to be very careful. They do have a lot of equipment, and Gizmias, he just picked up a kit just as there was mentioned, no kit, but he did just step onto one, so there is still a way to do this. He's got the smoke as well. The retake's looking very good at the moment. SDY out in the middle of nowhere, and they've got the coach left in a 1 versus 2. Smoke, where is it? No one's throwing it yet. They're going to be straight on that defuse. Hades, yep, he's got the kit. He runs there. It's a bit scary, but I think they have just enough time for it. So, yeah, good job.
Yeah, Monte, survive a little scare. I mean, honestly, getting the bomb out of that's not bad at all. It means you can go for a similar-ish buy back in. So I guess you're not too upset for the most part if they're going to go for that sort of buy. I saw Glaive into us naked. There you go, dropped over towards Miltsy. So yeah, we're going to go for a similar style of buy. But this time actually probably have a little bit more firepower to work with. NKJ for him, just a Tech 9. I think this might be a bit of a reoccurring thing where NKJ just takes the brunt of the lower buys. I mean, would sort of expect that when you are the coach. I don't even know how much time, you know, reps he really has in the server, so not too sure what to expect. I'm hoping he's been at least having a couple of death matches, or maybe in that 10-minute break while Poddy's internet was being a little funky, he was thinking, I might be needed here, I might actually be required to warm up, so hit the aimbots or whatnot. Smoke lands on the window, weirdly enough, because it bounces off the body there of Glaive. Well, they won't make a difference with D here. He gets one Glaive, beautiful little pop flash to open up towards the site.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting. Seemed like it could have created a space for somebody to play around, but at the end of the day, they need to jump in Mac 10 and get the job done. Miltsy, he has a long spray, and it's a lot of damage. Remember, he is low, not low enough to burn from one tick of that Molotov, so somehow stays alive. The HE is surely coming for him. Yeah, it's going to be blowing him up. The bomb, though, at the same time, is being planted on the other side, so bad news for Monte, as they have to kind of run across the map. Again, they do have the kits, but yeah, Hades picking up an AK, that makes so much sense. Swap that out, give Demka the AWP. It's a nice little in-rotation move that they're doing here, just to make sure that they've got the best man for the job. The Glaive is going to be here, nearly lining them up. It's a lot of damage. And see what he can do with the Mac 10. If he can clutch this round, it's pretty big news. And already so much time off the clock here. Hades, he's setting up. He knows Glaive is going to want to peek him, but he's already getting the defuse in, and just ice cold.
The beautiful thing about that AWP, you can, you know, tap on towards the bomb scope in, and it will at least make you doubt, is he actually on it, or is he holding for the fight? And Glaive thought he was kind of, you know, 200 IQ there, but it was more like 2. He just stuck and hold in the open. Simple stuff. Monte, the one thing you guess you're asking for them is just making sure this bomb doesn't go down as much as it is, because it does just keep the ENCE economy alive a bit, but I guess for the most part, Monte don't care, right? You're winning the rounds, and you're building up a little bit of a CT side. That's all that matters. Sure, you can deny that and put a bit of pressure on, but I don't think Monte's too upset. Hence why ENCE are the ones to call for a pause. We're going to see their first tack, and hey, the good thing about this is that they have both the voices who can enter, you know, into the conversation regardless of attack. If they take a, what we like to call the existence timeout, when you have just pistols and you sit and spawn for a bit, perfect. NKJ's in the server.
Yeah, that's a good point. At least you've got the coach right there, but obviously it's yeah, it's a rough day. Don't know what the internet issues are about. You know, Finland. I associate Finland and Sweden with Norway, for that matter, with good internet. But I guess it depends on where you are. I guess if you're far away from a bigger city, maybe it could still be a problem. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we're back into it here. Round number 4. Monte, some pretty tough rounds. Some down to some close, you know, 1v1s, 2v2s there. But they're winning them early on, and I guess that's what matters.
Spam coming through, nothing to be found thus far. Damage dealt towards SDY, sure, as Monte are sort of happy in their setups. We've got underpass control as they're scaling up in towards mid, but Monte aren't really fighting for this. I don't mind it too much. I wonder what the plan is for Gizmi. This is a bold play if he wants to fight in towards mid here. But it'll work. That timing was excellent, SDY, just as he had Yuto in hand.
Yeah, doesn't get any better. Shutting down a player like STY early on, like we saw what he could do at least at the beginning of Anubis, where he just got getting double kill after double kill to open the rounds with. So get him out of the round early, send him packing, and maybe it's going to be a little bit easier for Monte here. Even though they're winning the rounds, obviously they don't have a lot of economy, so it's going to be important for them to start to build that. Also, just, you know, it's only 4 kills for now for Demka, but oh, Veto, that's pure artwork, isn't it? All right. I was going to say, Demka was not playing that well on the second map. Be sick to see him back and doing more.
Okay. As he gets one, Demka should get one of his own. He actually dances between 2 different fights here. There's a bit of pressure coming out of Khan. Veto swinging a fine. Nice shot, but Diha shuts down A.
Yeah, you could see, like, you could see all the different potential tricks being thrown in, like the difference between the jiggle peek or the wide swing, which Veto ended up doing. And those, ooh, okay. Those wide swings are, you know, they're really hard to stop, especially because he's holding that with an M4, right? So even if he gets the dink, he's probably, or could still lose the fight there. So pretty tough stuff. And at the end of it, it'll be Monte to win the round. But again, down to a couple of players.
Making it close, which for ENCE might give them some confidence to work with, but I don't think it should, in the sense that it's just every time there is a 1vx or a 2vx, there is a very simple shutdown by Monte. 4-0 start. I mean, they're just not feeling under too much pressure. I know ENCE getting close to the sites, but not getting really close to rounds. Flash comes over, Demka playing in this open angle that's become very popular these days until the CS2. I'm playing it around a smoke, which actually might make it a little bit stronger, and it will. He'll get the first, and he gets out.
Does cost him a fair bit of health. Hades as well, but Skizzy in the middle. Just as the smoke was about to pop in front of him, he's able to sneak in a kill. Still, pretty winnable round here for ENCE. The bomb, though, is all the way back in T-spawn, which, as of yet, is not a problem. And it looks like our coach is... You know, if anyone was going to notice the bomb, it was going to be the coach, wasn't it? So picking it up, typically, you know, you drop the bomb back there, it's not a big deal. But there are some games where, you know, suddenly everyone's like, I thought you had the bomb, but I thought you had the bomb. And suddenly it's all out chaos. So good to see it doesn't happen. Unfortunately for Glaive, he didn't have the health. He's dead. And it's down to Veto and NKJ.
Oh, well. What do we actually even do here? NKJ, you know, we weren't too sure what to expect from him in the server. We haven't got a lot just yet. The spamming. No one tucks in towards that wall. He does it the right idea, though. And, of course, they're the right idea, because we've always seen Demka push all the way through that spawn. Raps coming over. First window player. Hold on to NKJ as well, and Gizmi actually going to get both in the end. They just set themselves up on a platter for him. Unfortunately, Anders, from the early signs of what I've seen so far, I think this might just be a bit of a non-existent map, and it's unfortunately just out of the control of ENCE. You know, you've got one stand-in because, you know, a player can't play, and then another one who mid-series loses internet. I mean, what can you do, really, if you are ENCE? It's such a tough thing for them, but you've got to deal with the cards that are in front of you, but it's still brutal nonetheless.
Yeah, there's probably no way for us to really make this look any prettier than we can, right? Like, we just have to all live with it. So, you know, just sit back, hopefully enjoy some good kills, watch a bit of Counter-Strike. There are more matches coming up in the day. Diha getting run down. Tech9 rush to the B-bomb site is actually a pretty sensible call. When you've got the pieces on the board that you've got at the moment, you might as well give it a try here. Gizmi, I like the jump out. Oh, I like the spray as well. It actually did work out in the end. So back into a 2v3. They have recovered an M4 here on SDY, and Veto dead and out, but SDY killer instinct goes straight for that one. And now they know where Demka is coming from, so just don't fight him, and this round should be theirs.
Should be. One spot towards bench. Where is the other one? Glaive just not peeking yet at all. He's flying around these corners, and Glaive is ring around the roses here. This is so well done. Glaive just buying time. Spotted one, pistol pulled out as well. He's running low. Oh my god, he had the chance at the 180 there, but it's not to be. Bomb goes off, and ENCE finally get a round. That's what we needed to see. Bit of success coming through from them, and maybe just start chaining a couple of rounds together. Just give something to work with on this T side. We might have a chance to to build upon something. Like we said, we're not having high expectations at all with 2 stand-ins, especially with your coach playing, but make it competitive, show off a few little set strats, and, you know, use this as official practice in any way you can. So, by coming back in for Monte, but it's not exactly healthy despite winning 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that was maybe the big thing to take into account, is just the money on the CT side. Landing that mid-window smoke, which, you know, after the jump binds have been taken out of the game, you see them, even at high-level games, like, all the time people miss that smoke. It's crazy. I was watching some of the Katowice games yesterday, and there were quite a few missed smokes towards the window that I noticed. Gotta be careful about that. Obviously, you can... In some ways, it's a bit basic smoke to throw, but, you know, depending on how much of a hurry you're in or whatever, you can still fail it, and can cost you a couple of rounds. So, ENCE doing a fine job. Unfortunately, they're not getting the kills that they need to sustain what they have here. 2 AKs, the AWP on SDY, and I guess we'll see how they can progress forward. They are bringing the bomb in the middle. Rio, they're in a nice position. Natu is coming for him. He should be dead, but the angle is just a bit better. You could see Natu is setting himself up to swing and peek into the window. Not that close.
A shot from SDY. He's picked up the AWP in Poddy's absence. So we saw a couple of times at the Lisa Masters Espo LAN, right, where SDY would pick up the AWP, but he didn't look too bad with it. But it's a different position when it's, you know, kind of like, you know, secondary AWPing, picking up when you need to. You're actually primary AWPing. Demka knows where he is. Oh, he's a knife him. Of course he is. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. Now from the back, that is just summing things up. A little chuckle as well for Demka.
Why not?
It's him and SDY, of course. They go way back. So 6 on the board for Monte. It's such an unfortunate spot for ENCE because there's no real, you know, narratives that we can build or conversations that we can have talking about how you get into this if you ENCE. It's such a mammoth task up against you. I don't know, it just feels like it's just nothing's really going to happen here, and it feels like we're just biding time until Monte inevitably win the map, and that's the unfortunate situation. ENCE haven't given us anything to really make us change that belief, plus we know the situation that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll give them, if they find a way to turn it around and do a little bit more, obviously we're going to be excited for that, but until that happens, just not really possible. A nice shot. Natu, we could be satisfied with Deagle kills. That's always a good time. Gizmi, though, is a very fortunate. I think the second player almost crouching into that spray pattern, and it's going to work out just fine for him. 4 kills at the end. So, you know, British Counter-Strike's getting a chance to shine. I know that makes you happy now.
Yeah, I'm a Gizmi supporter. I'm a UK Counter-Strike supporter, but yeah, he actually is, he's a talented player. You know, we've seen a lot of good games out from Gizmi, and I think actually as well, you know, that previous map, for example, first of all, just before I get onto it, I don't know how much Poddy's internet was maybe playing up a little bit into that previous map, but regardless of whether it was or not, it wasn't, you know, the whole team of ENCE fell apart there. I think Gizmi called really well. It was quite simple, but it was super effective calls being made like that from Hades. Molotov goes deep, so Natu tries to play in behind it, and Hades is ready for that fight. He's given a lot of freedom, and you can also see as well for Hades in particular, when Hades was IGLing, he had a lot more things to worry about and think about. I think that obviously naturally affected his individual performance, and now that, you know, he doesn't have the reins anymore and he's just required to do that one simple job, or quote-unquote simple job of AWPing, you can see just how much better and how much more effective he looks. That time, though, gets caught off guard. Glaive picking up the AWP here, as Trav sort of brought up. He AWPed a couple of times, tail end of Astralis. Need a big performance from him here. Ships in the night. They're walking into each other.
Yeah. And you bump into someone like that, and you kind of realize, okay, I'm not actually moving forward even though I should be. That is suspicious. Oh, he misses that shot by a couple of inches, and unfortunately, that's going to get him killed. But still, a 2 versus 3, 50 seconds. SDY pretending to run back down there, hoping that someone's going to hear the footsteps, and then he returns to see if anyone's taking the bait. It's NKJ on the other side, just creeping up there with the bomb, but obviously it's going to be SDY doing a lot of the work here. Not sure what that was about. Looked like he just walked in there to take a deep breath. That's a bit concerning, I'm not going to lie.
It is. Look at this. I like that play. Deep molly. you know, if they're going to go in front of it, it actually sort of works in their favor even still because Hades is there ready for it regardless. This is a awful spot for ENCE to be in. You got to feel bad for them. I can't even actually critique them. I know things obviously aren't going well, but, you know, it's just completely out of their hands. I don't know. I'm not 100% too sure what the rule sets are, whether if Poddy's internet came back, whether you can make like a mid-map change. I don't actually know if that. I'm going to assume that's not allowed, but...
Yeah, that is a good question. But I mean, either way, obviously, is very difficult, even if you want to come back to kind of like find that level of focus and say, okay,
Yes,
guys, we're back. Like, let's go. You know, you're gonna feel like, okay, this is a tough situation. But yeah, all we can do is kind of wait and see. Obviously, it's unfortunate, but for ENCE, you know, there's no way forward but to just try and sort of crack on and see if they can. It would be sick. I mean, I guess the way to get out of this really would be if you thought that STY and NATO are going to be so strong that they can kind of like, you know, do enough entries, like, you know, really find that super ultra pug mode and just kind of run in there and shoot people. But ultimately, you know, I feel like Monte, even though we have been talking up STY and NATO, they shouldn't be strong enough to just overpower the entire team.
Exactly. Well, it's a technical pause, which, you know, worries us a little bit. We had a relatively long one earlier, but...
Especially with STY, like, the way that he stood still in that last round, like, it sort of looked like he was maybe not disconnected, but something was going on, you know?
Yeah.
If we keep dropping players, I'll come play for ENCE. To hell
Yeah,
with it,
man.
you know?
I can't lie. I've been crisp in my recent MMs. I've been going, you know, like, I've been dropping some decent kills, like, you know, going like 16 and 18. I'm ready for tier 1. I'm ready. I'm so ready to step up. He got out of his chair. Get back up, mate. Sub me in. I can do both. I reckon currently with this ENCE game, I reckon I could play for Monte and cast this game. No comms. I'll just sit in there and just play it like I do sometimes in my pugs. You could berate me. I'm turning the mic off. I don't care. Headphones off sometimes as well. So I reckon I could do a little job.
That's what I mean, like...
I reckon, okay, no offense. I reckon I could do better than NKJ. I'm going to throw it out there. I'm getting 1 kill. I'm baiting the shit out of my team. And I'm getting that kill. I don't give a damn.
That is the way to do it for sure. Like,
I'm sitting in the corner, auto shotgun. I'm letting someone die for the cause. And I'm getting my kill.
I like that. I think that's the way to go about it. Obviously, yeah, it's an underappreciated idea. You know, casting and playing at the same time. It could be pretty sick. Might also be, you know, slightly difficult, but you know, better than what's going on now at any rate. NATO is going to be the next victim. Hades has a very nice flick. I don't know really how he hit that. Seemed like an awkward time to find another scope, but he got the job done. And we are staring down the barrel of a 9-1 lead for Monte. As
Yeah,
the game is kind of, I guess, you know, it's progressing like you would expect. And, I mean, also for Monte, it's probably good news. It should be the case that they should be able to win this kind of a game in an easy fashion. I guess if they had to struggle a lot, maybe you'd be a little bit more nervous. You would say, wait a minute, this is a bit weird, you know?
it is. Nice shots here. The second one's actually really crisp here. He catches him. I mean, he's got, what, a couple of pixels to work with? But you take them all the same. This is... it's so unfortunate. This is just such a non-starter of a game. Good luck, Trav, breaking this mess down. This is just going to be nightmare fuel. Oh, man. This is rough. But Molotov deep in towards kitchen. Dia doesn't need to stick around for the fight. Doesn't he? Just in case they're going quick. And they does a good amount of damage. Gizzy gets unfortunate to get the first kill, but he'll get the second 2 behind it. Beautiful start. The Deagle pulled out. And a shutdown towards B. Oh, kiss me. UKCS. Wave that flag, my king. Mezzy might be the king, but Gizzy looking like the prince at the moment of UK Counter-Strike. 10-1. What a first half.
Wow. Really good stuff. And I guess we'll see if this is going to be anything more to follow here. But yeah, Gizmy having a wonderful game. At least he's getting a chance to shine. Not for the first time, to be fair. We've seen it before, so don't just have to, you know, it doesn't have to be just this once. But 16-3, obviously, Hades seems to be so carefree in this AWP. He's just running across the map, looking for kills and finding them.
It's really fun to watch, actually, when he's sort of playing like this. Oh, gives me again. He's also looking quite carefree in his own regard. And it is super nice to watch.
Hades smoked off for the minute, so decides to wait. Almost looked like he wanted to sort of come barreling through. Feel like he, you know, he might suffer from a bit of ADHD. He's like, I can't stand still. Like, you know, I've got to run the fight. It's very much how I feel when I play matchmaking. Like, I hate playing slow in matchmaking because I'm like, what are we doing, boys? Like, let's just look for the fights. Let's just be like, you know, why are we? I know that it's silly, but at the same time, I'm just like, oh, can't play every round down to the last 10 seconds, you know. Bomb, by the way, is back in T-spawn. Just, you know, even if they're having some success here, it's a bit awkward because there's only like 45 seconds left, so you have to run back. Glaive is doing that now. Oh, and actually Gizmy getting caught off guard, so maybe it'll be fine, but yeah, it takes some extra time, and that extra time there's always a chance that you could screw something up when you run in late onto a bomb site.
For now, hold on to one man D here. You still kind of believe because they're going in his direction. Does he clear this? The answer is no, but D is back turn. Oh, he responds well as he turns back around. Doesn't make a difference. SDY sees it off 10-2. Gives me 17 and 4. A 4.25 KD. Nuts from him. And obviously Hades, we've already spoken about him time and time again. He continues to look great as well. There's so little really to kind of break down just because of the unfortunate sort of spot that we're in. So, you know, credit to Monte, not pulling any punches, not kind of messing around or anything. Yes, they're playing a little bit more carefree, but you can afford to do so when you're this far up and you're doing this damn well.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to let loose, enjoy the game for what it is, and try not to take it too seriously. 10-2 as we move into round number 13 here. It's going to be all pistols. Looks like it's going to finish with some sort of a B split, but actually ends in great position to deal with it. And especially Glaive, who's going to get some really forward information. If he can survive this, he does get dinked and is all the way down to 10 health. And he barely makes it back around the corner, caught in the middle of it here. SDY spots it out. So now they have a good feeling. The bomb, by the way, is at top mid. So either way, D has to run, make the long trek back to try and pick up that bomb, which so far so good. Now he's got all the rest ahead of him. And it will be ENCE to pick up the round. So, all right, it's a bit of a better start here.
Yeah, all right. He's something kind of opening up to some level. You get a pistol. Might probably get a force behind it. We're not complaining that much, you know, from an inside with, like we said, sort of no expectations. Monte, I don't think they're too worried. I don't think they're under too much pressure. I think they're probably feeling just about fine. So, let's see. Got a no buy here. Bomb plant would be nice for Monte. Regardless, though, they're going to have a buy into us next round with AK-47. So, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I like this, though. NKJ. Gonna get glocked. Oh, 0-13. Ooh, he just like me for real. This is tough. Natu going to get his, though. That's nice. Getting glocked when you're full armor really, really got to rub salt in the wound, especially when you're 0-13.
Yeah, I'm sure in some ways, like, my guess would be probably he's not going to be feeling super sad about it. You know, from his point of view, he's going to spend his time as a coach, like, on a very great many other things other than, you know, than being inside of the server. In fact, it'd probably be, like, a complete waste of his time in some sense to spend a lot of time grinding when there are so many other things to be spending your time on. So, yeah, I don't mean, even if he gets no kills here, like, who cares? It's not really about him, you know. But,
tough spot. Can he get one kill? That's all I'm asking on this.
Yeah,
just one kill.
I think your idea of baiting somebody out is the correct way to go. I'm gonna be honest, you know. Yeah,
somebody should just take the hit for him. You know what I mean? Just take the hit. Let him just like get his one kill, and then he can be like, "Hey, see, guys, wasn't nothing."
When in doubt, you know, just bait. Find a way.
When in doubt, just bait. I like it.
Okay, well, but, I mean, trying to play some traditional roles here. You could see half the team up. NKJ a little bit forward. Him and Glaive kind of, you know, potentially setting up at least maybe not so much a bait, but more of a 1-2 punch combo down towards that ramp. So, love to see that. Smoke goes just big enough. I thought maybe there was going to be a little bit more of a gap. I think Natu thought the same thing. He was looking at it, it's like, ooh, that's pretty far back, but he got the job done anyway. 50 seconds here. And Miltzy going to be tested in a big way. Oh, they're walking back. It's a bit awkward. He does spot them out, but yeah, that's going to give some information back over to the CT side. We'll see if they can use it for any kind of good rotation towards the B-bomb side.
Oh, gives me. Swing. Final towards Natu. You'll see, spot on the leg there. And he does catch Hades as well. So, still something. NKJ, it continues to be rough. 0-14. Demka going to get both as well. We might have a chance here. This is a big fight. Milton can get his. He might give this one a chance. That's the bomb. It's a really awkward tussle. It's a short player that should do the job, and it will. Down goes Milty. Down go ENCE again. And Monte ever closer now. 11-4. As the guns come out, they go straight back into it.
Just another 2 rounds away. You would have to be fairly crazy to propose that this is going to be, you know, any kind of a road back for a comeback for ENCE. It's just going to be presumably more of the same. Gizmy, Hades, anyone else joining in? Okay, D-Heart starting to get there as well. Oh, nice shot from Hades. That's the other thing about Hades is, like, he actually can also be a pretty decent rifler, right? Like, he's not just stuck on the AWP forever, so that's, I mean, it's almost a requirement, isn't it, of being a rifler these days, is that, or being an AWP player, is you have to be able to pick up something else. You can't just be, like, a one-trick pony in that sense.
Well, SDY, 1-for-1, not terrible. Damage being dealt there as well. Veto, again going 1-for-1. NKJ gonna get his kill. He's got a kill. We're good. He's finally got it. And he gets on Hades as well, of all people. Hades, of course, who's been having a pretty good game. And he finally gets there.
I feel like there's a strong chance they're going to be, they're going to be laughing in the TeamSpeak or whatever when that's how, like, they're going to be like, yes, let's go. Like, I can't imagine ENCE are going to be doing anything other than kind of like
just laughing,
doing what they can, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually really interested to see what the rating, like HTV ratings, look like for NKJ. Obviously, you know, it's so tough. We're going 1-15, maybe 1-16. That's got to be one of the lower ones I've seen in a minute. Uh-oh. It looks like he's tempted to fight as well. I don't like this, NKJ. We need to do this. No! 1-16. All for nothing. All for nothing. This rating, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on it.
Yeah. Maybe there could be like a little HLTV headline short, like NKJ, just to wreck him for no reason.
Yeah, puts up lowest rating of all.
Oh.
Oh, Milty, that was... Oh, Gizmy. Milty's decision to jump out was wild, but Gizmy, and that second shot's really crisp. 20 kills to him as well, so he is really farming.
Yeah, and presumably, again, like, that's the kind of decision that Milty makes because they are just laughing away from the game. Like, they kind of know. They can see the writing on the wall, and here we go. Final chapter has been written as Monte will pick up the game, and as the third map, that means they will advance further into the tournament under, you know, some unfortunate circumstances, obviously.
Yeah.
Pody, much missed. Internet died maybe more than once throughout the match, so it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate. What can you do, right? You know, for ENCE, I know for a fact they're not going to look back at that and, you know, with any sort of dismay. They're not going to be annoyed. I mean, maybe when things were on the up, we could have been having that conversation about the 2-0, but I think they're going to look back and say, you know, it's unfortunate. It happens. What can we do? And again, going back to where things like this being technically just official practice in a way, right? But credit to Monte. Really good for them. They locked themselves in towards that grand final as well. Hades walking away with the player of the match. 51-30, 81 ADR, and a 1.36 rating is super good to see. So glad to see that Hades is playing to the level that we know, sort of, you know, that he can play out, right? Hades is a player that I think when he picked up the IGL reins, there was just a little bit too much on his plate. But now that he's back just solo warping, honestly, he's back to that form that we really love to see.
Yes, and they need him in that role as well. They definitely do. They don't have the luxury of saying, oh, we can have, like, you know, Hades at 30% less. We really need, like, him to be hitting those shots. And he's a really scary force on the server when he's that good. So it's enjoyable. Congratulations to Monte. I guess we'll see how they play later on in towards the final. But you know, we've got a bit more before we get there.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame that the game ended in such a damp squib, right? I mean, like, as Neo kind of touched on it, the only silver lining, the thinnest silver lining possible, is that this is kind of official prac with it being an unranked CCT. Of course, EU17 is going to be ranked. Like, it's a shame. Of course, it's a shame. There was money on the line, but yeah, it is what it is. We'll have to deal with it. And yeah, we just saw the bracket there. Of course, that's Monte now into the grand final. Second semi-final, of course, coming up very shortly. Paravision versus Sinners. That's going to be a lot of interesting situations going on there with both teams. Sinners changing some pieces, moving away from Oscar, but seemingly finding a pretty cool replacement. And of course, Paravision totally changing their team around with Jaime in the action, Travis in the action. I like him for no particular reason. And yeah, there's lots of other interesting sort of finishes to come today with the grand finals to come too. So make sure you keep an eye out. I think we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to hurry it up and say thanks for watching. I'm going to take a back seat, but you've got these two lovely lads to take you through that second semi and the grand final. It'll be Brandon B-Dog in for me in the host seat. So cheers, guys. See you soon.
Welcome back in, everyone. It's semi-final and grand final day here in CCT. We still got Anders and Neo, but it's me, B-Dog, taking you through the rest of the action. A bit of an unfortunate one for ENCE, gentlemen, considering all that standing situation, and it means that Monte will progress on. And now we need to see who's going to face them. It's Parivision taking on Sinners, a matchup that's really interesting because you've got a lot of win streak for both of these teams. Sinners are on an 8-map win streak at the moment, and it started with back-to-back victories over Parivision. There's a lot to be excited about for this roster, isn't there, Neo?
I like this team. I think they're kind of cool, Sinners. I mean, I really thought the loss of Oscar would leave them reeling. I thought they'd be in a lot of trouble. I mean, Oscar, let's not beat around the bush, for a long time, he's been the hard carry of this team. He's been the best player on this team. I know they're good riflers in at times, but it has been, when they're picking up big wins, it is kind of the Oscar show. So I thought when they lost him, I was like, oh, okay, Sinners actually could be in trouble here. They could start to dwindle, but every single game I've seen of Peepo has been, or Peppo, or however you say it, has been fantastic. I think this kid looks super sick. Come through the academy, looks really interesting. I'm excited to see what they can do with him. And it seems like the vibes, I know it's a kind of a buzzword that we love to use that means absolutely nothing, but it actually seems pretty good. Sinners seem to be loving life. Their socials obviously great. So I'm a big fan of what Sinners have been doing at the moment, and I really hope this continues, because Sinners have always been like an upper echelon tier 2 stalwart. They've always been a bit of a gatekeeper team. If you want to be like a decent tier 2 team, you've got to get consistent wins over a team like Sinners, and at the moment that's actually quite hard to do.
I think the thing with me and Peppo is that his only experience prior to this was in ESEA main, and he's made this jump in ridiculous levels of competition, and he's thriving in the environment. They brought back Zedko as well, that used to play on this team for quite a while, had a little bit of a journey in other regional teams, and has come back here, and it's just gelling really well. I would like to speak a little bit about Parivision as well, though, and Anders, I guess the main conversation here is with James being in tier 1 for so long, and now stepping down and having to grind his way, play multiple best of 3s a day, a position he's been in before but not for a few years. Is it a case of he can be ready for this challenge? I mean, he's certainly proven it individually, but do you reckon this Parivision roster can keep going on at this level of momentum?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Again, like, it's down to like an individual, like, you know, his mind basically is what's going to stop him from doing it or not, right? We just talked about, we had this conversation with Glaive, you know, similar sort of position, like from the heights of Astralis into like what should have been like one ENCE roster but ended up a completely different one, and he's still putting together like a really interesting team. And I think there's no reason why James can't do the same and find like a new meaning and a new like motivation in rebuilding this team and kind of like getting back to where he was once. Of course it could be done, but like depending on what kind of a mind state you have, it's either going to be a fun and exciting journey, or it's going to be really hard and kind of a sad affair. So like, but I've just, obviously James is, you know, not known for speaking a ton of English necessarily at events, but I mean, I would say he seems to be like a really strong-minded person. I'd be shocked if he didn't go to work really hard to make this happen for his team.
It's almost like taking a step back as well, in terms of you're building from the ground up, something he did with the Virtus Pro project. Now you've got these exciting riflers. The head-to-head we've got on the screen here obviously is between the two AWPers, but now out of the rest of the Parivision lot, if you've got to pick one that you identify as the next big talent, who are you going for in this roster?
Do you know what? I mean, if we're talking about, I like what I've seen at times with Belchinok. I actually think Belchinok has a lot to offer up. He, for me, seems kind of exciting, and I've seen him in the past where he's looked quite good. I mean, as much as, you know, CS would like me to say Travis, I think he's just a stable part of the team, but I like Belchinok a lot, man. I think he actually looks like a really competent rifler. I think the only real reservations I've had about this Parivision side is what level of calling can Kicker actually bring to his team, right? And how much input is James putting into that? You know, if any, right? It could be a world in which, similar to like Hades on Monte, where, you know, is now just purely rifling, no longer purely open meta, no longer calling. So he's focusing on that, which obviously seems to be working. James putting up some really good numbers, but he needs that stable core around him, and I think he's kind of got that. Nota, he's also interesting. It's just unfortunate I don't have that kind of eye test in the sense of Nota, because every game I've caught of Parivision they've lost, and every game I've caught with Nota he's also lost as well. So I think it's just been unfortunate. The ones I've been watching, he's not looked great, but I know from what I've heard of people who watch him regularly, there's a lot to like there, even previously on Amcal as well. So If I'm going to highlight one person, I'm saying Belchinok. He's a name that I've liked for a long time within kind of tier 2. Super cool player. It seems super self-sufficient as well. He's kind of a guy who can take over a round. So James is going to need that as well. If he wants to put up good numbers, he needs his riflers to help him out.
You in agreement there, Anders? You did sort of just say, oh, were you thinking more Nota or...
No, it's just that I've been hearing so many people talk about Peppo that the Belchinok pick just threw me a little bit off guard. But I mean, I'm happy to learn some new names. I think I've casted a couple of Belchinok games. None of them really stand out in my mind. But as we've seen with other up and coming players, obviously not every game is going to be like the craziest game of all time, and it is more about like a long term kind of eye test. And again, like I don't disagree. Like the kicker IGL situation, it just. From someone who's known like how unique James' style was, it's hard to imagine that's gonna last forever. Like I feel like everyone's like, it's surely got to be James again at some point. But maybe we're wrong. Like maybe there's a lot of stuff we don't know about how that works out in the team. But I have the same confusion basically.
Yeah, I think we're all just kind of a little bit puzzled, but it is working. They're here in the semi-finals of this tournament, so we can go ahead and take a look at the Veto. While the Veto's whirling along, I want to say, look, I completely agree with Belchinok, and what's interesting in this team directly for Paravision is he's been a lot more aggressive. Nota's normally known to be this hard entry player. His supportive utility, whenever I've caught him, has been immaculate. This Veto, by the way, is exactly the same as what we got in the group stage, and it was an overtime on Mirage, and then a pretty dominant affair on Anubis where Sinners won out both. Every single time these two teams have played together, it's been a 2-0 in favor of Sinners, and that was in back-to-back days. With the Veto being the same, however, Neo, do you think this favors Paravision? Because they would have had a little bit of time to just work on these maps and maybe wrinkle out some of the mistakes they made against Sinners.
Yeah, I think Paravision are really starting to kind of click, and that in a weird way sort of hurts in the sense that for a while, especially since this team came together, every game that I caught, so I casted 2 of their really early games with this team, and I was not impressed at all. I thought they looked really rough. I think I caught them against Monte, and again, was not liking what I saw there. So this Paravision side, initially, the games that I caught, they looked super rough. I thought the calling looked really bad. Only really Jane was stepping up, and I thought, maybe this is just a failed project from the get-go. But I think, as with all things, it takes a bit of time to click. And at the moment, Paravision do look really scary. I do love the Sinners, though. I just feel like they're such a difficult team to put away. And because they play so much Counter-Strike, they have so many reps under their belt that you can never sort of discredit them. And they do like kind of punching up against teams, right? Going up against some, really solid teams, actually being able to scout them. You look at some of their recent wins in terms of their win streak that you touched on, right? We've got, Bait, Passion UA, OG, Monte, and obviously Paravision twice, right? There's some pretty good names in there that they scout. Even if we take out the Paravision side where there was still a new team, OG, that new OG looks really exciting for the first time in like a while, so credit to them. Monte obviously looked pretty good. Gizmy's calling seems really solid, as we've just sort of seen, regardless of the stand-in there. And Passion UA and Bait, regardless of the changes they've been making, again, are super scary sides and very good in tier 2. So the fact that we're seeing like this Sinner side come up against them and 2-0 most of them as well, I think for me this actually still could lead in favor of Sinners. As much as I like Paravision in what they've been doing recently, I still like the Sinners just that little bit more, and Peepo excites me, I think, a little bit more than maybe Paravision can offer up.
I think it's exciting as well, that the fact that we're in, obviously, the upper echelons of this tournament, the fact that we've now got the 3 teams that are remaining all came from the group stage, and these are teams that you normally have just been invited to playoffs outright. I mean, Sinners did play quite a few of the Swiss stages last year, but in terms of early stages of VRS, like we've had Fnatic, we've got OG in here as well, all made it through to the playoffs, and now we've got 3 teams that have made it through the group stage as well, and I think it'll be interesting to sort of see how VRS develops as well. I'm not really too clued up on how it's going to look in a few months' time, but maybe having this step back in competition, especially when you've got newer rosters, can definitely help out with the amount of officials you've got to play.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I mean, it feels to me like right now there is some potential unfortunate side effects of how the VRS ranking system is working out. Like there are some big questions, and in a way that's kind of to be expected, right? It's a massive departure from the RMR circuit into what we have now. Not surprising if there are things that are going to be brushed up on, or rules that have to be tweaked from Valve's side or whatever. Once we see how it plays out in reality. So yeah, I mean, for a lot of these players, not even just the teams, but as a player, if you end up playing, too many unranked games, it could be a bit of a weird position that you're in all of a sudden. Like, you might not be able to make the leap from tier 2 into tier 1 just because you don't have the point with you,
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where we're just sort of seeing it out over the first few months, and hopefully it all stabilizes and everyone can kind of get to grips with what actually is happening. Focusing more on this best of 3. Neo, you've been quite vocal about the fact that you think Sinners are going to take this. Anders, are you in agreement with Neo? Or are you going to go against him? Are you going to say James and his new budding teammates are going to take it and make the final?
It's a bit tough, isn't it, to call on this one. I just haven't seen... I've seen too little of Beltranok and Peppo to be won over, and again, I guess my faith in James. All memes aside, we memed a lot about him when he was on VP. Obviously, he is a very, very hard player to play up against, even at the best of times. So I'm gonna have to go with Paravision on this one.
Okay, I think obviously I got the deciding vote technically
Go
on
on.
the panel, right? I'm actually going to go with Sinners just because I'm thinking of the romance of Counter-Strike and the narration as well, right? Think about how close Sinners have been in total to winning the Tier 2 tournament, and it hasn't happened for a very, very long time. Suddenly, they make these additions, they get rid of their AWPer, who has been, quote-unquote, that hard carry, has been there since the start, and potentially that change, unironically, could make them win a Tier 2 tournament. We've got Map 1 live. It is Mirage up first. Gents, take it away.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon. Believe we are
Well, nearly.
maybe paused a little bit. Might have run into. Might have been like a bump in the road right as we're
Classic
ready to go.
Brandon.
I was
My bad,
excited.
guys. There we
All right,
go.
I think we are agreeing in the game now. So I appreciate it, Brandon. It's good to see you again, by the way. It's Mirage coming up first here. The best of 3 semi-final. We do have Sinners versus Paravision. So big welcome, and once again, thank you for your patience. We had some tech issues earlier in the day. Hopefully they are behind us now as we head into a brand new series. And already is Morisco landing some stunning headshots, 3 in a row to take down the entire
Give it
attack.
to him.
Makes it a quick quad. Look at him jump up. Look at how hungry and ready he was for the ace. And yeah, Sedko saying, you know what? You go, champ. You go find him. We know he's up here. You got 9 bullets. Find that last headshot to make it a 6-star. And he's failed it a little bit here. Another couple of clicks down to 4 bullets, and he dies. But you know what? I respect the effort.
I love that from Zeko. That, mate, that's all yours. You go for it. I'll leave you to it. Or Zeko, he could have jumped in, like back turned and sort of died for the cause a little bit. But
True.
Either way, honestly, what a sickening start from Morisco. That is ridiculous. So, Sinners are looking good. That's a good way to start things off. We touched on a few of these Sinners players. Peppo, of course. Zeko, that kind of Brandon brought up, that is kind of been brought back in towards the Sinners team. Morisco wasn't sort of mentioned, but he has his moments every now and again. So here's one of them. I don't know what James can even do here. Obviously, this is just so out of the realms of possibility. Bomb is spilled forward in what is basically an unrecoverable position because they're all swarmed around it. We'll get a little bit more of a tag, but it's not going to make a difference here. For James to pull off a 1v4 like this would be insane, and Shock's going to completely null and void that conversation. What a start for Sinners. That is a beauty. And yeah, it's a really kind of interesting time, I think, for Paravision, because yes, they've got this win streak that they've been starting to build up, but I don't know if maybe I'm the curse for Paravision. Every time I've caught them, they've looked, really, really rough. And actually, when you look at some of the teams in that win streak, they're not all the greatest. Copenhagen Wolves, don't rate them too highly. Nine have gone through changes. Rebels gone through changes. GG How, obviously a new mix that aren't that fantastic. Sashi have been on a downwind trend. We saw them at the Ice Barcelona event, who looked really, really woeful. The one I'll give them is Spirit Academy. I was saying yesterday on the desk that I think Spirit Academy are going to destroy Paravision. It was the other way around. So maybe, we can look a bit into that win specifically. But Sinners, their streak for me, not only is it larger, but there's better teams involved there. It just makes me feel like I've got a little bit more confidence in them, just in terms of, team stability and how they're actually kind of faring in the tier 2 right now.
Well, I'm partly also just happy to learn some new names, some teams, or some players that I haven't necessarily seen before, and maybe some I haven't casted for a while as well. Even with James and Kickett, I feel like it's been a minute since I've had to say their names, so I'm just excited that we can catch up and kind of see what's coming around the bend. Some of these teams, you know, as has been true for a while now, really. It's like you don't necessarily know about them in the tier 1 circuit, but then when they show up, you're like, ooh, they're actually better than I thought. And and you know, it is fun to see, to sort of be here before that happens and have like more of a hands-on feel for what is going on down here. Because again, like, you know, it's almost every month now we're getting a new name on the board where we say, look out for this guy, look out for that guy, and these people are doing great work, you know. And that's good. Great news for Counter-Strike. I think it means we have a healthier esports space, and it's not just like the same people that were playing like 10 years ago that are still like, you know, on top of every chart. You know, that can't be a good thing, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is the first true test. I guess true look, Anders, right? Guns back out for Paravision. It's a bonus buy in a technicality out for Sinners because they haven't taken too many casualties. But we do have, you know, some pretty big investments coming through. People's running towards that 3rd round AWP. Got no money left in reserve. So if he's to die or if this round's to fall flat, he's going to struggle a little bit financially. My assumption is that B-Stick will then drop him over a rifle in towards the next. But you want to make sure that this AWP can actually get a little bit of favor. And interesting the way they're playing it. It's FAMAS in towards window, AWP in towards B as the anchor. Not often you see that. Normally, if you've got an AWP playing over towards B, you have a rifler as a supporting kind of element. But Zeko is actually wanting to fight through this mid position in short as well. That's a great angle from Risco. Just edge of the smoke stuff, and it works well.
Yeah, I've been trying to highlight it for a while now, but like that borderland between the smoke and the Molotov is exploited in a lot of maps. We saw it really come into popular play towards the middle of Ancient, where Nerds has been like, he's been really good at running that line. Now people are doing it out Squeak Door and Nuke a lot, and there's no reason you can't do it in a bunch of places. And surprisingly, you get away with a lot just playing there. Like, it looks like you're standing in the Molotov, like the flames are basically on you, but you're not, and you can still see outside of the smoke. So, kind of an interesting interaction between those two grenades that's happening there. Sedco in some trouble, but actually he makes that work very well, and James going to be going down, so scary round. Look at how low they all are on health there, but who cares? It works. 3 people alive, 2 AKs stolen, and Sinners up with 3 rounds.
Yeah, good start. Really good start. Now you're surviving, you know, pistol, force buy, and first gun round. All actually really simple in the sense, right? You know, none of them have we taken more than 2 casualties. That one down to a 3 versus 2 that ends up being a 3-0 in favor of Sinners, not only in terms of the round, but the scoreline too. So a lot to like. Paravision, tough predicament for them. I mean, this is a really, really interesting one for them. Zeko did spot one just above that smoke, and I'm sure that the radar at least would have relayed that information before he was flashed, but you can see why he's so hesitant to now fighting towards short. He knows mid presence has been taken.
Peppo just here. Very wide angle, which sometimes you got to be worried about here. Like, if they double swing you, even if he has some help nearby, it can be a little bit interesting. So, yeah, playing a little bit further back now, but the wider he is, the more the risk that he gets tagged by something, and it ends up a bit weird. They are trying to walk up close to him, so for the minute he's going to be fine. What a shot from Beltranok, though, taking down B-Stick, and now the pressure is on. Peppo surely going to get hunted. There's no reason to let him stay alive back here. It's another Deagle shot to make it work, and the AWP is dead on the bomb site. Now getting a bit close. Oh, the grenade is going to catch him. He wanted to plant that bomb right then and there. Making it maybe the retake a little bit easier and just delaying the bomb plant to begin with.
Nice couple of shots, though. Beltranok, sort of one of the reasons we highlight this name. Travis should get caught. He will get caught by Zeko. Been lurking around that ladder position, waiting for something to open up, and there it is. This could be a little funky. There's the isolation of the first, and the second. Look for the third, Marisco. What a couple of rounds this guy is having. Not only the pistol, now in towards the AK as well. And Anders, I think that's a pretty evident sort of issue that we've seen now with Paravision. There was a breakdown in comms there. Nobody was relaying. This guy is pushed outdoor. He gets the first, he swings in towards the corner, and the other two are sort of caught in 2 minds about how they react. And that's where, you know, maybe a bit of a lack of synergy, a lack of cohesion in the team is actually pretty evident. The Nota and Kicker felt a little bit blindsided by it.
Yeah, but Risco having a crazy start to the game. He was not necessarily one of the people that we were highlighting at the beginning, but he's 11-1 right now. So he's got more kills than the entire rest of his team combined. Obviously, 4 of them were in 1 round, but I mean, what a way to get started. He's got almost more kills than the entire server combined now. Travis gonna get a kill back, and I guess that's something. Bit of a better start here for Vision, who are, you know, just in the market right now to try and get into the half. Get that first round on the board and things feel a bit better, you know?
Yeah. Opening kill is good. Numbers advantage, back towards B. We've had our struggles here, though, even just getting on towards the site itself, and it's not going to change. Peepo, with that AWP, good for 1. 4 softens them up, and he's actually doing really well. Beastic just needs to hold back site.
3v4 here, with Kick It already being low. Could be a bit of a tough job to try and get into it. Overkill for Kick It, who was already tagged up, and an easy spray down here for Morisco as well. So, yeah, maybe not the best end to the round. It looked like Paravision had a way to set that up. Unfortunately, no bomb plant and limited funds. So if they buy in this next round, I mean, it's not going to be all the utility in the world. Could be like a Tech 9 kind of half buy. Maybe go for another rush. But I mean, the start of this map for Sinners is beautiful.
I'm super impressed. I'm loving what I see. I mean, as well, the fact that it is Paravision's map pick and what is... I always call Mirage, I mean, we've touched on this a bunch of times, and that I think Mirage is the true litmus test. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. There's nothing new on this map. So it is a perfect sort of sentiment to see how strong your team actually is in terms of their fundamental understanding, the teamwork, and all the rest. It's, I don't know, it's a weird scenario for Paravision, but these deagle shots, though, they ain't half too bad.
We always appreciate that. We're always looking for more of those. Spelchanock. Can he do anything here to get the team back into the round? They do have another AK as well on the Jame, even if he's tacked him a bit. Some real danger here that Sinners could end up losing to one of the less impressive buys. Unfortunately here, Belchanock's going to get caught. He was a little bit forward, making the jump over his Jame. They've got smoke up towards jungle, as they are setting up for a bit of a bomb plant, but they really want to make sure that there's nobody else on the site. Faking it once. There's nobody covering him either, so for Nota here, how confident are you really going to be able to be planting the bomb? I can understand his hesitation. Nice headshot again, but the lack of backup there. Unfortunately, Kick It is down to the A-ramp. Jame is holding, you know, the other side of the bomb site, and I guess he kind of has to, but somebody has to cover the bomb when it's being planted. Jame's going to be going down, and again, Paravision, the round is slipping away from them. We're down to 30 seconds, and Kick It, you know, 1 versus 2. He's at the back of the side again, trying to pick it up, but the flick not quite connecting. I think, unfortunately, now he's in a lot more trouble. Grenade on top, not that it really mattered. It was Beastic to pick up the 3rd kill of the round for himself and steal the AWP right back. And another close round, but another round for Sinners.
Yeah, Nigs are 6-0. I mean, we're going to get that Paravision timeout, their first one called. And, you know, good opportunity for Dastan to get on the mic, give his thoughts. And his thoughts probably now is, guys, what the hell are we doing? Like, what is going on? Some of these deagle shots are nice, I'll give them that, but it's not sort of something that you could talk about doing consistently round upon round. It's not something that is going to give you a somewhat stable T-side, and we need that, right? Mirage, while it is, yes, CT-sided as a map, it still requires you to put up good rounds on this T-side to at least build some foundations before going in towards that CT in the second half. And right now, Paravision aren't doing anything to instill any of that sort of confidence in us right now. So, yeah, tough spot. I'm loving what I see, though, from Sinners. Peppo, he hasn't had too many opportunities, but when he has, that AWP is looking really clean. And I think now that we get to see Jame in towards his, this is a good time to challenge that head-to-head. I lean in favour of Peppo, as much as Jame has looked clean, but
okay,
it's going to be a good time.
I like
your
your confidence.
Mirage is hard as well, I will say.
Yeah, it really can be. I think a lot of AWPers over the years have, for various different reasons, kind of disliked Mirage in general. I mean, some of the smokes in CS:GO made it hard. I guess now that you can blow them open, it can be a little bit different on the CT side. You can find some more openings, even if you get smoked off in middle or in CT spawn or whatever. So maybe the sentiment has changed now that we're in CS2. Bomb is dropped really far back, and it's a bit of a freeze call here for Paravision, just ready to see if anything is going to be happening. It's another grenade landing on Kick It, and he goes down without a chance to even reply. What a dull feeling at the end of it. Belchanock's also taking a bit of damage, and Paravision, more than anything, I want to see some more, maybe getting more control in these rounds, like more assertive. They're waiting, they're slow, but they're getting whittled away. It's not what you're looking for. Sedco does go down, but Peppo's going to be taking out Travis at the same time, and now falling back into a different position. He's ready for this in spite of the grenade. He maybe could have had that shot. He does drop quite low, throws out a grenade that very nearly could have killed Belchanock.
Beastic. The one getting caught here, Will Nota. He must have gone up silently there. I thought you could even hear just the trousers scrunch a little bit. Apparently not. Beastic didn't hear it, so he gets caught.
3v3. Oh, James. That is a very cool kill. 10 seconds left. Morisco, if he was feeling really aggressive, maybe he could have tried to run to try and stop that bomb plant, but at the same time, not sure if it was being held by James, who he definitely knew was over by the catwalk, so looks like they still kind of want to go for it. They do have a bit of money in the bank, but at the same time, a 2v3, you're already up 6 rounds. I can understand the call here to say, let's let him have the round. We'll come back and win the next one.
Yeah, Morisco. He keeps that AWP in play, gives it to Peepo. You know, he only got 2 kills in that round, so you take it. Shock. Good couple of X's on the cards here. Oh, maybe not. Nice from Nota. That's a little due diligence, just making sure that we got safety. I mean, Metal Shock falls, but in the end, finally a round to work with, and that at the very least is something, right? You know, we can now build upon this, get a little bit of foundations going. I'm not sold. I think I'd probably need to see like 5 rounds. Well, let's say 4 rounds at the bare minimum, considering it's a 6-0 start. Let's say four rounds on the T side at the bare minimum, but then they're also going to require a pistol as well. It's a weird one for me. I feel like for Paravision, they've got to do a lot at the tail end of this half to instill that confidence back into us. But I like this. Kicker go flying in towards the fights. Peppo gets the first, but Kicker gives them a lot of space.
Beastic knows what's coming. You can see him putting down the smoke already. He's aware that he's going to be pressured. I do agree with you, though. I mean, sometimes winning one round as well, it's just enough to kind of get everyone sort of warmed up. So I don't want to be too scared yet. Nota, it looked like he was running into the Molotov and maybe going to burn a little bit more, but I guess he had it under control. 2 versus 3. Catching somebody near the smoke is what James was hoping to do, but doesn't really accomplish that. Sedco does spot James jumping down. Gonna fake the bomb once. They really want to make sure that nobody's creeping in here. And actually now Sedco kind of is. Could he get close enough to James without dying to Nota is kind of the issue, and he can't. Good lineup being held there. Sedco's gone, and Shock is just a little bit too far away and alone to do anything. So Paravision, yeah, good. Pretty basic, right? Like you said, a lot of speed towards the catwalk, and then the rest of the push towards the B hallways, and it works.
Shock out. This is actually where Sinners start to feel a little bit of pressure. I wouldn't mind a pausing towards the next gun round for Sinners, just to take a breather. This round, you don't really... I mean, actually, they could potentially get a buyout here. Zeko's going to have about, what, 7k-ish to work with, so he can drop over 1, at the very least. Peppo can buy in. Maybe Beastic just takes like an MP9. It's maybe a feasible investment in towards the next. But... either way, I wouldn't mind a pause coming through from Sinners. They're not in a worrying spot, I think, is probably still the main thing to make. It's just a couple of rounds in a row for Paravision, but you don't want to allow them, in a similar vein to our previous series, where Monte was so good at snowballing once they finally were able to get back into the game, but it's just more so you want to make sure that you don't allow them to build up anything. We get that buy-in, the AWP in play as well for Peppo, so that's something. And there we go, beasting towards the MP9. Sort of as expected. It is a buy to work. If you lose this, though, Paravision are actually right back in the game.
Yeah, they can do a lot with this. Still a pretty big round difference, but, like you said, sometimes just a 1 round is enough to open everything up. Nice catch, though, as they actually double push the underpass to get the kill on Belchanok, and I guess he didn't know how many people were there. If he knew how many people were on this B side, they would probably try and hit that A bomb site really quickly, but they just don't have that information, so the longer we go by here, I think the worse it's going to be for the T side waiting in this position. See, they're already worried about a potential flank coming through. How awkward is this? You have to execute into the A bomb site knowing that there could be CTs pretty close behind you.
Yeah. Because they can damage, so this round still has potential for Paravision, but either way, Peppo can get just 1 here and fall away alive. That's okay. Gets caught by the flash. Take a lot of damage. Shock's got to try and bail them out if he can. Shock's in a really strong position if he gets overlooked with the flash. He doesn't get checked. Why is Nota not checked him? Where's the comms from Kicker? No way. Ooh.
I have no idea. Oh, the finish as well. Shock. That is one hell of a way to get the quad kill. Yeah, you're right. There was some comms issues, and then the round fell apart behind it as well. 7-2 as Sinners. You know, you guys were talking them up a little bit. I admit, I've a little bit less experience in watching Sinners play, so I'm happy to be wrong. They're playing pretty sharp right now.
Yeah, let me and Brandon put you on to real tier 2 ball here. Sinners, they're a side that have always just been really weird to play against. They're just an uncomfortable side to break down. And like I said, a bit of a gatekeeper at the top end of tier 2. You've got to overcome a team like a Sinners if you want to be considered above them, you know, in towards the tier 1.5. And that's sort of where we're at now. Paravision struggling. Yes, this roster on paper looks kind of cool. I was going to make a joke earlier when sort of Brandon was asking about it, but, you know, for Paravision, if this side had my king, my lord and savior, Norbert, I might believe in them. But he was rumoured to join with James, and then it ended up not being the case. But if he'd been here, he's the man I'm highlighting. I miss him already.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be back at some point. The problem with the CIS scene is that there's so much talent out there. Like, there's just way too much, right? So to really get a spot, right, you've got to prove yourself probably pretty often. Norbert obviously has some experience playing at the top level, but yeah, like I said, it's a talent factory over there a lot of the time. Shock kind of ready as they run through. Good couple of headshots, and also good to see him limiting the angle. He wasn't swinging in to get more kills. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna stay back here. It's all good. James alone with the AK by Tetris and is gonna be hunted down one way or another here. Good trade. Very decent round. I can't really complain about anything, to be honest, here for Sinners. They're just cracking on, getting the job done in a swift fashion.
Yeah, and making it look actually really comfortable as well. And the fact that we're actually seeing sort of everybody have their moments too is actually really impressive. All the riflers getting into the thick of it. I mean, Risco's 16-3 for God's sake. He is loving life in the server. As much as sort of, you know, Paravision gave Spirit Academy a bit of a lesson yesterday. I mean, Sinners are showing them a lesson or two about how the operational tier 2 looks. 8-2. Like I said, for Paravision, if you can get 4 rounds T-side, I would actually be not too unhappy with what I've seen so far, but that feels really unlikely now. We've got basically just Eagles coming in, 1 AK and 1 MAC-10. It's a big ask and a lot of weight on James' shoulders to make this AK sing.
I feel like we've seen this before, where it's one round they had 2 AKs. I think the last round it was also James with the AK. Not to say that it can't work, but is this how you're going to get back into the game? Eagle in the middle. Nota, his position, heavily bombarded. Going to be a bit of an incendiary landing there. And so far, Paravision not finding the opening that they were looking for. There could be another chance here. Waiting down there with the Deagle, but even if it took a couple of bullets there, Morisco gets the job done. Who's picking up the bomb, boys? It's 50 seconds.
Someone's got to do it.
Pretty far back.
Someone's got to do it. There we go. Now it's going to get picked up. Beppo looked like he fell asleep for a moment there. Thankfully, B-Stick doesn't as he catches Kicker, but they should still get a plot in here.
Yeah. Looked like somebody took the long trek back. It was Nota to pick it up. And James, still healthy. Off angle is sometimes very hard to clear. James not waiting for the double, and I wonder if that's going to backfire on them. It's always a hard choice to make, but we do see sometimes some crazy multi-kills coming from that corner if you just let more and more people into it. But yeah, the obvious downside is if anyone else checks it, you could completely fail the round. So Belchunok back here and trying to land the Deagle shot. He's got Nota up front. Got to be careful. You don't really know where the third CT is coming from. And I think Shock has found it absolutely dead on. Perfect timing. Gonna get the kill, and with the kit as well, they're gonna have the defuse. So good retake in spite of some strong efforts from Paravision.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, getting a bomb down out of that, it's not the worst thing in the world. You take the small silver linings in a round that you didn't expect a lot from. MAC-10 AK being your only investments, really. 9-2 though, Anders. What a first half. That is a crazy position that we're in. Paravision, still a no-show, and the fact that it's on your own map pick just makes this feel all the more daunting at the task they've got up ahead of them, right? You know, you're going in towards that next map of Anubis, which, you know, the stats will say everything, but it's been a really good map. Oh, Morisco, what is that?
dear.
You just have no right to be getting a shot like that. Double
Oh,
AWP as
man.
well, I like it. Well, not even double AWP, but just a secondary AWP, may I say. And there's the primary.
What a day in the office for Paravision. I don't know. I mean, obviously, game was a little bit delayed, but you're getting warmed up and getting into it. Shock is pushing out in towards the palace, taking down Nota and Spellchnock and Jame. 2 versus 5. Whatever they had planned, whatever they thought was going to happen here, it definitely has not transpired in the way that they were expecting. It's Paravision's map pick, and they're getting slaughtered in this first half for 10-2. Spellchnock with a 1-on-5 to try and get even a third round. It's just, you can hear it as I say it. Doesn't seem likely.
Let's see. What have we got for a Spellchnock? Nothing is the answer. Let's quickly put that one aside. What a half. What a half. 20-4, by the way, for Morisco and a 6.67 KD. Or 20-3, Marseille. I mean, just a nuts showing from him. Shock with 11, 10 for Peppo as well. What can you do? And you've got on the other side, Kick It on 1 kill, Jame on 7 being kind of one of your better performances, your best performance, I guess, so far. There is nothing on offer. I mean, wow, we could be very quickly going in towards map number 2, Sinner's pick, and this series is already very much up in the air. I was saying I think Sinners are the favourites here, but I didn't expect it to be one-sided. I thought this was going to go 3. I thought it was going to have some depth behind it, but this is ridiculous what we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. And I also like the follow-through for Sinners, right? Like, sometimes you see this a lot, actually, where you get a bit of a start, but then, for whatever reason, you let the enemy team back in, and the whole thing falls apart. So it's nice to see that they just keep it going. The USPs, though, are finally doing a bit of work here this time for Paravision, who obviously desperately need a pistol round of win. And they're going to try and see if they can get that. It's down to Beastick and Peppo. We have actually somehow ended up in a 2 versus 2 now. And Peppo, alone, getting hunted down in the corner. 7 bullets left. They peek him, and it takes a long time, but they get the job done in the end.
Yeah, eventually they get there. I mean, all that matters to Paravision is getting around 1. Just give us something to work with, and we might just start to believe. Not fully believe, but believe that we can maybe kickstart a bit of momentum, get a few rounds chained together, get the CT side rolling. You've got to get that economy in check. We know how difficult CT side economy can be in, the best of times. 10-3. We're going to get... Oh, Okay, I can say, it was a bit of a weird one there. Peppo bought up in towards the clear. I was, for a second, was thinking this was... Yeah, going to be a super weird buy, just 1 Galil and then pistols around it. Thankfully, it does sell, so it's not the end of the world. Contact by Morisco. And the contact is him going 6 feet under.
Yeah, it's worth a try, Sometimes you can sneak pretty deep in there and catch somebody off guard. So, they have the rounds anyway to play with. Sinners with the task of just having to pick up 3 more rounds. It seems super doable. Obviously Morisco is 20-5, so this is... Yeah. Maybe if he has a different map too, it's going to be a different game for everybody in the server, both maybe a little bit worse for Sinners, maybe a little bit easier for Paravision. Or maybe he's going to keep on going. It's his day. Shot going to be hunted down. No surprises. Pretty quick. Get that round out of the way. We knew that was going to go only one way. Now we want to see if Sinners can bring the same kind of fire to the second half.
Alright, this is where it matters. If we want a chance, Paravision, use your bonus round in a way to then start to find form it. If you can take down Sinners on their first gun round, we might start to open the door a little bit. Definitely not going to be easy. Definitely not going to be, a light work to kind of chip away at this deficit, but we've touched on this a bit. When you're at a deficit this large as well, the way to go about it is you've just got to 1 round at a time. No long-term thoughts here. Just think in the short term and think, okay, let's get a bit of success here, understand what they do, and let's keep going forward.
Morisco, just not impressed. Keeping his hands warm near the incendiary. Those grenades really don't take up a lot of space these days, which... I don't know if I hate it necessarily, but it does mean that they just have a little bit less efficiency. Ooh, Jame had no idea. He was trusting in that incendiary. Again, had it been a Molotov, it probably would have forced out the peak a little bit earlier. But smart play from Morisco, just sitting and waiting. That's actually a great look. We know that he's got some mechanics on him, but seeing him pull off that kind of a move, I think, you know, that's something that I'm going to remember in the background. Like, all right. He's got some thinking to him as well, which is going to be important. Belchernot here, trying to tickle them away with the M4 and actually doing a fantastic job. A lot more than tickling. Going to be Setco and Beastic going down. Morisco in the middle, gets dropped by Noter, and suddenly the round is turned on its head as Shock and Peppo are left.
Bomb goes down. It's a doable post-plant if we don't peek, but we do. So Belchernot will find Peppo, and this one should be concluded. This is really difficult. Yes, damage has been dealt, but Paravision, they should have the patience to be able to just isolate the fights here. There's the first. No trade as well behind it. Crossing is not easier, so he gets a tag on towards Belchernot too, but the AWP just better. Paravision, that's a good round to take. AWP stays alive, 3 stay alive. You win on your, technically speaking, bonus round. That's good. That's at least going to give us a little bit more to work with.
Whatever it takes at this point, just, you know, start to string some rounds together. Build a bit of confidence, a bit of economy. And remember, man, it is, at the end of the day, this can be sometimes a CT-sided map. So wouldn't be surprised if they just get a bit of more momentum here, Paravision, if we could see a different team towards the middle and the end of the half here. Certainly hope so. They've stolen 2 AKs, got Jame on the AWP, and just more than anything, at the first like 5 or 6 rounds, they had almost no kills. So just getting the players warmed up here on the CT side now, I think it's going to be important.
Jame, one in this fight. He'll take it. And with ease, nice shot. For a second as well, smoke will come down over towards stairs, so we'll have to reposition. That smoke gets broken open, so kick it. Easy for that first. The second, a little harder to come by.
Some of the Mac 10 and the Galil are actually doing a bit of a comeback in the round. A headshot on the Travis. Deagle's out instead of reloading the Mac 10. Thought he was going to get jumped, presumably. Bomb planted here. There's an HE coming out. Sadko, but he does get the bomb plant. He punched in the last digit, so gives Morisco a chance to shine again, but he's getting shot in the back also. Jame there to catch him with the AWP. Yeah, he could feel the pressure. Close round. Honestly, that's a better round than I expected from Sinners.
It is. It is. For Sinners as well, getting the bomb down in any sort of fashion there is not bad. You can see as well a little sloppy in terms of those crossfires. When Kick is playing up close there, you have a player in towards under wood. You kind of want to be playing off the back of each other, but Kicker gets caught, and then that's where it opens up for only a 1-for-1 trade. It's sort of not what you want to see. Still, though, it's only a 4-round game, Anders. There might still be life left in this. We might still have a chance of something brewing up.
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit crazy to give up on Paravision just yet.
Yeah.
Sure, could be a slow start, could be the fact that their T side just wasn't really working, or again, it could just be Morisco having such a blazing hot beginning, but that doesn't have to paint the picture for the rest of the game. So yeah, deep breath, everybody. You know, don't get too ahead of yourselves just yet. I'm seeing people in the Twitch chat are celebrating early. Never do that.
No.
Never do that.
It's the hope that kills you, really is, guys.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Well, plenty of time in the round still, as it's a bit of a slower approach here. Sinners slowly creeping onto the bomb site. I do kind of like this. Again, it's a bit risky because you know James is out there with the AWP somewhere. But at the same time, if you can sneak up to that Tetris position, you get away with a lot here. Molotov on the Travis. Okay, he's pretty quick with the smoke. HE to follow it up, because why not? You know that he's there. Almost didn't have the weapon out, but Morisco still able to get the kill. The flash around the corner is insane, and I can't believe they lived through it. They should have been dead, or at least one of them. That is so fortunate.
They're going to rotate. Quick B play here. Nobody here to stop them as well. They're just going to barrel through. They're using all this util to get out. They don't realize it's a free site. This underplay could be quite important, actually. He hears everything.
James holding the angle for the minute here. Peppo, kind of lucky to be alive. Only for a second. He's just shot him once in each leg, I believe. So, kind of a brutal way to go. Flank is coming in, but getting caught immediately by Sedco. And this retake's actually kind of tricky. They don't have that much money. 3v3. As much as you'd want to see them keep going, The trouble is, if they lose, especially the AWP on James here, it could be kind of risky. He's got some money in the bank and tries to get out there. What a jump into the window, getting away with a lot, but again, how far that bomb is already ticked. Yeah, they really don't have a lot of it. It's James with the AWP and the kit, and he's now dead, so somebody has to run back there. I don't think they can do this at all, and I feel like even in the 3v3, it was always going to be risky. Try to get away with the AWP, but that's denied. Yeah. What a kill from Setco.
Yeah, that's actually really important. Nothing there at the end. So I'm impressed with what I saw. That's good work. So let's just make sure that they keep the pressure on. They keep this lead sort of built up, at least to a point where Paravision are reeling. I wouldn't mind to get another pause. Get Dastan back on the mic. See what he can bring to the table. Oh, this is tough. This is a tough predicament for yourselves. Go back in towards the buy. And Anders, I mean, basically the simple way of putting this into under 18. If Paravision loses, they probably lost the map. Simple as that. The money's going to be broken. And it's already not good as well. I mean, they've got a Fanbox and an MP9 coming in towards this round.
Yeah, they're not exactly in a winning position. But we do get a look at it from us. We've seen some highlights with it already here at CCT. For all I know, this could be another one. So everyone is trying to figure out what is the best use case for it. I still see a lot of people running with the MP9. So still able to do that, of course. And Travis, bit of movement there, bit of jiggling back and forth. Setco goes down. And there's nobody else on that side. So if Travis decides to look a little bit further forward, he's going to discover there's nobody on that side. And they should be able to rotate people towards the A-bomb side. So we'll see how... Okay, they're going to park James there instead. That's another way to allow for a rotation, right? You get that deep angle in the B hallways. And they should have 4 people for the A defense, more or less.
Morosco, he's holding for these rotates. There is one sort of looming with Belchinok. He's got an idea about it. It's all about timing. He's going to work out against him. He's going to get caught here. Down he'll go. This now put the rounds back in Paravision's favor, surely, especially with Beastly falling too.
Yeah, really good timing. Also, again, having Jamo on that side allows them to have this much of a defense, so good stuff. It's basic, but it works out in the end. It's 11-7, moving into round number 19. Yeah, just this one kill allows for so much great positional work for Paravision. And I guess I'm not surprised to see that they're able to. That's what you want to see, right? It's their map pick. You want to be able to play the CT side like this.
4 rounds still is that buffer zone that Paravision can't chip away just yet, but this should be their opportunity. It's just pistols, surely, guys, right? Pistols, bit of armor. Even Pepper doesn't have armor. He's got a Glock and a bit of util. If we get a bomb plant here for Sinners, we're pretty happy. We're not thinking about a round, but if we can get a bomb plant, a gun, that'd be nice. Oh, it is a big ass. Oh my god, Nota, good reaction from him. There is a kill on towards B, and they actually can get in towards the site itself. So the bomb crosses and the bomb plants. There we go.
I mean, so far so good. Don't ouch, he just deleted him. AK is picked up again by Peppo, but obviously they're going to be coming for him with, I was going to say, all the tools that they have, including the HE. Still, it's not bad, you know. Bomb plant here, a little bit more cash to work with, and at the end of the day, another round for Paravision. So,
yeah.
You know, it's slowly a step in the right direction here. The gap is closing. Paravision, they're getting more and more warmed up. And Sinners, I don't know when the real worry is going to start to set in, but at some point you're going to start to have this feeling of, man, did we miss the window to do this? Like, are we actually going to lose this map, or is it going to go to overtime, which is going to feel kind of like a loss, you know?
Yeah, it is. It's getting to the point where, again, right, you know, now that the game's opening up at least a little bit, again, it comes back to what I'm saying about, I wouldn't mind the little, you know, pause to come through at some point. Let's take a breather, guys. We're still in a commanding position, but let's not rush things. James, good shot. Great shot, in fact. James, he hasn't quietened down. Obviously, Belchinok, who we highlighted in the pre-show, looking good as well. These two are feeling like single-handedly keeping the door at least a little bit cracked open for Paravision. 3 rounds is a very recoverable score.
It absolutely is, especially when more and more of your players are starting to get there. Defaults, that's leaned towards the Palace and mid. Now that Sedco is dead, we'll see are they going to take the risk of just walking out that palace? It is something we see quite a bit where you don't throw too many grenades. You just try and see if you can catch somebody in CT spawn potentially with it. But yeah, so he is going to walk out there with no utility. Even as we speak, Peppo's getting tagged up a little bit, but he's all the way down to the A site. So, Sinners, there is maybe this one chance. It does rely on the mid part of the push to actually work. But there was B-Stick. I like the fact that he didn't throw any grenades there. He literally walked onto the A site from the palace with just no sign that it was happening. And unfortunately, he's going to be dead anyway because he did re-peek into Jame, and it's going to be a 1 versus 3. There we go.
And probably one which, I was going to say, doesn't keep the AWP alive, but no, turns away, gets caught. Is he expecting Travis? He actually is. Okay, all right. Travis on the elevated angle. Beppo had the right idea, and now he's desperately trying to stay alive here. He's not doing a bad job with the movement either. He should be able to get out, but I'm going to go down with just enough time. Wait, do we have a chance here? Surely not.
He does. Now he does. He had a chance to kill Travis as well. If he waited for even half a millisecond more, he would have been there for the shot in the window. He has the right read on everything. It's kind of sickening, but Jame is going to be too quick, and he'll take him down. But I must be honest, that's the kind of, even if he loses it, that's the kind of way I can understand why you look at Peppo and you say, okay, that's something to work with there. That's really cool.
It's a really good attempt. I thought he was just trying to save, but little did I know, he was actually trying to win. It got pretty close as well. I respect the patience as well. When you're in towards stairs there, and you got Peppo sort of waiting. Good work from Travis just not to move, right? He doesn't need to. Just wait for Jame to do his sort of work, and thankfully he does. So, 2-round game. I think even regardless of if Sinners closes out, at least some conversation that we're going to have is, this should have been way earlier. Why did they struggle to get over the line? But there's also a world in which that isn't the narrative that we're talking about. We're talking about how do they let that one slip, right? So we have to be really careful where we're at, Sinners. I'm still so surprised not seeing another pause come through. We're going back in towards the guns. Surely you want a bit of a, a breather just to say, okay, this is what we're doing in this round. This is our idea. Let's see it off now. But we're not. We're just letting things roll out and hoping that you can just kind of catch Paravision asleep. But they seem wide awake at the moment.
Yeah, they're not having any troubles at the moment here. On the other hand, Sinners running out of chances to close this out. It's already scary. We'll see if they can execute this A-bomb side in the proper way. Molotov towards the sandwich position. Counter smoke coming out towards the ramp. Shock, though, with an opening in the middle to take down Belchanok. Does he kick it? Oh, what a nice move. Up the ladder he goes, lightning fast. And Molotov putting a lot of pressure on him. Jame, it's interesting. Not really necessary, I think, to make that jump up there. No teammate was really requiring his help. But regardless, it's a 2 versus 3. We still have a little bit of time left on the clock here. Oh, repeat from Nota. No fear at all to take down Beastic and Sedko in a 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is. He's going to be moving forward. Forgets about the bomb. He doesn't really need it. Just wanted to take the fight. It's not going to work. Paravision on a giant comeback right now. Again, they had just nothing in the first half. But now they're 1 round away from equalizing this.
Yeah, this is worrying. Why have we not seen things slow down for Sinners? Just take a moment. But they're just letting it run its course. It's a course that is not looking good for them. Why are we allowing, Paravision just to completely control how this game is being played out? They're on the CT side as well. They're not meant to be dictating the tempo or the pace of this game, but they are. This is worrying signs. I mean, win or lose here for Sinners. I mean, finally we get that first tack pause, right? Look where we're at. It's 11-10 now, and that's when we get the first tack pause. I don't care whether they win or lose. That is still too late for my money all day. I mean, that should have been called way, way earlier.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I mean, look at how far it's gone. Again, we talked about it quite a bit in some of the other days, is that when you take those tack pauses very, very late in the game, sometimes it can be difficult to recover the mental state of the team. Whereas if you do it a bit early on, you kind of catch it before people start feeling sad or before things kind of get off the rails. But we'll see if it's in time here. Sinners back to the A-bomb site. There must be something that they've seen or felt here that makes them believe that they can keep coming back. I'm curious to what it is, because I feel like so far the defense has been holding up, but they want to test it once again. Kicker, my god, what shot is that from Shock? I'd love to see that from his point of view. Don't know how he found it,
Oh,
but
no.
it might not make a difference as they're running into the AWP of James. Shock at it again. It's another really beautiful kill. And a very fast bomb plant, to be honest. This is winnable in the 2v3. I say that as Travis does get the kill on the Shock, finally putting an end to his little round of madness. It's Peppo. The Galil in hand and in a 1 versus 3.
Again, right? He was in a 1v2 earlier. Now in a 1v3 from the exact same position. Noto dropping down towards the site. And he would just flying towards the fight. He backs himself. 11-all. How are we tied? Sinners, what are we doing? What a collapse that we're seeing at the moment. How has this got so out of hand? What has gone wrong? I mean, we talked about how it was late on the attack pauses, but now they're just playing super sloppy. I mean, the fact that James gets even more than one here is in itself enough. Like, Zedko shouldn't just be flying across and just hoping that James misses. You can't hope and expect that somebody of a tier 1 caliber AWPer will just miss. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know, no util, no kind of ruse to try and push him off that angle. He has got a completely, you know, 2 back-to-back uncontested fights at range with an AWP. James can take them all day. They're on a silver platter for him.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if they had a suspicion that the smoke was somehow covering more or whatever it was,
yeah.
But definitely you're right. Like, there was a chance for a shot there, and he definitely took it. My God, 11-11. We're tied up, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into round number 23. Sorry, a grenade that landing at the top there. And Sinners. Gotta be hopefully not in a state of panic, but the reality of the situation must be starting to sink in a little bit. They've gone A a number of rounds. It hasn't been working. It looks like they want to finish A again, but maybe through a different route. And that's kind of okay. You can sell that A attack a lot, and then maybe tactically. Paravision, though, I do like this forward push coming in. Just find out what's happening on the T side in the middle. If you can get anyone in it to take a look, it's going to be pretty valuable.
Nota wants to play in towards mid. Oh, and he will. He'll do well. He'll do... Oh, I was going to say that second was... That was begging for him to get it as well. He just couldn't quite confirm. The damage dealt, though, is pretty substantial. This is a great angle. Belchrock should go unchecked here. It's not often that it is checked, and especially because the bomb is crossed, that's information gained.
A lot of info, yeah. 3 versus 4. Deep grenade landing back here. We're down to 23 seconds. Sinners. They've lost so many rounds in a row.
No.
They need to win one. At least secure that overtime. It's a good kill. Shot coming out of the palace.
Time.
And again, he's been sharp with that AK, but you're right. Time is a big factor here. 10 seconds left. Peppo getting another one, and now the bomb being planted. James unable to stop it. But he's in position, and a little bit of patience. The jump up. He does spot one player back there. Misses the chance for a headshot. Grenade is not going to kill anyone, and he decides, I'll do it with the M4 instead. Takes a chance at throwing out that incendiary. That could have got him killed right then and there. Peppo was nearly burned alive, but somehow he's still there. Could shock let the headshot. He's out in the open. There's a kill, and James switches out now for the AK. He wants at least a bit of a better fight. Grenade here should be enough to kill James, right? If he just pulls the pin and goes for a deep toss. There we go. Right on top. A Shock will find it. Oh, that's how you do it.
Oh, well played. Really well played. Actually, a really good round for Sinners to recover. It was looking a little scrappy, a little weird at one point. So, good on them for making sort of something out of that. But even still, I'm not really that confident. I mean, it's still so janky. Like, the bomb crosses there on that spray from Belchrock in towards window. He very easily could have got both. James very easily could have hit that shot towards Peppo. You know, when he's over towards bricks by ramp. I mean, that could have been hit if he didn't crouch at that perfect instant. So, it doesn't give you loads of confidence, right? That, you know, that Sinners are still in that position to close us out. But they are, right? They're 12-11. And they do have map point on their opponent's map pick. It's been hard fought. It's not been pretty to watch, especially these last few rounds. Well, this entire T side from Sinners. But I guess in the end, Anders, ultimately, if they win the map, that's all they care about. And they can look back at it at a later date and just say, good stuff, boys. On to Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, a win is a win. Could also be a bit of a learning experience for them, assuming that they actually find a way through here to say, you know, we need that killer instinct. They're running right for the flames onto the bomb site. They catch James off guard. What a play. They know Kicker is going to be there because he's been here all the time. They've got him locked in the corner, but the FAMAS will help him out. I can't believe what I'm seeing. And the USP to follow it up and taking down Beastic. Now Shock just left alone. They had the round. They just needed to get rid of the FAMAS, and somehow they're not able to. So now overtime is looking almost completely locked in here.
Yeah. I thought when James dies, that's it. I thought it was going to be game set. You know, you've got the big hitter out of this round, or one of the big hitters primarily, for Pyrovision, but no, Shock. No chance here, 1v3. What a slip-up that Sinners have had. And it also makes you look the other way and say, what would have happened if Pyrovision were just, you know, somewhat alive in that first half? Or would we actually be talking about Pyrovision winning this out here? Who would have known? But either way, it's overtime on the cards here. Pyrovision, I can't believe it, but they actually have kept themselves afloat in this map. I don't know what's happened to Sinners, but they went from being untouchable in map number 1 to unbelievably feeble, may I say, in half number 2. Just a complete non-starter in that T side. Really, really dire viewing. I'm just looking through now some of the streaks that has come through. I mean, they're only getting 2 rounds in the T side. Yes, we can kind of barrage Pyrovision with what happened to them, but the fact that you're 10-2 up and let it slip is actually even worse than being 10-2 down in a way.
It's really heartbreaking and going to be a little bit hard to recover from, but, you know, it's part of the journey. If you want to become a stronger team, every once in a while you have to go through this kind of experience. And I mean, another test for them now will be, can they kind of rediscover some strength here, right? You lose that many rounds, you essentially end up, you know, in overtime on a map that you should have been already winning maybe like 20 minutes ago. Then you have to, like, do it all over again. And some teams can, and some teams, this is where things really fall off the rails. Marisco, obviously, like we said, he was, like, I think he was 20-6 at one point. So, not to say that he's been playing badly, but also, this is where you want to see him return to this form and, you know, just crack out a couple of rounds. Beastic's going to go down in the middle. It's James to pick up that kill early flick with the AWP. It's good work. And also highlighting the risk of leaving that connector position unsmoked or on Molotov, which they do now, but too late.
Part of me thinks that Pyrovision have just got this in the locker. This is where, you know, the fact that they've taken it to overtime alone feels strong enough. Oh my god, 4x3 could kill Kicker here, but it actually turns around at the right time. Spots something towards stairs. Down goes the Tetris player, and the pistol pulled out. Oh my god, Kicker. Oh no. That's a bad one to get 180'd on, but still should be unwinnable. And is. James starts and finishes that round. Good work.
He's really come alive. 21 on that AWP. Doing amazing work all of a sudden. It's been fun to watch Peppo play, though. I've got to be honest. Yeah. I've enjoyed it so far. I think James also stole another AK at the end of the round and just repurchasing the AWP because they're in overtime. So they'd rather have the extra AK for anyone that was wondering about that. Smoke towards the window. No surprise. It lands just fine. 13-2 here. Pyrovision just continuing to build strength into this game. Such a sleepy start for them, but what they're doing now is hard for Sinners to stop, it seems.
Boost up in towards window. I like this, Nota. How aware are we? Oh my god, very. Oh, we still can't confirm it. He turns at the right time. James gonna find the trade on towards Marisco at least. And he doesn't actually need to fight here. Just this Utho set coming down will do enough to draw attention. He can fall back.
I'm pretty sure that's there are too many targets positioned for Nota. Like, he sees both, and he kind of wants to spray them both down, and as a result, he gets none.
Like a deer in headlights. Doesn't know where to look.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been there, right? It's like, there are so many kills available, but sometimes it is a strong play to just commit to one of them. Now, this is a choice for Sinners. This might work, but it could also blow up 10 different ways. Amongst others, if Sedco gets caught in the middle here, it's going to be a real big problem. And Travis, he swings wide. Might have actually been the right play, but does end up going down, and Sedco not faltering at all. They can run back if they want to, but now it's time to get your running boots on if you're going to be doing that. 30 seconds. They are still committed to the bomb site. They're expecting, and they're not wrong either. James runs through. He's dead already. Sedco, what a round. What a look. I mean, there are many ways they could have lost this round on the Sinner side, but here we are. Now it's down to Belchanok trying to stop the bomb, and unfortunately he didn't get that mid-air headshot, so it should be all over for him.
Yeah, surely. 1v3. I mean, Zedko obviously is sort of basically 1 foot in the grave, but with Belchok being a known quantity, there's just no chance. They don't actually even need to fight him, but the Orb can have a little look. Ooh, gets close as well. Why not? Belchok will finally sort of give it up, but even exiting is pretty difficult here. Where and how do we get out of this? Is Zedko going to swing? I feel like that would be ill-advised. Oh, he tucks in the window. I like this. He's making all this noise, so they know exactly where he is.
Pretty
Down
tricky.
he goes, though.
Yeah, good to see. Keep the AK. I mean, might as well give it a shot in the next round, and all else being equal, is better than the M4. So, unfortunate for Nota. Might have been a chance. Might have been a chance there for at least the 1 kill. If James would have had the other, it would have been a pretty cool 4 versus 3 in favor of Paravision. But that is all in the past. Sinners finally went around on the T side. Neil, how long has it been? I can't even remember the last time this happened.
Bar, like, you know, the not exactly a round. You know, the previous rounds in regulation didn't really feel replicable. This one at least feels like that was better. Nice little B-take, pressure on, early kills going your way. It's not that you can kind of fall back on and say that's something we can work with. Still got 13-all. What a game we got in our semi-final. Got a 3-mapper in towards game number 1, and this one's still feeling like it could be more of the same. Travis burning in the molly, kick it same for him, so both have to fall back. Nadal bank round, but only minimal damage. Shock plays anti. If they contact this, Shock's surely dead. Yeah, he's tucked. Oh, poor guy.
Yep. Just waiting. A little bit questionable. Almost was waiting too long. Hopefully he didn't disconnect or anything, but did look a bit weird. Belchanok, he's going to be going down. And as a result, we do have a wide open B bomb site. Sinners, in spite of losing the early kill, they might be in a very good position. Bomb's surely going to get planted right away, and look at how much control they have here on B. Paravision, a test of their retake protocols on the B bomb site. They throw a little bit of a lurk smoke to try and help themselves out of the window, but also receive a Molotov in return for their efforts, and Kickard was practically forced into that. Had to run away from that Molotov, and Pebo's got the right idea. There is a late flank coming that could be all deciding. They need to get out of the market with a little bit of a fiery play, and they're not even getting through, so Peppo has no reason to look at anything else. James cannot win this round in a 1 versus 4, and he will go down. So Sinners, wow, where was this all along?
I know. Why did it take this long to finally get some sort of stable T-side rounds? They've just got as many T-side rounds in overtime as they did in regulation. That's never normally what you want to say. And even with Shock getting completely caught off guard, that B hit, really nicely done. I don't think Kickit needs to fight there. I think for Kickit, waiting for support probably would have been the best way to go about it. But, you know, time was of the essence, so they were under pressure nonetheless. All right. Sinners, your CT side was so good. You put up 10 rounds on the CT side. Surely you can show us once again why it was so strong and it wasn't just a fluke. But then again, on the other side, Paravision is now awake, so maybe it won't be as easy to come by.
Well, we're going to find out. Morisco, remember, on the CT side, he was an absolute demon. They want to revive that. They want to get that kind of feeling back again. 13 rounds for Paravision, 14 for Sinners. We're looking for the first team to 16 to decide a winner, and it's only map number 1. So, yeah, what a battle it's been just to try and get into it here in the semi-final. We've got a couple of people hanging close to Shadow on the A-bomb side. Other than that, one jungle player who presumably is going to get smoked off. So, oh, the Palace push actually coming in for the CTs. So, they are ready to take that fight. Kind of curious. B-stick back here is not going to be doing too much. Belchanok hanging around down to the ramp, but that's a lot of aggression for Sinners early on up in the Palace. I kind of like it. They do know that he's up there, so we'll see what Shock can do. Oh, Peppo, nice shot. Nota goes down, and Shock is allowed to kind of escape a little bit.
Yeah, getting out. That's something. So man advantage over towards Sinners, and Paravision are right back to square one. They're in spawn, and now they got to try and get map control and then towards a site with 35 seconds. They're not giving us a lot of time for this. One little hiccup now in this play, and that's round done. I mean, if Peppo looks in towards short, that alone could be the round done itself.
Yeah, you're not wrong. This is so scary. 20 seconds. Yeah, but even then, they've only got for the first part. There's still more to come here. Nice little lineup. Spray could have been more efficient. He's still got 8 bullets left, and it's enough to take down James with 10 seconds on the clock. There should be absolutely no way. And a good hold here. Sinners pick up another one, and now again, 1 round away from taking the first map.
Map point Sinners. We've been here before, and we've lost this. So, let's make sure we don't go 2 for 2 in that. We're going to get the final tack pause out for Pyrovision. Final chance to get Dastan back into the fray. But tough spot nonetheless, Pyrovision. You do so well to get back in towards the game, to actually make us believe a little bit, or to fall apart in that second half. Oh, that overtime, may I say, is in a way equally as heartbreaking, I think, is the way to go about it. But let's see.
I mean, both teams are kind of being strained a lot right now, and
yeah,
this often happens, right? Like, if you win this kind of a game, obviously you're going to be feeling super happy about it, but the loser, on the other hand, has a lot to lose all of a sudden. Yeah. For Paravision, might be more so just because of the fact that they are, there's also their map pick, so you feel like, oh, come on, why weren't we able to do that? But
exactly.
Yeah, we'll see how much of this is going to play into the next couple of maps. It's Anubis, that's the second. Inferno as the third. Flash to just take a peek there for Nota, but nobody to receive on the other side, not yet. Does reveal his position a little bit, but they're going to escape the middle. And a bit of a slower round here for Paravision. Careful now, Peppo. Important kill to take down Kickard.
So confident, isn't he? You got to respect it. You're playing up against, a side with major winners, and you just back yourself all the way. Gotta love that level of confidence from the youngster. 22 and 21 for him. Leading the charge for Sinners. Man advantage again. 1 round away. And Paravision back to square one, too, as James rotates his way through T-Spawn. Where do we want to go? Bomb on the back of Belchanok. Look at this from Arisco, though. This alone could be the difference maker. He might actually go slightly unchecked a little bit. Yes, Belchanok's in towards kitchen, but James not going to look here. Oh my god, trigger discipline. They know they're going towards B. He spotted the bomb as well. That's it. The comms aren't there. Why is no one commed? How's Marisco got away with the second? Belchanok didn't even turn until it was way too late.
I just truly don't think they realized. I think it's such a nightmare. You don't even know what you're going to be saying at that point in time, but you're right. They didn't know for the second kill either, and great play. Sinners, after what looked like a done deal in regulation, it ended up in overtime, but they get the job done regardless. So pretty nicely won here. That's map number 1 in their favor. We still do have, obviously, a map number 2, and potentially 3rd if we get that far. But wow, that's a hard-fought battle at the start of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, tough to say the least. Paravision, you just got to look back at that first half and just say, what actually went wrong there? If they had not put up such a bad first half, they would have taken the map, right? Even, obviously, in hindsight, we know now, but if they had got just a more kind of standard 3, 4, 5 rounds in that first half, they're winning it, right? And they don't. They let it slip. So that's killer. I mean, the big takeaway for me still is, why did it take Sinners so long to close it out? They should have done it in regulation. They should have done it ages ago. We shouldn't have even got to like 19 rounds being played and us questioning where the attack pauses. It took them to what, 10, 11 to call attack pause? That's worrying signs for me that Sinners just are happy to let things run its course, but it ran its course and they win the map. And ultimately, at least for now, that's all they're going to look back and say. Good stuff, boys, on towards Anubis. But a tough one to break down for sure, but we'll let Brandon deal with that slightly messy map.
Yeah, thank you for that one, guys. Yeah, I'll tell you what's interesting about this is there was a lot of layers here, I think, in both halves for both Sinners and Paravision. And particularly, I think Sinners actually, despite it being all the way back to OT, they had a solid game plan throughout on that T side. Firstly, we've got to talk about the CT side and how dynamic it was from one individual in particular. And yes, you can talk about Marisco going 20 and 3, but Peppo's AWP was unbelievable. And the reason why is because you go back and you watch that demo, he had started in a different position, I want to say like 8, 9 rounds in a row when he had that AWP. And what that does is it frees up flexibility for the riflers to put themselves in advantageous positions, to put themselves in spots where the trades were always going to be a guarantee for Sinners, and you've got a reliable piece in Peppo that is always finding this opening kill. And you go back to Parivision and you have to ask the same question that I'm going to ask to Sinners. Boys, where were the executes? Because there were not any whatsoever in those halves of Counter-Strike where it came down to the T side. I think Sinners had one round where they popped A, and it was on pistols. And the reason I think that for doing this is because the key indication on that T side was they wanted to make sure that they had manipulated the rotates and able to have a lurk play in Zedco or in B-Stick walking out on an extremity and catching players. And it took them a very long time. It was only when they started speeding up towards middle that they actually got that luxury, and it took overtime. This one here with Jamie, it was a missed top connector smoke. That's why he had so much room to work with there. But I think you take a look at all of this and you think, okay, for Parivision, you're in fact being asked the question to stay alive and play perfect Counter-Strike for so many rounds in a row. And the reason why they were able to do this is because the site players were staying alive for that extra couple of seconds. They weren't being applied the same pressure because Sinners always wanted to divert back to the other end of the map. They're always relying way too heavily on that lurk presence, and it just needed a little bit of deviation. When we saw that change of pace, for example, at the start of the round where James gets caught off guard, you think it's going to all be done in regulation, then Kick It comes up with a 3K. A really interesting first map of Counter-Strike in which, to be honest, I think Sinners had a game plan all the way out and they didn't deviate away from it. I think Parivision were in the dark a lot, but the individuals, Nota, Belchanok, especially in towards middle, really bailed them out. And it is such a shame for Parivision that it goes all the way back and then you lose control because finally the game plan as Sinners actually breaks through. That's map 1 done and dusted. Overtime is always a consistent theme throughout Parivision and Sinners on Mirage. On Anubis, it was Sinners that won out last time. Parivision, they have to dig deep now if they want any more legwork here in this semi-final. It's our second map. It's Anubis coming up after this break. all three of us reunite here on the committee just to break down what happened there on Mirage, and a lack of timeouts angered Neo. We now move to Anubis, mate. Paravision have only won one game on Anubis in the 3 times they played it. Admittedly, that was yesterday against Spirit Academy. Now they've warmed up into it. Are you giving them a chance, or are you still Team Sinners?
I'm still Team Sinners. At least from what I've seen from Sinners recently, I've liked them. They beat them not too long ago, right? On this map. So for me, I look at this and just say, I think Sinners, I'm hoping that they basically just took like, you know, this 10-15 minute break and just said, okay guys, that was like a little silly. We made that way harder than it should have been, but we're the better side, right? We've proved it. We've looked better in terms of individuals. Our game plan for the most part was actually really clean. Once it got going, we just let things slip, and we kind of, I guess, stubbornly refused to get control of it with those attack pauses. I'm pretty heavy Sinners here. Paravision for me still got a lot of gaps that just don't seem like they're going to be fixed mid-series. You can see, and it's something we touched on in the cast quite a lot, communication breakdown seems so evident.
Yeah. And it has to change right here, right now. Map 2 between these two teams. Sinners maybe can make the grand final after Anubis. We'll have to wait and see. Over to you both.
Thank you, Brandon. Let's get right into the swing of things. We do have Sinners versus Paravision. It's map number 2 here for the semifinals. And let's see how this one plays out. It will be on Anubis, which, again, is a map that we've all been seeing a lot of recently. Don't really mind. I think it's a fine map. Paravision going to be on the T side. Well, Sinners on the CT side. And what looks like a very standard type of setup here. It is 3 people in the middle for the CTs, which is a little bit much, but, you know, we've seen this kind of thing before. We end up pushing a little bit, and that's pretty much what they're doing now.
I like this. Let's take a fight here, Sinners. Shock in the open. The Shadow will, of course, let him know there's one here. Takes his pop shot and he falls back. You know, there's no point sticking around. He's alone there, too. So, is it actually worthwhile sticking around for that fight in that sense? No, it's not. So, get yours, get out. And, well, that'll be that. So, a minute left, and Paravision given the ability to just completely reset.
And they will. Reset. 50 seconds. They regroup towards the B bomb site. Oh, Sedco,
Okay.
that's an absolutely smooth kill. And the backup is here. They're running right into the Glock of Jame. Great work, though, to be honest. Morisco, he had the quad kill in the first half of the pistol on Mirage, but not quite here. We'll get shot down. B-stick, though, nobody's watching this. He's missing every single bullet. Finally gets the one. And kick it. He's a tap away, so just find that one. It's a headshot to make sure. And it's a nice round for Sinners. There's a moment there where it could have got off the rails, but a good job nonetheless.
I kind of love that as well for B-Stick. That guy's 1 HP. He is on the brink of death, but I'm still going to set myself up for and see if he can get that headshot, which he does. So, nice work. A little scrappy, a little weird, but Sinners get the round 1, and not only that, they deny the bomb going down. That's all that we can really look back at and be pretty happy with. So, 1-0 start. Paravision. I'm still worried. There's no doubt about it. I've got my concerns about this side, but it's not just this series, just as a whole, and I sort of see it a little bit here. Flash to get outside of main, and, well, they will. B control taken, a deep B control at that.
No bomb plant, obviously, in the pistol round, so the real threat here is if you walk into a couple of deagle shots, which is unlikely. The fact that they went to pistol on the CT side as well is just, you know, we talk about it quite a bit on Anubis, but it can go a long way. You don't need that many rounds on the CT side of Anubis. You get a couple by winning the pistol, and it's already it's a pretty good start. Feels good. Jame currently holding that potential A push alone, while the Eagle of Belchinock is just wandering across the map, looking for any kind of an engagement that he could find. It's not really happening yet. He's all the way towards the middle, I believe. So, yeah, it's a bit of a slow round, this one. But honestly, Paravision, I mean, you might as well try and do some damage. Find the right timing. It looks like Belchinock himself is going to get timed here, in fact. So, dead and gone. I think that was really the only exciting part of this round.
Yeah, it should be pretty simple from here on out. Just pistols looking to hope to get a bomb down. And that'll not be the case. Famas and the pistol in the end there. Will they be able to get there? And that is that. A very simple second for Sinners. We weren't really looking too much in towards that one, you know, either way, but now we have to see what Paravision got up their sleeves. The T side was there was a lot to be wanted from us. It was not a good showing from both sides in regulation. Only getting 2 rounds, it left us very concerned, but have Paravision use that 10-15 minute break in the same vein that Sinners obviously would have had a big conversation themselves. Have Paravision said, okay, that was terrible that first half from us. Let's try and see if we can recover this to a level that we know we can play at. We'll have to see. It's over.
It's actually
early ship damage is not bad. Oh, okay.
Yeah, a couple of... I mean, this one that lands on Notor is obviously the most standard HE by now, but the other one thrown from middle onto the that B boost back there is pretty interesting. Peppo getting right in their faces with the MP9, but it doesn't matter when you don't pull the trigger. Baltrinok just catching him in spite of the shadow there. And should be ripe for a bomb plant. In fact, might even be a big question here if you even want to get close to this one. They do have smoke, but no kits. There's always an awkward chance for a defuse if you have a kit in this kind of a bomb plant, but they just don't. So I'm guessing they're just going to be looking for a couple of more exits, make it a little bit harder on Paravision, who should definitely win this round.
Yeah, well, still a slightly odd spot, but any exits actually still have a lot to work with. Travis sneaking in the back line. He might not be needed, though, in all fairness. He's going to come in late. But, again, yeah, not needed. Kick it. Does really well there. And Trav makes his presence known, but too late. Doesn't matter. Nice round to be taken by Paravision. Get your first gun round out the way early. That's what we want to see. Kickstart the T side. Pretty notably. Did Shock need to fight there? Probably not, but that's a call that we can make in hindsight. He was looking for information. It's just unfortunate that he just gets deleted. What can you do? 2-1. Sinners, they can go back in towards a buy. It's not a fully sustainable one, I'd say. You know, you've got double MP9, double M4, and then the scouts. But if Peppo can just soften them up a little bit, it does make that scout and they make the MP9 and the M4, may I say, actually all the more dangerous. Just even 1 or 2 tags can do a world of good.
Yeah, it makes the rounds kind of a little bit more fun to watch too. Like the tension increases on the CT side every time you miss one of those, but on the T side every time you hit one. Round number 4, and yeah, it's a bit of a... It's not the most fast-paced game just yet. We'll see how Sinners decide to play the CT side. They don't have a good read on how aggressive they like to be. Smoke actually thrown. A funny way to throw the smoke towards that dark position, dark connector. Looks like it's going to be an A split at the end of this. Can still turn it into a fake on the A bomb site and run back, which is, again, I think I said this earlier in the day when watching Anubis. It's really popular by a lot of the top teams right now to fake that A bomb site, and that is kind of what they're doing a little bit here. Not the most convincing, but they're kind of clearing out the front of it, suggesting, oh, it could be A any moment.
Back in towards waters. Feels like push towards B here, but it also feels at least red. You can actually see with this rotate back over from B stick. The only issue is that he's just alone. If you get a bit of support, there might be a chance. He spots the barrel of one, the leg of another, but it's not going to make a difference. Just full save. Honestly, that would be part of the thing I'd be saying here. Full save is not exactly the worst thing in the world. Go for this buy with a little bit more utility towards the next, but they're going to give it a go. It's not an easy retake, and especially not with the firepower that they're wielding. You can see they're actually retracting now. They realize it's just not worthwhile.
Yeah, it's like a moment where they all say, yeah, and then, 3 seconds later, it's like, no, maybe not. Kind of hard to blame them, So, Paravision. Again, remember, they are on the T side. It's really worth hammering home this point early on before people get too desperate. They should be having a bit of an easier time with it.
Yeah.
It's up to Sinners to try and find, get that 4-5 round scoreboard, and it's a bit different. It's a bit better at that point in time. But I think a lot of it is going to come down to whether or not they can find some interesting moments to be a bit more aggressive. They tried it in the pistol round, and fair play, that did work with the push in the middle. But some teams, they struggle a lot with doing it once the rifles come out. It's really not easy for them to find a way to do that. So we'll see if Sinners is going to be one of the teams that are able to put a bit more pressure on. Exactly,
and this is the only map that we can actually really say is T-sided, so expectations are Paravision should be putting up a good T-side, and, I would say at the very least taking a lead in towards it. Like a 7-5, I feel like is a bit of a handshake, right? But at the same time, if Sinners are able to get anywhere near the level of tying this one up, like 6 at the tail end of the half, that does reinstill maybe a bit more confidence that they can 2-0 this. And this is a map in which we know they're pretty good on. I mean, Brandon touched it on the desk, right? Paravision have played this once, and it wasn't exactly the most fruitful of performances. So, you know, recently that is. And or even may I say, they've won this once, played it 3 times, won this once. And while that was yesterday, which is good to fall back on, Spirit Academy are no joke of a side. The last time they played it before that was against Sinners, and they lost in the group stage. Before that, again, Monte also picking up a loss. So it's still not a confident spot that you put yourselves in when you look at, Paravision at the moment. We don't know what the reps are like. We don't know what the pracs are like and all the rest, but it's still a dicey spot for us where I think if Sinners get anywhere in the region of 5 on the CT side, they should be fine. Yes, they had their T-side woes, but they generally speaking don't normally whenever they play on this map. And the hope is that they just go back into it. So, bit of a tech pause, unfortunately, here, but hopefully in a brief one, we can get, back underway as soon as.
We do have that. I was looking at the stats for Sinners CT side Anubis, and they do have at least a couple of rounds in the last, in the last 2 months they played this map 4 times. From what I can tell, they do quite a few early water pushes that are coming out, and even some early B pushes. So then they are known to do that, at least in the last couple of months. So curious to see if we're going to find a way to throw that in there. I do think, is it risky to do it? Yes, but I think there might be an even greater risk at just playing like the default Counter-Strike where you're far back on the map and you let Jame and Kick It and all the rest of them execute onto sites however they feel. I feel like that's probably a greater risk at this point in time. So I guess we'll see. Again, they haven't had too many rounds where they had the utility or the weapons to necessarily do it. But once the tech pause is over, hopefully soon, we'll show back on the road and see what Sinners are able to do, or maybe Paravision. I mean, fair play. They did take a long time warming up into the first map, so we'll see. Anyway, apparently we're going to a bit of a break as we just fix the last tech issues. Stay with us, and we will be right back. Well, here we go. Apparently, we have discovered a new server. There was some problem with the old one, so we're back once again. Sorry for the delay, and it's still Sinners versus Paravision. Neo, how are you? Are you feeling alright about Sinners? They've been struggling a little bit at the start once rifles have come out. Do you think they can find a way to make this work? Oh, I'm seeing a...
Oh, it's a good time to have a conversation, mate. I think
Yeah.
we're doing a little matchmaking. But, yeah, I'm not too worried, you know, at the moment, genuinely. I think kind of where we're at is CT side of Anubis. It's very early on. And this is sort of a, you know, a non-existent kind of round in a way. You know, there's no real money to work with. So I'm not too worried just yet. But the way I'm kind of looking at it is probably the other side of saying, if Sinners actually, when the guns come back out, they continue to struggle, continue to find, you know, errors in the gameplay where it's allowing Paravision back in, maybe I can start to worry. I think it's too early, you know, for now at least, right? But I think I'm still leaning 80% heavy on Sinners. And I think they'll do, I assume anyway, most of their work on towards that T side. So
Alright, then.
I'm not too concerned. If you can get 5 rounds CT for Sinners, I'm happy.
Well then, let's get back into it. Seemed like we just needed a couple of resets, and then we're probably good to go again. We'll see how they can reward your trust here with some work on the CT side at the very least. Sedco. Going to be dodging most of the damage there. Careful about rotating back and forth. There you can kind of see like he's realizing the looming danger of somebody being actually in B main. Nobody is, but I like the fact that he's actually aware of it. 3-man in the middle, and I'm guessing they're going to try and see if they can put a little bit of pressure on that. Shock's out here, and don't know how he got the timing, but definitely had the right idea. Just couldn't really do enough damage for it. Under a minute now, and it seems like there's going to be some pressure applied to the A-bomb side. Again, it's not always an indication that they actually will finish at the A-bomb side, because you can run back to B so quickly that it's very hard for the CTs to kind of keep track of them. Morisco is here, and does he hear that? The timing is perfect, and yeah, now he knows. They're going to be back to try and catch him here. Kick it with a nice spray down. The bomb is being planted on the other side. I don't know. There was a world where that could have worked out a bit differently.
It's true. That actually could have been a lot scarier. They're looking for an upgrade, so we got double M4 AK and MP9. It's not impossible. I don't want to say they're completely out of this. Molotov down over towards camera, but again, doesn't matter. Shot. Oh, he gets a dink as well, but it's Travis with a one-tap, and I think that might just pull the troops back and just say, I don't think it's worthwhile. I think, you know, also the fact that, this buy that we've got left over of the 3 rifles, we can utilize this back in towards the next, and on top of that, no kit, no util. There was no chance that retake was going to really have any sort of legs behind it. So I think this is the right decision. Let's just pull back for now. Let's retreat, and we'll reset going in towards the next, where we actually are going to have stuff to work with. Paravision. Good rounds being picked up by them on this T side. Early doors, at least, and there's a lot more to like than what we saw in towards Mirage. I know that's not very hard to say, but we'll take what we can get for a Paravision side that still worry me.
Yeah, and again, sensible choice for Sinners to steal the AK, kind of just move forward with a little bit of extra money, potentially. There was no way they were going to actually be able to win that round, so... It's all AKs on the T side, so they could be fairly flexible here. Some early deep grenades landing on the B bomb side to try and put a bit of pressure on, and towards that connector as well. So yeah, really trying to test that out. Not a big reaction coming out right now for Sinners really anywhere, but you could see that the rest of Paravision are set up in case there was a push out A, in case there was something happening in the middle. They want to be ready to catch some of those players, and I think some of those early grenades there just... offering a bit of temptation for somebody to go and be aggressive.
Yeah. Travis, speaking of, he is waiting for a push out from B-main. I don't think he'll be giving it. It's just water plate. Also, that's a great nade. Noto actually just walked into it, unfortunately for him. And a re-smoke down too. Good little util set early here by Zeko, just to keep the pressure on towards Paravision. Nade'll break open that smoke. He's ready to fight, and fight he will. Both he gets. Beautiful. Nota and Belchnot just line up.
Yeah, that'll get the job done, although, say that as Peppo does get a bullet right in the face. Still a 4 versus 3. James is holding the middle, and there is a massive push coming out for Sinners here. We talked about it a little bit during the tech break, that it is something that Sinners apparently like to do, at least statistically. They are big fans of that. We'll see if it's going to be timing-wise. I'm not sure about Shock. That seems like a position you want to try and hold. James in a bit of trouble. He jumps down and gets caught, and he had the bomb on his back. Another Molotov landing there to put a little bit more pressure on. Travis gets a kill on Morisco, and I don't know how, but we ended up in a 2v2. And they're going to bring the bomb surely towards that A bomb site. 16 seconds. Guys, there's so little time.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting as Sedco. 1 kill here, and actually Beastic is hearing it too. They're going to be walked back. They should never be able to win this round here. And yep, Sedco just quietly in the corner, hunting for his 1 victim there. That's a very weird round, I've got to be honest. I feel like could have been won even earlier by Sinners, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, they were set up, they were ready. Especially when time was running out. And it does always worry you a little bit when you see the time ticking so far gone in those sort of spots. And you could just see it's a panicked move. It's a hope and a prayer and saying, let's hope nobody's here. Or if they are here, that they're in close proximity, that we can get very easy kills. Beppo, he's going to fight in front of this. Oh, hello. This is bold. I don't hate it, but he's being held for, so it could actually work against him. And it will. James, he was waiting for exactly that move.
Yeah, interesting to see that there's... I guess when you're peeking with EWP, they really can't easily throw a flashbang to set up their own AWP player, but it is risky. James able to catch it. And Sinners, now would be kind of a rough time to lose a round. Just don't have the money in the bank here. Beastic, though, he's super ready. Okay, he picked up the AWP, and James... He did have the right angle. You could see he was ready to take that kind of a fight. Oh, a classic flashbang right now where you don't even have to turn for it on the CT side because it lands right on those steps. It's a good idea, and it kind of works, but he gets traded almost immediately. Beastic, gotta be careful here. There is still a player in main, but he takes the chance, gets away with it. And if you could have landed that kill on Nota, I think he's going to win the round right then and there. But now it's back on again. 2 versus 2. He fakes the bomb to push down and shock. He's not quite ready for it. Doesn't even land a bullet there. Ends up going down. Morisco, he was a real monster on the first map, but he's going to get traded as well. Nota with a quad kill of the round, and Paravision, they get 1.
It's a big round for them to take, actually, especially in just how dicey the round itself was. The fact that we were kind of coming towards that and again, sort of settled a few of the nerves that we've had about Paravision is really important. It was a little dicey. Morisco very easily could have got that guy who was not on the bomb and then maybe give himself a chance at a 1 versus 1. Nota too crisp. 3-4. The thing with Sinners, though, in the spot that they're in, I don't think on this CT side they're going to mind too much about sort of trading rounds and having this scrappy back and forth. It's not going to be the worst thing in the world. However, you've got 1 rifle in the round and it's the first one to die, so not the way to go. Nobody else even has armor. So Morisco picked it up, sure, but he's a real fleshy being. No armor means that's going to make it very tough.
Yeah, can't really expect too much here. Good double Molotov into the middle. Deep smoke towards the cam position. And taking the front of the A-bomb site. So just putting on a lot of pressure right now. Paravision, they should be able to just charge through this round more or less here. Kick it. Good timing. We'll go down to the Deagle, which is a bit interesting. And actually, they're going to fall back. They don't really want to power in. There is a double setup back there. See how quick Morisco can get in the position with the M4. In theory, if he was really running it here, it could have been fun to see him try and defend the bomb site. But it's just going to be the Deagle, and it's no more.
Well, any guns to pick up would be nice. Flashbang first. And a MAC-10. It's better than nothing, I guess, is probably one way to view it, but it's not something that you're going to care all too much about. There is going to be a buy-in towards the next round, so it's fine. I wouldn't even, like, hate it as well if Shock tried to get some sort of an exit kill with that MAC-10. You're going to be buying in towards guns next round either way. MAC-10, a bit of money in the pocket would have been nice, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So, Paravision, extend the lead to 2. 5 rounds T-sides already. It's good, it's better, right? We're feeling like there's something at least to work with. It's still not convincing just because Sinners are at least keeping the deficit not too big. And if they come back in towards this buy round and win it, then, again, you still start to worry a little bit about Paravision in terms of how deep this side actually goes.
Honestly, I mean, even if we don't have a ton of faith in Paravision Raps based on that first map, if they can keep going like this and keep denying the money for Sinners, kind of you can still have some very strong first halves, right? And obviously, if this ends like a 9-3, even if it's Sinner's map pick, that could be kind of tricky for the Sinners side. So we'll see how this plays out. We do have the AWP back on Peppo. We have the Mac 10 being kept on shock, so maybe he could be in a mood for some real adventure. Another good grenade landing on Belchnock at the start of the round, but apart from that, there isn't a ton of movement for the CTs. They're pretty much set up in a bit of a default 2A, 1 mid, 2B. And just waiting for any kind of information to work with.
It's a slower round. Again, you don't need to rush it. Smoke down. Outside. So Belchnock is going to sit behind this. It can allow Peppo to play up in front of this. You can use the Mac 10 in first as that point of contact. And basically the hope is that Peppo can trade behind it. The Mac 10 will play anti. Oh, actually, never mind. Molotov and the smoke that comes down will get them away. But a boost above it, I do kind of like. You want to make sure that you're on the top of those stairs, just so you can really see above the smoke, which they give up on very quickly.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You're right, though. If you boost a little bit further down, it doesn't really have the same effect. So, flash to try and slow it down. How much are they going to commit? It seems like this time they definitely will. Belchnock's going to go straight down. Peppo is in position. But one flash over, and this entire defense could be gone. I don't even need a flashbang. Travis brutalizing them at the bomb site. Oh, no. That had real potential, but they just got completely checked by Travis. 4 versus 3 now. And a real tough round here. Travis just continuing. Quick kills coming in. A 4th. And now Sedco obviously running away, but that is... I wasn't expecting that. I thought maybe they were in danger of getting pop flash there, because that kind of is the position for it, but turns out Travis didn't even need no flashbangs.
This is now a little bit worrying, at least. Sedco, they know all too well.
It's what the ace.
No hiding there, mate. Yeah, Travis going to get all 5.
His teammates saw him and let him get the ace.
Yeah, I love it.
Great
That's
friend.
what it's all about. Because we see the other side when the teammate just steals it away. So... I like that. That's good teamwork there. That's where we can say the vibes are good, but a pause could be called a much earlier pause by Sinners. I'm a happy man. However, I don't think Sinners are too happy with what they're seeing so far. They're, a relatively substantial deficit now. I said for Sinners, if you can get 5 rounds, I'd actually be quite happy. However, if you get less than, that's where things become awkward. 4 rounds is workable, but it requires you to get a pistol to force by behind it. If you don't, we're talking about map number 3. And that's where things become spicy as well. Paravision are a side who had, some lackluster showings at times in that Mirage, but their best work was done towards the tail end. Yes, overtime went south, but the second half was great. So it's an indication that, we can maybe look back on that first map and just say they were just asleep. It took them a while to get online. They were slow starting, but they did pick it up. And this is sort of what we're seeing here. Well, bye again for Sinners. What can you do? You got just an MP9, basically.
Yeah, again, weird position. Also, Peppo's got 1 kill. Shock's got 0 at this point. Just a lot of cause for concern. A mid push coming out, which is always fun on this map. You can do exactly what they're doing here, which is flash away through the smoke. But unfortunately, there was more of an army on the other side that they really were expecting. So they get shot down. And at the end of the day, it's probably not too much to be hunting for here. Good headshot. Bomb awkwardly is dropped from this side, so they really have to come back here, but I don't think it's going to be a real issue here. Paravision en route to pick up a 7th, and Sinners. 3 rounds, can you make a comeback from that? Sure, you could. But it's going to have to be one hell of a struggle.
Yeah. It's not an easy deficit to actually try and work with. A really, really uncomfortable spot. In regards to this round, was never really going to amount to all too much at all. Even a consolation kill is not bad. And they are actually going towards Morisco. That 5-7 up close. Bang for your buck. This money is, we've been arguing, probably the best you've got in the game. Oh my god, there's a freebie. Thankfully, B-Stick does get in there. 5-7 up close. There's one. Okay, 2 versus 2. Hang on a second. 5-7. 5-7 so damn good. That gun is so good. Best value for money gun in the game. That settled the debate there, Anders. Right there, right then. Screw the MP9. It's the 5-7. $500 and you can win a round like that.
Yeah, that is strong evidence. Exactly what we're talking about. It's just so lethal. It's the time to kill that just makes it so hard to deal with. You don't get many chances, like a couple of bullets out from the AK, and you either get the headshot yourself or you're going to be gone. What a position to play. Sinners, they pulled that out of nowhere. You know what's really interesting is that there's not that much money on Paravision. If somehow Sinners could turn this around and win this next round, they've got a double AWP now. Who knows what can happen? But this has really changed the conversation here for the first half, got to be honest. Scary stuff in the middle, as they do try and blow open the H or the smoke there, but the HE, but nothing really comes of it. So, the map cools down a bit again as everyone is waiting, but that other AWP is giving Shock a really forward position, and again, he's got 0 kills, so if he can get one like this, that is going to be great for them.
How much is that one round going to change the sort of narrative of how this first half is feeling? His shot. Molotov will come around, but actually goes quite deep here, so that will put his teammate in trouble. Flashbang comes over. Nade behind it too. This is carnage. But Belchok is holding W. Oh my god, Belchok nearly got 2.
Yeah, a lot of people getting caught off here, Sinners. There are 3 people at the bomb site, and 2 of them really were not ready to fight. So at the end of the day, doesn't really matter how many you stack at the bomb site. At some point, people have to have rifles out. One of them got caught with a flashbang. I guess the other one got caught actually trying to fall back and throw some more grenades. But the speed there was pretty overwhelming. So, yeah, what do we do? What do we say? Just a good call for Sinners to stack the bomb site. Unfortunately, the timing for Paravision was unmatched, and it's going to be back to more of the same.
Can't believe that Belchok gets away with that first. Nearly the second too. Nota, good work to just play on that trade. And, you know, that Molotov that actually went a little deep in towards E-Box there actually ended up being quite costly. If they'd just been thrown short, it probably at least forced them to pump the brakes or reassess, is it worth going through this? Either way, though, Paravision back into winning ways, back into this sort of position, this sort of performance. You still have your reservations about Sinners. We said 4 rounds is potentially workable, but it still does require that pistol round, the force fire behind it to work well.
It's worth noting as well, I mean, in that previous round where they had the 3-man stack at the B bomb site, right? Like, one little detail is the fact that they try to bounce the incendiary that they had quite far back into the connector.
Yeah, yeah.
On some level, if you just throw it down in front of you, it's probably, you know, might not do as much damage, but you definitely will be a lot safer in the bomb site. So, just a series of unfortunate potential errors or slip-ups there that eventually just cost them the round. Morisco, this is a really fun round to watch. If he gets away with this, it might be round winning. There's the one, and they have no idea. I don't think anyone... Again, the communication there for Paravision, they just don't know where they're being shot from necessarily. See if he could do even more damage back here. He certainly caused enough of a distraction that Kickard runs right into Peppo, and suddenly, it's a 5 versus 2. This is huge. If they get one more round, suddenly we do end up with the 5 rounds, and I think we have a bit more hope for Sinners going into the second half.
Alright. Maybe. 2 left. I mean, surely for Paravision not to be. I said, you know, right before we went into the extended tech pause, I think 7-5 is a handshake. I think you're both pretty happy with that. Travis taking a couple of shots. He spotted the head for a moment there, but just couldn't capitalize upon it. Oh, good shot though from Travis. 2 versus 4. It's not impossible because Travis just scaled up in towards mid here. He wants to take fights. He's pretty crisp, and he has been so far this map.
Yeah, for sure. Like that one ace that he picked up, but I mean, the first 4 kills at the very least were absolutely stunning. And truth is, you're right. If he gets one more kill here, it's going to isolate a 1v2 of the A bomb site. You never really know what could happen. Morisco trying to do something, falls to Travis. And now time is running up here, 17 seconds. And I think that kill on James should be enough here, even if Travis gets it. The bomb is really far away. He's trying to see if he can hunt them back. He's given up on planting the bomb. He's just trying to get the last 2 kills, hoping that they would both be somewhere in the middle. But it's not the case, and it's a 7-5. So Sinners, I don't know. It's a bit of a winding road to get here, but they get there in the end. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I think that's all you're really going to look back and say. It's like, sure, we got something out of this. It was, you know, not the best performance, sure. We could have had a way more kind of stable CT side, but we've actually given ourselves a really good chance here, especially if we do get the pistol. Game's absolutely on. That should be tied up. I think the thing for Sinners, though, is that you're seeing, like, for example, the individuals of Morisco doing great once again, right? B-Stick, the IGL, leading by example, but then it's like Shock, it's kind of gone missing. He's 1-7. Peppo is 2-8. I mean, that won't instill loads of confidence in you. we've got to see these two come alive. I mean, I think in particular Peppo as well. He's been so influential to all the good that we've seen from Sinners. And Anubis is generally a pretty good map to AWP on, but now he's got to do it on the T side, which can have a lot of issues behind it. We're in towards A. The bomb's are a little lagged behind, but we've got some good sight holds here. I mean, they're pretty deep in towards that A site, so this post bomb has some strength behind it.
Especially with Peppo still in the middle, and there's a flank coming in from the B bomb side. I don't know how they've managed to do this, Sinners, but they should win this round every single time. They are just, it should be, unless Paravision can run in and defuse right now, essentially, if they wait any longer, they're going to get shot in the back. So they're kind of getting close to doing that, to be honest. There is a kit on Travis, but again, the flank is coming in quicker than they might realize. James is dead. Peppo is going to fall, but they keep coming in from that cam position, running close with the dualies. Nice headshot from B-Stick. This round is a lot closer than I was expecting, but unfortunately, Kicker in a 1v1, he's just so pressured, and B-Stick will end up clutching it right at the end. So a huge round here for Sinners.
Yeah, it's a big one to take. I just like that hold that, they know the bomb's lagging behind, but they push further forward in towards the site. It's well done for me, and I think as well for Sinners, that's going to completely open this game right back up for you. One round being the difference maker. Paravision, if you do force buy, it's not exactly going to be a great one, and thankfully they're not going to opt for that. But that, at the same time, means the red carpet's rolled out. Sinistry get a 7th. Shouldn't break too much of a sweat. As long as they don't take more than like 2 casualties, whatever happens, they're happy.
Just a 1 round difference, but Paravision, I think, they should have a harder time over here at the second half. We'll see if James can come alive again the way that he did on the first map. I mean, he was missing for a bit of it, and he's got 5 kills right now. Belchinok's got 2 kills as well. They have, a lot of this first half, when you look back at the scoreboard, you're looking at Travis and Nota doing a lot of work, and
yeah.
I mean, that's not great news, but hopefully if James and Belchinok can wake up a little bit more, it could be a different second half for them as well.
Oh, the spray through the smoke is not bad. They actually will get both. Nice work. Nice work. A couple of kills. Like I said, I don't think you're too upset with if you are Sinners. Anything more so, it could have a bit of a knock-on effect, sure, but that's fine. Paravision, you're not expecting anything, so you're also walking away with a couple. It's silver linings. It is what it is. That's a round that we don't expect anything from, and you're walking away from it now 7-0. And this is where the game opens up. This is where things get actually quite exciting. This first gun round that we get in what is, technically speaking, a bonus buyout for Sinners with those 3 rifles kept alive, but for Paravision, we're talking Jamin towards the AWP. Rifles alongside a nice nade to kickstart things. Just kick it. Going to be chunked down to 50 immediately before it even sees anybody.
Oh, timing for shock. I can't believe it. Right as Kicker was about to throw that grenade, Belchinok copied to sneak in here. He might have the better timing. Yes, indeed. So that's karma for you. Shock getting a very similar treatment. And James, it's an easy shot onto Morisco. See what they want to do with this now. The bomb is back. They could turn this into just a B-split, and I think when James is over on the side, that's probably what they'll do. They also knew that Belchinok was pushed up pretty far, and yet Setko's caught off guard. That is a bit interesting, because he would have known that there was a chance, and he was looking for it, but even with the AK in hand, he wasn't able to actually get the job done. So suddenly, a 2 versus 4, and unless this flank from B-Stick that's coming through might not make a difference at all. What a wallbang. Okay, he just shot him like 7 times in the head.
Alright, what can you do? That's gonna hurt. But for B-Stick, now it's about saving this AK. You don't have any money left over, really, for him at the very least. So if he keeps his alive, that means Peppo can buy back in, Morisco can buy in, Shock can have some level of buy. It's just Zedko that'll be hurting, but we speak too soon. Down he goes, Paravision, big round to take, and it still remains the narrative of this game so far, where actually the gun rounds are primarily always going basically only one way. They're only really going towards Paravision in terms of a consistent, repeatable sort of factor, and that's what we're getting here. I have my concerns, obviously. Like we spoke about, there is some money to work with. We're going to buy back in, but it's an AK to Galil, double tech 9, and a PT-50. You lose this, and we're talking about Paravision getting up to double digits, a 3-round lead, and only being 3 rounds away from going towards Inferno. odds are that they just push this towards a third. And if they are to do so, it adds to the story that we were building on the desk at the tail end of map number 1, where it was just Paravision's first half was bad, but since then it's actually been for the most part pretty good. Yes, they lost overtime, but they still scaled up massively in towards that, you know, second half and that tail end of Mirage.
Let's see if they can repeat something similar here. Shot gets one. Oh, it's all out chaos. I can't believe enough bullets to find a kill at the end. And they will be able to shut it down. But man, there was a moment there where they could have lost much more than the 3 players or the 2 players there. Not to just barely stays alive, but some of those kills took a long time, and that is a bit of an issue. But, you know, good job nonetheless. Paravision, a step in the right direction here, but you can see, oh, it's very messy, isn't it?
It is. It's scrappy. That's asking a lot that round to work out. You're just playing a really... I don't know, I want to say basic, but it doesn't even feel the word. It just feels quite lackadaisical in terms of the call of let's just fly in and I hope things go well. They barrel through a smoke and they're set up ready for it. You know, those flashes go deep, so they just don't affect the players on towards the site. It's a simple hold towards B. 9-2-7, no buy for Sinners, and this is where that 10-7 3-round gap I spoke of should come into fruition. And again, where we have to look at this and say, Sinners are falling apart at the seams and having similar sort of issues on that T side. We saw this open up a bit on Mirage, didn't we? Only 2 rounds Sinners got on the T side, and it could be a similar sort of vein of a real struggling T side, especially when the guns are in play.
Yeah, I mean, once again, they are unfortunately just running out of rounds here to mess with, right? So Sinners need to conjure something up, and it won't be in this round. It'll be in the next one. So, you know, it's 10-7, like you said. At that point, it's close to do or die time for the Sinners, who picked the map. And if they can't win this one, we'd have to go on and play Inferno to the side. And again, it is the semi-final here, so waiting later on is ENCE somewhere. Could be a tough match, I think, for either one of these teams. I feel like they're both showing some signs of weakness. Somehow there's a bomb plant. I don't know how that happens. That in itself is a bit wild, and Beastic is playing to win the round by going on this deep mission. If the other 2 can stay alive, okay, he's gonna fall back. But still, that AK is dangerous.
Waiting. Let's go. Swings across, but he actually gets caught in no man's land there. And now for Beastic. He might even be tempted just to save it, but he won't. It was a 1v4. There was just no chance regardless. Defuse will come through, and it will be, again, Paravision pulling further away. And James getting the defuse there for a little bit of extra cash. James time still always prevalent. The Jameonomics are still always in play, no matter what team he's playing for. 10-7, Sinners. This buy round is of the utmost importance. If this one falls flat, I cannot see a world in which they take this map and take it to 2-0, and then we will be forced towards that Inferno as a map number 3 to sort of extend what has already been, you know, a relatively long day. Schedule-wise, the grand final, I think even right in saying, was meant to start in about 20 minutes or so time, but we had a long first game, and this one feels like it's destined for a third, and, you know, regardless, even if it was to end 2-0 here, there still would be some sort of break between the finals, so long day of Counter-Strike, which is what we love to see.
Yeah, but we'll keep soldiering on. I can tell you, for one thing, we're doing mentally better than the people in the Twitch chat. They're losing their minds at the moment, I've noticed. So, in that, we're winning on that front, Neo. We're outliving the Twitch chat for at least for the minute. We'll see how it goes later on. It could be different, but it's 4 versus 3. Travis back, taking a look. He's aware that he could be shut down, so waits to peek until the smoke is up, and that's all kind of what you want to see here. It's another hard round for Sinners once again. Have to claw their way back into the 4 versus 3. And, I don't know, like, they seem to have lost their touch just a little bit. And again, they are missing Shock and Peppo, the 2 players right now that are not really outputting almost anything in the first 18 or so rounds that we've seen here. They don't have a lot of kills.
Yeah, we kind of touched on in particular kind of Pepper, right, at that halfway point. He's so influential to Sinners, and if we don't get him online, it feels like it's a non-starter from the get-go, and this is sort of where we're at. I mean, again, another lost round for Sinners where they just never even have a foothold into round number 18. Paravision, I can't see a world in which we're not going towards Inferno now. Up to 11. Money's shot because there's no bomb plant for Sinners to kind of utilize with their their kind of loss bonus that they've built up. It's a tough spot that we're in. And Sinners, they've completely fallen off. We've definitely got to take a little bit of a deeper look, I think, Sinners post-series, regardless of the result, into these T sides, because they're obviously, having quite serious struggles.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Again, looking super fresh earlier on. There was a lot of power and a lot of emphasis in some of their hits, and just individually they seem to be a lot sharper. But maybe the overtime affair on the first map kind of took a little bit more out of them than you would have expected. And regardless of what it is, they're definitely having a harder time right now waking up into the second map, which again is their own map pick. So you'd expect that they would have that to fall back on, but we're not really seeing that at the moment here. Shock looking to put some speed behind this, running into the Molotov with a MAC-10, and he gets essentially what could have just was a little bit of double opening. We'll give him the credit anyway. Good timing, incredible speed, and the round is over.
Yeah, round's done. That's it. So, I don't even think the round's done. I think the game's done. Sinners, for them, it's great that we're getting one here on this T side, but is that sort of round replicable? I think maybe... I'm basically not. Paravision are not going to fall for the same tricks twice. Extra kills also do have a pretty big effect here. Echo goes down, but you have to be a little cautious as you're going to continue running out. And it's always a difficult map, I think, to save on in general. It's quite a small map. And it's not going to help when James is this confident moving around. So down to 3 already. Yes, we're going to have money to be able to drop over towards B-Stick and Zedko going into his next, especially with the round 1. But the Sinners... You can't look back and say, okay, that's a round that we can just do again. We can't just continue holding W and hope it's just going to work out for us. You get quite fortunate that Travis gets caught Uto in hand and Nota had back turned. I think it's just silly mistakes for Paravision where maybe because they're at such a lead and what feels like, at least for me, they basically confirm that they should be going towards Inferno. They maybe just took the foot off the gas for like a brief moment. And, you can't really afford to do that. Sinners, while they're definitely struggling here, they're by no means a weak side.
No, they're not. I mean, it's a nice trick, and it's cool to see. I like that. That's the sort of thing. You're right, though. You pull it out once, and you also put the other team on high alert, right? They're instantly going to make the call and say, okay, let's be a little bit more careful at the start of some of these rounds. Nota, good rotation. Realized he was going to probably get grenaded into that corner, so goes somewhere else. No smoke from the CT side towards main, which is a bit interesting here. The T's instead actually going to be the ones throwing what maybe should have been a slightly deeper lurk smoke to try and put some pressure on, but regardless, it is 5-5 still, with over a minute on the clock here. Looking like a B finish this time. They have some utility, not an enormous amount really on the Sinner's side, so probably going to be able to smoke off CT spawn and then just kind of flash their way in and go for it. And honestly, Paravision anyway are playing this as a retake. They're saying, alright, let's see if we can't do the 5-on-5 retake. That's potentially incredibly risky.
I have no qualms. Give it a go. James going to find Zedko for the start. It's not an easy site to retake, but you now get the numbers advantage. So that's going to make life at least a little bit easier. Risco, pop flash out. He'll spot nobody, so they can play deep in the post part now too.
Down to one flashbang from Risco, and question is, could he even get a chance to use it in this 4-on-5? Bomb is ticking away at some pace. It's a good dink, but it is not enough for a kill here. Peppo up to the task. Let's see if he can actually get the second one there. Grenade nearly blows him up. I can't believe he lives through it. Feels like he should have been dead right then and there, but now he's still a threat, and the grenade, well, the spray here is going to be good enough. Marisco getting another couple. He's got some bullets left, but Travis, unfortunately, does not have enough time, even if he gets the headshot. So, honestly, probably worth trying to go for the retake there, but they end up losing it. And not just that, but a lot of rifles. And that is a big deal right now. Yeah. If Sinners are to turn this around and somehow make a comeback, it'll be the economy of Paravision that kind of evaporates, so...
Yeah. I mean, we have to shatter that economy, and we're getting there. We're not quite there just yet, but at least it's starting to get to a point where we can at least discuss it. We can have the first attack pause called by Paravision, a moment for Dastan to just try and steady the nerves. And now this is what we wanted to see from Sinners earlier in map number 1, where you could see yourself ever so slightly losing control of momentum. Let's just make sure that we don't let it slip for no reason. Let's still give us a chance here. You take a bit of a breather. You can reset, you can come back in towards the next. But I think you're right. I think the only chance that really, I think probably Sinners are hoping for and banking on it is if we can break this economy, then sure, we've got at least something to work with. 2 rounds of difference. There's still a little cash left over for next round, though.
Honestly, what a time for them to slip up right now. If Paravision can't keep this going, if this is where they sort of stumble and fall too much, that would be crazy. Shock is actually trying to do it again. This time there's no Molotov down, but he's got a lot of pace behind this. One good flashbang here, and maybe it's going to work out. Jame with a bit of a boost, and Shock does get stopped, so they almost have to keep pressing on, but it doesn't feel as good. Oh, Jame, he's going to shoot his teammate as well, but we'll get Morisco, so at the end, it just might be worth it here. Beastic and Peppo picking up an AK is one of them, but they're slowed down, and yeah, actually, I do not even hate the idea of walking away. Even if it's still hard to win this 2-on-4, I don't think you were ever going to plant the bomb there.
No, exactly. Just when we were starting to, I guess, have a bit of the narrative of, oh, maybe there's something brewing up. Get shut down quickly. Kicker's going to hear this information. He knows both of them are rotating him through mid. A is open, sure, but Kickit is on that deep lurk. It's this play here by Jame. If he pushes that smoke, that will change things. Bomb planted. I actually like this. Beast is going to stay in towards camera. Will Jame be expecting it? Seems like he is. He's waiting.
He's so smart, Jame, and has always just been such a hard player to play against for this very reason. He's very careful.
Oh, no way.
And he's quick as well. Takes down Beastic. You're not wrong, though. That is a really sick play, and I guarantee almost every other player would have been walking somewhat through that, or maybe would have been a little bit careless to just try and get to the defuse. But, yeah, heads-up play for Jame. That's going to put them at 12.
A lot of people just push through that smoke, right? Or at least trying to play on the edge of it and see if they can get away with something. But Jame just waits. How he's aware of that, it is just, it's classic him. It's the reason why, he is so revered in every sense. 3 rounds of difference now, and Sinners, unfortunately, I think they just run out of chances. It already felt unlikely, to say the least, either way, but now surely no chance. There's never going to be that point of really, economy being such a bad spot that it is broken for the CT side. Sinners have got to win raw gun rounds each and every time, and they've kind of barely even got one here. I've got a Deagle coming out for Zedko, a Mac 10 for Shock, so tough spot. Tough spot for sure. Sinners aren't completely dead just yet. Morisco, nice shot. So many more kills like that required. And Belgianox here, he gets 2. Going 2 for 1 there is big.
Yeah, that gives them a good chance to win the round. I mean, honestly as well, Belgianox, we've been missing him a little bit on this map, so even if it's towards the end, nice to give him a chance to shine a bit. The bomb is not actually at the bomb site, so even if they got all the required kills, they are a bit worried. Travis nearly could have got shot in the back of the head there, but Shock is going to go back and try and hold on to this. Got to be very careful. There is a helmet, but it's not going to make a difference. That's a very good spray with the Mac 10, I've got to be honest. Whereas Jame, on the other hand, does not have a helmet. So if he runs into the Mac 10 and misses a shot, it could be bad news, but he's not going to miss anything at all. Flash is going to make, or the Flash peek there is going to make it work, and it's going to be a 2 versus 2 with Travis sneaking right into the headshot. I thought he was cooking there a little bit. Now it's on Jame. He's thrown away the AWP, looking to see if he can stop that defuse. Oh, the bomb plant's not going to happen, actually. And it's a 2 versus 1. Jame on the high ground, a grenade. It's a great idea, and it lands right in his face. He makes the dive down. Somehow, he is still alive. Molotov, I don't think spreads far enough, and even if it did, he's going to go for it. Fakes it out once and is hoping that Beastic is going to make the mistake, and he does. Oh, he's absolutely big-brained that one. Jame in the clutch in the 1 versus 2 with a defuse on top, and Paravision, they push us onto a 3rd map.
Yeah, well done. Well played. I think for Paravision, a much, much better showing. That's the Paravision that we want to be seeing, throughout this series. And that's sort of the highs aside. Obviously, they have considerable amounts of lows, which you worry about, i.e. first half in towards map number 1, but that's more like it. Paravision have pushed themselves in towards that decider. There is obviously that age-old saying of all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno, and of course that's what we're going to get here. 3 maps required for the first 2 series to see who our grand finalists are going to be for later. And, credit where it's due. I think Paravision have played a really good game. Jame looks ever-present. He's unstoppable at times when he gets into that sort of cerebral form, and I think for Sinners, you still, for me, just see these issues on the T side. That is actually the main thing, and the worrying thing is that within Inferno, you have to put up a good T side. It's one of the most even maps in the pool in terms of its CT T side split. And if Sinners are playing like that and that kind of rough on the T side, I don't know if I'm that much of a believer anymore. It does make me start to doubt myself a little bit, but we'll have to see. Either way, we're going to throw it over towards Brandon on the desk to break down that one as we head in towards map number 3.
Oh, thank you guys and good work on that cast, because there's a lot of interesting things here again for Sinners, and it's the inability to deviate away from the game plan. And we saw that on Mirage, we saw that with so many rounds where you feel like they've got an idea. Here on Anubis, you've got a couple of players stepping up, and then the rest of them that were ever present on Mirage just went missing. And that can't happen, especially against a well-drilled Paravision side, a side that you've allowed to get warmed up into this series now. If you finish Mirage 13-2, there's an argument that this just goes completely the other direction. And even with these clever rounds here, with Morisco finding just an unbelievable sequence with the 5-7, with Beastic putting up really good numbers, and then having the confidence to get a little bit cheeky with it, Sinners actually walk away here with 5 rounds, which is more than they achieved on that CT side last time these two teams played up against each other. And then it just went a little bit topsy-turvy. Nota and Travis were unbelievable in the amount of multi-fragging rounds that they put out with. But Peppo was completely absent, and that left space. That left a lot of creativity for Jame to get up to his old tricks. And the only thing that worked for Sinners, the guys highlighted it, was just these faster pops in towards B, going in towards connector. But guess what? They are not replicable for an entire second half. Yes, it can work as a little bit of a gimmick every now and then. But aside from that, you've got to start working in these better mid-rounds. And yet again, we're seeing a default transition into an area of map control being taken, and then going back in towards middle and trying to find your way over there. It can't happen. Again, no executes whatsoever. And it just allows Jame to have this awesome sense of what is going on. Because if you're doing the same thing over and over again, then gaps are naturally going to be created. Inexcusable, I think, on the T side of Anubis for Sinners. Something they've definitely got to work on. And as Neo said, it is T sides in general. Our deciding map, Inferno, comes up after this short break. We need a decider between Sinners and Parryvision after Anubis went the way of Parryvision. Anders, I didn't get to speak to you much during that second map sort of intro, so I'll come to you now as Parryvision have won the knife. Are you inspired? Are you still very much on the belief that Jamin and his boys have got this, or what does Sinners need to change?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know if inspired is the right word. I feel like right now it's a battle between who can sort of make the least mistakes. And I mean, you would hope that the experience with Jamin and Kickett would shine through, but man, there's a lot of mistakes creeping through both teams, which I think against ENCE in the grand final, no matter what, it's going to be really hard for either one of them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. I think, look, Sinners are on a 3-map winning streak of Inferno. They've taken down Bait, Passion UA. Look, it's a new look, Passion UA about their in-game leader. But that has got to inspire something. And I'll leave you on that note as I throw you both into our final battleground, Inferno, this deciding game to see which team makes the grand final.
Nice.
All good best 3 started on Inferno. So let's see if that is the case. I don't know what to expect. I think for me, all of this is actually just about, can we get Sinners to put up a competent T side? It's still, for me, not looked great in regulation. Both maps haven't exactly given us a lot to go off. So they're starting on the T side here. That worries me slightly.
Well, let's see how this one plays out, okay? I'm gonna forget everything I saw on map 1 and 2 and just come into this like it was a, start of the day. We're in the office, just kind of checking it out. Smoke goes down. I say this all the time, but nobody respects the smokes in these rounds on the pistols. You're just gonna be coming through every time because you might as well. And it kind of works. It's a 3-on-3. I think they're happy with that. It's worth it. It's probably better anyway than to try and run back once you've already thrown your own grenades, right? So if you stop at a CT smoke, you're wasting your own grenades, and then, that's pretty much it. So 3v3 in the afterplant here. Make it a 2v3 as Morisco comes in with the second kill of the round for himself. James does not have a kit, but Travis does. So there is a way to win the round still as they find the kill on Setco in the corner, make it a 2v2. And now they're hunting for it. Trapped up against the wall is Peppo. He's going to be dead, and Travis, it couldn't be any cleaner. 3 headshots and a retake and a defuse.
Okay. Well, it continues, right? At least we get a bomb blow and all that, which in itself is good, but it is still Paravision keeping the CT size looking really, really good. It's a nice retake as well. 2 versus 2, and they just play together. They play for the fights. Travis, nice shot, especially on that last in particular. And again, we continue this slight narrative of just being a little worried about how are things actually going to look, right? Are we going to get to the point of where, as soon as we come back into the series and you say, that is the one thing you have to come back and fix, right? The T side. Sometimes it's pistol rounds. Sometimes it's where, you know, it's lack of control or momentum. And for Sinner so far, it's just been this T side not giving us a lot to be confident about. Note, going to start well. Fama spamming through. Don't catch B6. He tried to push that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, Paravision, even though, you know, it's like they've been playing together for a long time with this lineup, but there are some mistakes that were creeping in on some of the opening maps that I just, you hate to see them. It's fixable, but it could easily cost them a game like this one. Kicker's waiting on the other side here. Smoke's going to be going up. He's just trying to do the pre-fire. Doesn't really connect with much, but there is FAMAS on the other side. And I think they've done enough here. Maybe don't have to risk too much more than that. The Galil's left in a 2 versus 5. And honestly, pretty decent dink there. Bomb plant. I guess it'd be nice if they could get the extra cash here, but that doesn't seem like that's going to happen anyway. Peppo is alone.
Gets his kill, short. He's aware there's a possibility of a flank. But this is so unlikely. Galil reloading. He's dancing between the 2 angles. 35 seconds. Not a lot of time to work with. And down he goes. Jake pushed on timing there and does well. Good work. Paravision 2-0 start. Should be made 3 as well. Especially because of that lack of bomb plan. It does reinstill that confidence that we should be fine here. We should be able to continue things in a good streak for Paravision on the CT side. If we can get 7 rounds or more on the CT side, I can't see a world in which Paravision loses. I know that doesn't sound that bad, but it's just because we know Paravision have warmed up in towards this series. And I think a lot of it is just, for me, Sinner's not capitalizing upon, you know, like a slow starting side and a side who obviously have a few issues to figure out and fix.
That's fair to say.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Nice from Jay. Mariska just had to run him down in towards Boiler, but it doesn't work out.
Getting a kill at the start of the round still. Take it for now. Plenty of time here. The bomb is all the way back at the T ramp, so it doesn't really seem like this is a round where you're certainly trying to win the round too much, trying to cause some economic damage. If you can find any kills, get rid of some of the Kevlar, maybe drop a rifle or 2. So far, that mission is anything but successful, and they will end up losing the round as a result. So nobody dies on Paravision. It's a much more solid start this time. And, you know, keeping the MP9s, I mean, it's worth doing anyway, but on a map like Inferno, those MP9s are just, they can be lethal.
Yeah, stuff. Back into the buy. Open play for Peppo as well. I mean, this is another thing that, you know, Brandon brought up on the desk, but we touched on during that map as well. He went missing, right? We needed more from people. He's so important, I think, to Sinners to find success. You need your AWP firing in all cylinders, but not only just firing in all cylinders, but, you know, he's so important in the supporting element. He's so important for Sinners who try to utilize him as a bit of a space creator at times as well, and he really struggled, whether it was confidence or just getting outplayed. They needed him. And if we can get him alive with this AWP real early, especially now that he doesn't have an AWP to face off against on the other side, at least for this round, that's where we can potentially get ourselves back into this. B9's the other side too. Nadal bank over. Zedko just spams the smoke and kicker. That's an unfortunate way to die, and he now has to call from the grave.
He jumped into the corner as well. Like, maybe it was right at the beginning of the jump he got caught, but it looked absolutely ridiculous. Can't believe that's how he dies. But yeah, I mean, good position. Up on top of the wood stack back there, and with 50 seconds on the clock, it looks like they have risked stacking the B-bomb site and leaving Travis on his own. Classic smoke going down towards mini pit, and Travis actually might just save this one. I think he knows what's coming next. I think what he's doing here probably makes a lot of sense. It's not worth him trying to take the fight against both the short lane and the apartments at the same time. So I guess if you could have got a couple of kills here as they swing the corner, if they were coming around, if they were wrapping Arch as well, it would have made sense. But yeah, save. It's a better call.
I agree. I just don't see the point here, right? Keep on what we got and sort of go again and towards the next. And even now as well, James, for example, could drop that MP9 over towards Kicker. He picks up an AWP and you're chilling, right? So you're not in a rush. It's not a necessity to get this round. It's a nicety, sure, but there's no point giving it a go. Keep all of what we've got. Let's go again. So as it's good to see this T side get open and get underway in an earlier kind of spot, but still having my concerns, right? I think for Sinners, until I see like 3 rounds in a row, I'm not going to, I'm not going to be too confident just yet.
I think that's fair. I think that we haven't seen the same kind of... So I think the confidence in Sinners was at the start when Morisco was just running wild with it. That was really fun to see. Yeah. And Peppo, even on the first map, was really, really good, right? But since then, it does feel like they have lost, maybe just a little bit of that impact. And unless they can gain it back in the same way on the individual front, it is going to be a little bit harder to trust in them. So I'm going to retrain my skepticism a little bit too, at least until I see some more. But all things considered, for Paravision, saving the couple of rifles, still pretty healthy in this one. They're not going to be too sad about giving up that 1 round. And again, we know that even if James is not calling, he's had such a big impact on how the economic game works on, across all maps, but obviously on Inferno especially. It's like you can't really make the choice to retake a lot of these bomb sites, so wouldn't be surprised if there's more saving in the future.
Yeah. Bolchenok. Close. Good. 4-2. The third was so nearly there as well. Not a bad effort.
Yeah. Smoke up here. James with the decision to make, and he's going to decide to help out his teammate inside of the bomb site. He's got 2 people behind him in the arch position, so yeah, get some more people on the site itself, and with that kill on the shock, you've got to assume that there's not a lot left here. 40 seconds. I guess Peppo, he could really give it a shot here, and he actually will find Kickard. There's still a chance, but it is very limited. 30 seconds. Do you want to try and go for this? It can't be down to Morisco, right? He just doesn't have the health for this fight. Peppo with the AWP, and I think that maybe slight mistake from Kickard is probably the last one they're going to get here. So looks like it's going to be... Oh, wait a minute. 18 seconds left.
Oh.
They wanted to go for it. That's definitely been denied. If he had landed that HE, it would have been the round over already. But regardless, it definitely will be here.
Nice work. Travis just making sure. Can't jump down to put Jame under that pressure. Good start. It continues to be fantastic from Paravision. There's nothing more that we can ask of them, right? I mean, all we wanted to see from Paravision is stability, consistency on the CT side, and continue to punish Sinners with these lack of control in these T-side rounds. This is great. 4-1. Sinners come back in towards an investment, sure, but they're in this rinse and repeat cycle. It's full buy-in, no success, and either struggling to get a bomb down, and eco, rinse and repeat. And this is where Paravision are so happy to be. Having a little conversation with B-Dog in the break, and we were talking about actually how Sinners have recently put up good maps on Inferno. They, scalped some pretty big sides on it, and actually quite one-sidedly as well. So I think this Paravision side that looking so good at the moment is actually probably even more credit to them of how good CT is looking at the moment. They've done a lot of good work into prepping for Sinners and wanted to go in towards that final, and at the moment they're destined to.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty sweet. Early on in Inferno, too soon to make any really big decisions, but 4-1 lead. Got the economy already pretty heavily on your side, right? Only thing you might be lacking right now is if you could steal a couple of AK-47s, but maybe this is going to be the round to do it. Deep smoke towards the library. It doesn't smoke up everything, so it's kind of a little bit in front. Should allow Kicker to maybe be... Yeah, you can sort of see around it and maybe take a little bit of a fight here towards the apartments too. Molotov landing in the pit. There are a lot of people already at this bomb site. This is going to be a very, very hard hit. Smoke fades and Kicker is absolutely ready, and Sinner's walking into a big defense right now. He's making absolutely no headway. Just fighting one at a time. whatever the plan was, maybe it would have worked if Kickert had been defeated over by the library. That could have been a way to maybe sort of, unsettle the defense, but ultimately that never happened, so.
Yeah. 5-1 already. It's very quickly got to this space as well. Credit where it's due, but Sinners continue to worry me. I was such a believer coming in towards this game, and that belief is at quite a rapid pace slipping away, but it's far from over. We're still actually in the early part of this game. I want to see Sinners try and take a little bit more control, but this is this rinse and repeat cycle I spoke of, where it is, full buy-in, failing to find a bomb plant. It's a great grenade as well to start it off. Look how much damage is dealt there. And they're relentlessly trying to go through it, and they're just going straight into the meat grinder of B. They are getting churned up as Nota gets 2, 3 as well. Kicker will steal away the 4th. He might get the 5th, but it doesn't matter. Job done.
Devastating. Absolutely devastating early nades coming out, so hard to recover from, no question about it. Zedco dreaming of, one slip up, one mistake, but this again where I said, like, early on we saw some silly mistakes coming out from Paravision where, they would lose a couple of players in a round like this for no reason here, and you would expect to see this be played in a more stable way. Against an opponent like Sinners, it's not a big deal if you lose a couple more rifles. You could sort of shrug it off and say, who cares, but the problem is the higher level of opponent you're going to play, the more you're going to get punished for absolutely everything. So 5-1 turned into a 6-1.
Yeah. This is tough. Already 6 rounds CT side. I'm pretty happy, regardless of how the rest of this half goes. So, not the spot you want to be in. And of course, Nota's look great as well. Super confident, this youngster. He definitely had his up and down moments when I've watched him, but his B-hold early in towards this map has looked really solid. Not letting up any space at all.
No, definitely not. And I mean, once you're able to lock down Banana, it does just make the work on the T side so much harder, right? So if you continue that, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Sinners to try and figure out a way to deal with it. This is definitely one way. They had the normal control grenade to try and re-clear the top of Banana. The smoke Molotov, we've all seen that before, but they actually boost on top of it. So quick work coming out. Might give them a bit of a lead here. 3 people on the Banana position, 2 in the middle, as they are looking to see if they can do anything to attack that B bomb site once again. James feeling that the A apartments are a bit empty at the moment, but he doesn't know more than that, so the rotation is still quite far away from anyone helping out at the B bomb site. It's going to be up to these 2 last defenders to really make it work, and a nice headshot to begin with. That AK doing big work right now. Nota, another one as he brings down B-Stick, and in spite of having a light defense, they've actually done so much. Now, Morisco's at the A bomb site, which is a bit interesting. 25 seconds here, but the bomb might just get intercepted. I think James, he's got 500 IQ, but I don't know how he knew, but he knows it's coming, and that's the round over. Or it should be.
Smart. So smart, isn't he? It should be. I mean, it's a 1v2 with 13 seconds, and Jay misses a shot short, and he will get chased, and he will die, but it doesn't matter. The bomb is down. That is the round. It seems like a little BM there from Morisco, but who cares? James doesn't care, that's for sure, especially when they're pulling away to guaranteeing this lead that they've now got to work with. Paravision, beautiful stuff. James is cerebral as ever. And it's really refreshing to see in the sense of when James isn't now calling and he can just focus on just the raw side of AWPing, he's still got it, man. He's still a very talented player. Yes, obviously, we always talk about how calling can hold you back, and this sort of AWP IGL, it very rarely works because you've got so many things to focus on, and now that James only got 1, you see him just going right back to being solid. Sure, he's only 5-1, but it's just the impact that his kills have. We've seen it across this series so far, and he's just so consistent as well. Has been statistically the best player in Paravision since he joined by quite a big margin.
Yeah, honestly, it's and again, it's one of the things that just makes him so tricky. His read of the game is often quite far ahead, it seems like, of the rest of the players in the server, and he also has the confidence to kind of stick with that kind of a read, right? Like he was there in the window for a long time, waiting.
Yeah.
Nota. Oh, wait a minute, they've lost 1. I was gonna say, if you push through here and you die, it could be the beginning of the end for the A bomb site. But you know what? Great job. Notice had some nice kills at the start of this. He's 11-3 right now, so more power to him if he wants to do that kind of a play. Paravision, man, I was expecting another very, very close game here, but right now Sinners are struggling to do anything on the T side.
Yeah, that's true. Zeko clears in towards Cubby, short. Needle bang ground. It does quite a substantial amount of damage, and a pop shot from Peppo. That gives away his position. And it kind of gives away what Sinners were trying to do. They were trying to contact up here. Look at this with the AWP, though. Hang on a moment. Actually, 1-for-1's not bad. He drops the bomb. It's a foot race towards B. One in which I think the T side should win, but it's not exactly going to be easy. And they could get caught on the cross here. We've got A smoke, A flash. We've got to get it down, but we're not. We're flashing first. Missed shot with the AWP. And now Noto wants to fight. He's done well from this position. He's going to get one and nearly the second two. That tag alone is enough to put Zeko into what feels like an impossible spot.
Yeah, what a rough ball here. And the MP9 just catching him at the corner. I mean, I like the idea of making that run. And, you know, at least they got the bomb planted. But, yeah, just cerebral play once again from Paravision. We'll put them up to 8 rounds. They have so much money on the CT side. And, yeah, unfortunately, the truth is that Sinners are struggling more than ever. Look at the kills. It's 7 on Morisco, and then that's pretty much it. Like, nobody else is contributing at the moment.
Just non-existent T-sides once again. I know for a fact, B-Dog watching this, he's spoken about these T-side executes being, you know, more or less non-existent, right? And he's spot on. You know, it's just been the same issues coming back. And for Sinners, it's a side that they've got deep in towards these CCT tournaments in the past, but they've never been able to kind of put them across the line and say how good they are. And, I mean, again, this is where it is now. 8-1. First stack pause getting called. Is it too late? Arguably, it's too late as well, right? Look how deep in the mud they are.
Yeah,
it's so difficult.
It is, like, obviously the conversation you're going to be having at this point in the game is something like, guys, we can just make this an 8-4. We win the pistol, and it's a totally open game again.
Yeah, yeah.
But how do you actually do that? Right now, like we've already been saying, the problem is the banana position is really well defended. They have really had no luck trying to get a proper conversion there. I don't know, like they could go for a little bit of pressure up here and try to. Oh, that's so silly. There's no reason. Okay, well I take it all back. They're having success everywhere. Absolutely no need for James to die in that scenario, but I guess, you know, the game. It's been a long game for him too. All right, give James a break.
Exactly. BT wants to play behind the smoke. And Travis playing up it close and towards short. Something brewing here, maybe. Travis doubles back. When you lose that apartments control, you do have to be very careful on this AR. You don't want to be too far forward. It's very easy to just be caught in from behind. I like this double stack. As long as Belgium doesn't need to peek, even if Kicker goes down as well, he can actually bide his time and wait for that bomb to cross in towards sight or in towards water.
Morisco.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what Travis doing there. That's so risky. Does it make a difference? It could. Yeah, that's one of those things. Again, we're talking about mistakes. You know, who's going to make the most and who's going to come out on top. And that kind of a run there, you know, making the noise, knife out to the corner. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
For Paravision, at least they have a lot of money in the bank. That's the good news. But the bad news is Sinners now get a second round, and you never know what it could spawn. The dream of that 8-4 split is kind of still there. So.
Yeah, not over just yet. 8-4. I don't even know. You know, I like the thought process. Like, is that going to be enough? I understand. You know, you get to a fourth, you get a pistol and a force, and maybe there might be a world, but that still feels like such a big ask. And the fourth round that they require, even that feels like a bit of a pipe dream. I saw as well as we were kind of starting. As soon as socials were saying that they need to lock in, that is an understatement, right? They definitely do. There's 6 rounds down. Sure, we get a T-side round here, but they absolutely do. They look so checked out. And Paravision, very quick to call a pause of their own and just say, all right, that was a little silly. We kind of lost that one for nothing. Let's lock in ourselves, right? If we get 9 rounds, this is surely a foregone conclusion. And Paravision are booking themselves in towards that final.
Yeah, I mean, they're right on the brink, right? I mean, we've already seen one ridiculous comeback today on the first map of Mirage, even though it's been a minute, but I don't expect to see another one in the best of 3. It's pretty rare that we see those kind of comebacks. B-Stick has also disappeared. He's 0-9. Setco is 3-9. Last round was a little bit better, but they need to really have a complete revitalization for this to work out. Round number 11 is live, and we're getting into it right now. Do have the AWP on Jame once again, and even if they lose the round, they have enough money for the last round, so yeah, pretty well equipped on the CT side. But let's see what Sinners can cook up in this one.
Okay, Marisco, let's jump around the corner. Know that Paravision are happy to play aggressive in towards mid. And there's no util here. Also, I'm spotted, Jay. If you give him a pixel, he will punish, and he does. Right there, great shot.
Yeah, he's such a tough player. A weird set of skills that he's got that kind of gives him his own unique style. And at certain points in Counter-Strike, it's obviously worked tremendously well. As we've all seen. Under a minute now. 4 versus 5. Belchinock probably don't have to commit to the position, I would say. And he's going to agree with that. I like that. Don't have to stand and die in that corner. You're in a 4-on-5. What really happens if they get it? Not much.
Yeah. Travis going to fall back over towards Big Pit. You're not too worried. As long as you can keep them locked in towards apartments. Jane wants to take control into a short. He's going aggro. Shoulder spotted. Shadow spotted too. And he gets his kill. He just gets caught in the corner. Oh, good reaction from Travis. Belchinock's there to support him. And this is perfect. This hold should be good enough. It's 1 man left and Peepo doesn't have a chance. Paravision back to winning ways. Back to being in control. And back to putting the pressure on Sinners, who are still putting up this lackluster T side. This could be another 2-round T side from Sinners, as we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Looking very, very likely at the moment. I must say, Travis is he's had a couple of good sequences. Obviously, on the second map, he was pretty good, and seems to be continuing forward. So that's encouraging. That's fun to see. Making a big difference for them right now. 9-2 as we go into the last round of the half here, and Belchinock actually pushing down. The jump does spot him, and it's a bit uncomfortable. He's kind of stuck here in the middle, but they're taking a lot of damage on the other side. What on earth is going on? Pure madness. Yes, throw the grenade. Why not? It almost kills B-Stick. I can't believe he got away.
How is he alive? How is he alive? And, you know, he dealt so much damage as well. That's so well done. Oh, wow. I can't believe Belchinock gets out of there. He'll just abide by Bogdan's law. He'll pick up the AWP. I can't believe he got away with that, though, genuinely.
So confusing for everybody involved. But the peek here, it's a nice idea, Morisco. He's trying to peek right before the smoke to maybe catch them off guard, but somehow they had figured it out. Jame up top, and the spray doesn't really connect. A lot of damage on that T side right now. They are so low on health. But so is half of Paravision, so maybe they could sneak in one last round. 9-3. I mean, if you win the pistol, it's a big difference between a 10-2 and a 9-3 half. We'll see how this one plays out. Shock, the only one with any real health to speak of. A flashbang to set it up. It's a great start. He trades 2 for 1, and that means they have a real crack at it here. Flashbang does nothing, but there's a third guy coming in from the church, and he might just not be ready for that. It feels probably unlikely to him that there would be a third player, but oh, actually, never mind. Belchinock not checking that at all, and suddenly it's Travis alone, shot down by B-Stick, and finally, that's a first kill for B-Stick, in fact, right at the end. So 9-3. If it's enough, I'm not so sure, but at least they get something.
It can't be, surely. Surely 9-3. Sorry, surely it can be, may I say. It's not enough for Sinners getting just 3 rounds. It can't be. I mean, that is an underperformance of, you know, again, a really cataclysmic position that they're in. They have not given us enough. If they don't get the pistol, if they lose the pistol here, they lose the map. They lose a series. As simple as that. if you allow Pyrovision to get up towards 10 and probably the 11, at 11 to 3 scoreline, that level of recovery that is required has to be sort of next to impossible.
We're not going to waste any time. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I feel like you're on the right track here. But let's see if you know, if Sinners can convert us, it would be another epic comeback. And I guess at the end of the day, they would really deserve to be playing up at the grand finals. I think I mistakenly said earlier it was against ENCE, but obviously ENCE had all the problems. That whole situation is so miserable. My mind just erased it, I guess. I was
it was so
ENCE should be winning.
Yeah, so unfortunate for ENCE, honestly.
It is
I felt like we
motivating.
had a really cool game brewing there until map number 3 when you got NKJ standing in. Bless him, you know, hasn't been in the server. I think it was 2019. Trav said was the last time he was in the server. Oh, that's great. So the decoy thrown on towards corner wall to see if anyone was there, just to tag him up, and then they flash straight away off the back of it to swing in for the fight. I love that. And another behind it as well for Zedco. Not bad work. They've got to know there's another B player. Do they think there's 2, however?
It's always very tricky with the math here, isn't it? Molotov will force one of them back, so now playing a little bit further back, they're going to check it, and now your question's about to be answered. Do they expect for there to be a third? They're going to make sure and check, so I love that. Why take the risk and make the assumptions? It isn't really worth it, so just do it the old-fashioned way. Go and be sure, and they absolutely are now. Peppo and Shock, if you don't win this pistol round, you're in a lot of trouble, and they don't have all the equipment for it either. Don't know if there's a kit on the ground somewhere in there, but regardless, it's going to have to be down to some headshots. There's one, there's 2. Going for a third time. He's finally going to get shut down by James, but my god, it was crystal clear for him for the first 2. Wish he could have had a little bit more time to find the third one. Long defuse. Peppo not even trying for it. He's hoping for a quick peek, and I think he realizes that once again, James has outsmarted them.
Yeah, he's so confident. I think as well for Jamie, he actually played that really well in the sense that when he wraps in towards Church and he hears that tap on towards bomb, literally just as he goes in towards Church, it's either he does one of 2 things. Either he runs and tries to aggressively fight, but you know he's just picked up a P2K. It's probably not the best thing for it. So the best thing he can do is just basically hope that he hasn't got kind of the gall, hasn't got the stones to go for the full defuse. So well done from him. I think that's the right way to play it. Just assume that he's not sticking it. And if he is, in the rare case that he is sticking it, you kind of just hold your hands up and say fair play. We saw it happen earlier with Hades against Glaive on Mirage, where Hades just stuck it and Glaive was sort of jumping, and it was, you know, at the end, all you can really say is fair play. Like, you know, well done. Like, you've kind of just had the balls to stick it there. I've got to give you credit, but more often than not, they're trying to bait out a fight. They're trying to get you to peak and to be sort of off your guard a little bit, and you just don't get that with James. You don't lose mind games, or you don't win mind games, may I say, against a player like James. He doesn't lose those. So there's that 10th, and yeah, all my belief is gone now. I don't know about you, Anders, but all mine's gone.
Yeah, I mean, everything pretty much hinged on that one round, right? It was important. Yep. It was down to a 1v1, and they just couldn't quite pick it up. So, it would now require truly a comeback of epic proportions. I'm here for it if it happens. Like, it'd be so sick to see if Sinners could summon that kind of strength right at the end. But again, it's just not easy, and you're missing, you know, at least 2 or 3 players in this game right now. Again, Beastie got 1 kill in the first half, and that was right in the last round. Hard time to go missing, and you know, again, if you look at Sinners, if you zoom out a little bit and say, what does it take for Sinners to move up in the world of you know, tier 2 Counter-Strike and you take that next step? It's definitely some of these games where, you know, you want to see more cohesion. Yeah. You don't want to see any individual collapses if at all possible. Yeah, it's tough out there.
No, it is. It is being an uncomfortable sort of viewing experience, let's say. We're just seeing the side crumble in front of our eyes. What are we going for? We're grouping up here, Paravision. They shouldn't have too many issues, but I'm still going to have to wait out the smoke, nonetheless.
Alright, a lot of fire. Seiko forced into the battle. Probably not the way that he wanted it there. And being the only defender, it's really not much to do, unfortunately. You might as well save the armor in this guy. I know it's not the headline you guys are looking for. Obviously, you want to see, you know, sick battles to the end, but it's just not feasible, is it? You know, it would be. We would be criticizing it if they try to go over and say, "Hold on, why are they doing this?" Like, it's not necessary.
Yeah, it's one of those where we're saying, what would be the point, right? the exits I can get behind. I like this.
That's fine. We'll give him some extra kills, you know?
Yeah, but especially drop on a smoke now as well and towards ramp. You're trying to keep them tucked in there. Any tag you get as well is actually massively important. They're going to drop a smoke of their own. No one's, I don't think, low enough that it's an issue, bar Kicker. But I think they actually probably could still be okay here. Yeah, it's fine. The bomb radius is big, but it's not that big. So they pay for a bit of an exit. Paravision with Bernardo control, it's fine. If they were like in towards logs, maybe Sinners could have made that slightly worrying, but not to be. And now this is an issue where it's not just the T side underperformance, the C side is also offering up little to nothing as well. Running out of chances, running out of time. Sinners, question for me, are we buying now or are we buying for overtime? And it feels like it's a buy for overtime. It's a bold call.
Yeah, this is one of those things where like there probably is almost no wrong or right. You know, it's like either way you're staring down the barrel of a one in 1,000 type comeback. So, you know, whether you do it one way or another, it's still just as unlikely. We'll see. We'll see if they can prove something more. Yeah, maybe let B stick off the hook. Maybe let him run out there to look for some kills. He is pushing up behind them. He's gonna get traded right here. Oh, actually, Travis, even if you kill James, probably still a good call. Was a chance there that he was gonna get both of them with the deagle somehow. Peppo, worried, and for good reason. There is a guy on the other side there. Nice shot with the scout, but surely he's going to be dead. Yeah, Kicker able to find him, and now it's down to Setko. 1 versus 1. No reload happening yet because he doesn't need it. Kicker able to take him down, and that puts Paravision in a great position. They are almost at the grand final.
Yeah, and deservedly, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. I've definitely sort of spoke quite negatively about Paravision in terms of what I've seen in the couple of games that I've casted of them, but honestly, this has been a really, really good one. Bar that first half, essentially, of map number 1, everything else has actually been quite good. Sure, they lost them towards overtime in map 1, but, you know, that recovery that they're able to pull off and even give themselves an opportunity from 10-2 down, I think just shows how good this side are. And I think Monte, they've got a pretty tough task up against them heading in towards that final. I'm already talking like they're going to be there because surely they are. Yes, we have a buyout here, but for Sinners, it's not been their day at the office. Maps 2 and 3 have obviously just fallen quite flat on their face. Flashing towards middle. Travis just waiting. Any mid-aggression from Sinners should get punished. This is a really good setup. They're waiting for an overextension.
Let's see if there's anything left in the tank here. As soon as it feels like a question of prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah.
They must be feeling somewhat defeated as well, because you're not wrong. Like, if you draw a graph, I mean, of like the performances in the first map there, on the first half, it was so sick. Like, they really looked like they were here to crush Paravision, and then they just slowly but surely ran out of steam, and eventually we're down to something like this. Ooh. And a nice entry for Hunter B-Stick. I mean, Notes has been doing well. I would say this, like, we've seen some of the newer players on Paravision who or less experienced players, coming up with some good stuff here. James,
speaking of Nota, by the way,
listen, don't stand in his way, okay?
It's true. Nota getting all the limelight, and James says, "Hang on, fellas, it's me we're meant to be talking about." Here I am, in fact. Oh, Beltranok. Speaking of notable players, great for the first and the second too. Well, that's that, Anders, isn't it? James will see it off.
Damn.
And it will be a massacre on Inferno by that of Paravision. What a display. 2-1. They booked themselves a ticket to the grand final, facing off against Monte with a reverse sweep, no less.
Yeah, honestly, fantastic job for them. And for Sinners, unfortunately, they just whatever was going on there, they kind of lost a little bit of speed along the way. And you know, James and Kicker, you know, leading the team presumably, way more focused it seemed like. So, at the end of the day, it will be Monte that they're going to be facing up against. I'm excited for that game. I think it could be a lot of fun. Again, Monte they've been a cool team to watch all throughout, so I'm not too sad about that.
Yeah, player of the match as well, Nota, youngster. He's obviously really has ups and downs as well since coming in towards his side, but what, 17 years of age, I'm pretty sure, and he's honestly looking really cool. I think Nota's starting to make a real name for himself. He seems, you know, very aggressive, very sort of self-sufficient, happy to fight, happy to kind of sort of die for the team, and you know, when he's kind of throwing himself into all these fights. He's doing really well. So impressive stuff and really, really good to see. And this is, of course, the bracket now as Paravision have booked this spot against that of Monte. And well, it sets up for quite an interesting final. It's two very different semi-finals as well. We had semi-final 1 of ENCE getting just plagued with issues and, you know, nothing they could really do about it. They kind of had 2 stand-ins, and one of which being the coach, and then Sinners, who decided to just stand out of maps 2 and 3, really, Brandon.
Yeah, look, it's actually a shame because every single player on the Sinners lineup actually showed up today. The issue is that only parts of the team showed up in the different maps. And for Paravision, it was a much more of a consistent effort all throughout that best of 3. And for Sinners, it's another one of these, you get to a semi-finals of a CCT, you can't push it all the way. And it's some of the experience that pays off, but also it is Nota and Belchanok that really, I think, stepped up right when Paravision really needed it. We've got confirmation of the grand final as well. That's going to kick off in around about half an hour or so as well. So we're going to give Paravision a little bit of a break before they go up against Monte. But gentlemen, it's been a brilliant first semi-final and the... Grand final time between Parivision and Monte. It's been a long journey, gents, to get us here, but we are here indeed. We can pull up the playoff bracket and take a look as everything that has happened so far, all CCT long, and I think both of you were sort of in the camp that maybe ENCE potentially could do it. Unfortunately, they were hamstrung by stand-ins, and then NKJ had to play, and it was a little bit unfortunate. Anders, when you take a look at this bracket, is this what you expected, sort of dipping your toes into the CCT playoff waters, a little bit of surprises here and there?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of surprises. Like, obviously, I think the ENCE one is just down to pure bad luck. I really thought Spirit Academy were going to be able to beat Parivision, and I actually thought Veto were going to be able to beat Sinners as well. So I've been wrong a whole bunch, which, you know, is fine. I'm okay with being wrong a lot. It makes it more interesting in a way, like, you know, it would be boring if you could come in and just predict the whole bracket. Like, who wants that? So, yeah, I'm definitely intrigued. And I think, you know, Monte, I think they're just slowly leveling up. Like, we're seeing a little bit, every time we see them, it's a little bit better. So I'm pretty satisfied with this.
I think the actual fun fact about both these teams in the grand finals, you come into this where both of them have gone through significant change. Both of them, it feels like, are leveling up in their respects. But grand finalists, really, both of them, Neo, are we right? Are we wrong? Like, it feels like we should have different finalists, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, I think, at least in terms of expectations, I think for Paravision, because they've been so hit and miss in terms of, I think since this team's come together, I didn't expect them to be here. I can hold my hand to say I've been a little bit of a hater of Paravision just because the early games for them were really bad. But I guess at the same time, I've got to hold my hand to say that should be expected. They're a new team, new system, new caller, this, that, and the other, right? So it's obviously going to take time to get going. But now they have, they've looked great. I think I look back at it and still question, first of all, what happened to Sinners? Question even further to yesterday, what happened to Spirit Academy? I thought that side of the bracket was theirs for the taking, right? The Spirit Academy side, obviously we always keep hearing about Kaiosuke, and rightfully so, but that whole team have been unbelievably good, and I thought this was a prime opportunity for them to make a, you know, a deeper run in this tournament, but not to be. I joked at the start of the day, easy for ENCE. I think, as you touched on, if they weren't hamstrung by those changes and obviously by, you know, Poddy dropping out, and even if Kaspersky, you know, SDY mentioned on Twitter, you know, he's sick, he's got a bit of an illness right now, I think it's a fever or whatnot. It's really unfortunate, right? You know, if they didn't have basically just a bit of bad luck on their side. I think ENCE are a side that's strong enough if they have that full lineup to be able to go through. Didn't happen, and that is kind of the beauty of Counter-Strike, the beauty of these sort of tournaments as well. It doesn't always go to plan, and hence why the Tier 2 is so unpredictable and so hard actually to get runs and get these streaks going. And when we do finally see teams start to streak, as both of these sides are having moments of, especially Paravision as well, it's actually quite a good indicator of how strong they actually are.
Let's focus and narrow in a little bit on Paravision, because we haven't got Alpha playing. It's Travis, and that's the set 5 now for the season ahead. We look at this, Anders, and I think it's probably a good thing that Travis has come in over Alpha, because Alpha used to be in-game leading, then he wasn't in-game leading, and now we've got the whole conversation of Jame and Kicker in-game leading. There could be an argument there about too many cooks spoiling the broth, but right now, in the way it's shaping up, it looks like they are warming into the competition and are definitely finding their footing.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I mean, Travis had a lot of great moments. So just like looked like he was very confident, playing a lot of tough positions on different maps. I was really impressed with him. So obviously, I haven't necessarily seen, you know, Alpha and how he plays, but I'm not sad about Travis being here. I feel like he made a great addition to the team.
And Neo, I want you to be the biggest advocate of UK CS ever and speak to me about Gizmo.
Honestly, I've actually been really impressed by Gizmo's calling. And it's not only just in terms of, I think Monte are playing good Counter-Strike. They actually look a lot more stable than usual, but I think actually the beautiful thing about Gizmo's calling, and you know, I can be as super biased about UK Counter-Strike as I want, but I actually, the best thing about his calling and him being the caller is it frees up Hades to do what he does best, AWPing. And as we've touched on this all the way throughout, right, when Hades has now not been calling, you get the flashbacks of actually what he does best. Hades has been crisp, man. He looks really good. And they're going to need him as well, because James keeps being ever present and unbelievably hard to stop. They really need Hades to step up, and that is the beautiful thing about Gizmo now here. He's coming towards the side. I think he's fixed quite a few of the issues of Monte. There's still one glaring issue, which is probably going to be prevalent here, which is that Monte seemed to start maps and series quite slow. But all that I care about, Gizmo's taking up the reins, he's taking the control, he's taking the brunt of the bad positions too, and he's allowing the good players to step up and play. So I'm liking what I see. I love, you know, Gizmo ball. I like having we got this kind of prince of UK Counter-Strike now with Messi being the king. Gizmo could actually take this Monte side to being a top tier 2 contender.
The only thing I worry about with Monte that I don't with Paravision is I know what I'm going to get out of the Paravision riflers sort of series in, series out. Whether it's Belchanok or Nota picking up the slack, I know that Travis is always going to be consistent. Gizmo, for me, has been the one doing all of the heavy lifting and in-game leading. And whereas the rest of his team, sometimes you get Hades, you don't really get the other riflers. So now we reflect that and move into the Veto here. We can just throw the maps on the screen, I think. I don't think we need to have a massive debate about what's being picked. There is a fun surprise coming through here that I'm going to ruin. And as we are going to get Train,
Let's
straight
go.
away, Monte is going to pick into this. But in a map like Dust 2, where I'm highlighting maybe some of the riflers are struggling, is that a concern at all for Monte, or are we just thinking it doesn't matter because they've got Hades?
No, I mean I agree with you completely. Like it is a big issue. It's kind of the bane of this team right now. It feels like if they're all playing well, like if Demka and Deha and Hades. You could even leave like the other two on the side a little bit. If like 3 out of 5 are playing well, I think they're going to be a really dangerous team. But sometimes it's been 2 out of 5, and that's not enough. Also, maybe just worth pointing out, it's a fun clash of styles between the two AWPs, right? Like James is someone who's so patient, so smart, like so meticulous, and Hades sometimes can't stand still long enough to to get maybe an easy kill. So just a funny clash there. But I love the maps. I'm into it. I'm ready. Let's go.
I think that's a really good point you mentioned as well. It's almost like you've got the cool, calm, composed Godfather in Jame, and then you've got like TikTok brain Hades at times.
Exactly.
It's almost Boomer versus Zoomer when it comes to the scopes, and I'm excited to sort of see where this matchup really lines in. I really hope we see more of Demka, to be honest. And Ryu was unbelievable in Monte Gen. He was really good when he stood in for Monte in that period of a couple of events where he and Gizmi sort of propped up. But for me, despite his rating, I think impact has largely gone a little bit missing. But we'll have to wait and see. We jump into Dust 2. I'll hand over to you guys. Let's see who will be the champion.
Yes. Thank you, Brandon. Let's get this show back on the road. Monte versus Paravision here. We're at the grand final. CCT U16, and it's another best of 3, of course. We're starting on Dust 2. Train lurking in the wings for a second map, which I'm excited about. And Paravision going to be starting on the T side here. So, Neo, do you want to make a prediction for a winner? You've got a feeling about who's going to walk away with this one?
Do you know, I think it's about time I just accept that Jame Ball is balling, and I'm going to go Paravision, I think, for me. I want to touch on something that Brandon actually brought up a little bit there. My worry, actually, in this game has been Ryu. I think he maybe has a good rating. Okay, hang on. Let's throw that out the window. Nota and Travis have got a double apiece. They've won the round. As simple as that. Immediately. What a way to come in towards this one. That is a ridiculous way to start. And I guess now's a perfect time to touch on it. I think my big worry for me in this game is Ryu. Basically, throughout this entire playoffs, Anders, we've covered most of it, right? He has been a real missing factor for Monte. He's struggled to get going. His impact's been minimal. I know his rating looks good, but I think a lot of the stats are quite old because we've actually seen, I think more so than you know, a good map or so, we've seen twice, if not 3 times as many maps and ways getting single-digit, you know, kills in the entirety of the map, and it's simply not good enough.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, maybe this is going to be the time where he can really switch it around. Nice attempt to try and pick up another USP, but it doesn't work out. So, yeah, I mean, they were always going to win this round with that kind of a start. So, pretty good work. And second round here, we'll see how adventurous Monte want to be. Getting so few kills, it kind of sucks a little bit. But, I mean, obviously, Scouts on Dust 2 is just always fun. You know, is it efficient? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not worth the investment, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I agreed. Nice way for Paravision to start. There's a conversation that we've had before as well about, you know, is it better to be the side who get all the time to prep, playing the morning game, better time to rest and recuperate, or is it better being the side who are coming off the back of a win and you're sort of warmed up, feeling, you know, hot and ready to go, you're crisp, and, you know, basically every time that we've had this discussion, every single time it's been the side who have just come off the back of winning a game, who are warmed up and are still sort of in that mindset of we're playing, you know, this sort of top-level Counter-Strike where we're really feeling it, we're ready for a final. It's the team that have just played a game of the 2 semis that always feel like they're the better side of, and, you know, they seem to win every time we've kind of had this discussion. And I wonder whether that's going to be the same here as well. It does feel like when you're side like Monte, you picked up a win earlier in a pretty long best of 3, and you have that big break. There's a lot of time where you cool down there. And yes, you could talk about how you can prep for the team, but you actually don't know who you're playing, right? All the way up until the wire. There's only 30 minutes break in between. You know, it did feel very much like Paravision were going to win that series, especially after map 2, but it's never a conclusion. So you can't actually do that much hard prep into who you're going to play against. So I think being warm is actually more valuable, and at least so far for Paravision seems to be the case. But then again, as I mentioned, Monte start every single map and every single series slow. So this is just par for the course for them.
Yeah, it's what they do. We have to accept it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's typically, I would probably agree, it is a little bit nice to be warm from the start. Gizmy and his smoke sprams. I don't know how he does it. He's got
So good, isn't it?
some kind of a knack for it. Don't know if it's something that he, like, spends time practicing. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we asked him one day and he said, yes, actually, I do spend a lot of time learning some of those lineups. I mean, this one was maybe a little bit more straightforward. Nice flashbang to kick it. He was completely blind, and that should be the round, really. But I've seen Gizmy on some other maps where the smokes are maybe a little bit more rare, or the spam is a little bit more rare for the smoke. So it's just fun to see. Either way, it's a brilliant start for them. They didn't have a lot of work coming into this in terms of the utility, but they didn't need it.
Yeah, they didn't. That will be that first round of the ball for Monte, and starting, earlier, which is already good. So far, so good. We can start to potentially build into just a little bit. Belchinok. I think he's tucked in a bit more of an unorthodox position that he shouldn't be checked. So that'll be that. Final few seconds tick down, and Monte, with no casualties, will pick up their first.
It's honestly great news.
It is.
Don't go hunting. I kind of appreciate that. Like, don't do anything crazy here. It's better to just take a rest and save everything into the next round. Paravision, I mean, you just have to try and do it again. I guess you're probably not even that mad about it. You're just thinking, okay, well, we're not going to lose two people in the middle for the smoke, in the next round, so who cares? Back to work we go. It is going to be 3 AKs, 4 AKs actually, and the Galil onto Kickard. So still fairly well equipped on that T side. Smokes towards the middle. Gizmy looks like he wants to be running into lower dark. Did they see him? Flashbang going over for Demka. It's a huge grenade. But still, Gizmy's a bit alone. I mean, it's good that Demka got that kill, and I still kind of wonder, it looked like Gizmy he was always going to be alone there. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Molotov down as well. That'll slow them down, so I was going to play behind that smoke. He's expecting a B push. As the smoke fades, if he just goes for a little look in, a bit of a contact play, and just sees what he can find, there's a good chance that he'll just realize nobody's home. If Ryu falls here, this round is done. He did not spot Belchuk either, but he's been heard. So now Belchuk's got information. The CT player who's throwing that flash, Ryu's playing up towards B. This should be known. And there it is. Travis now going for a contact play. He's out on towards the site. The steps will be heard, but as the Molotov comes down, that should be the site taken. B site Dust 2 is so hard to retake.
It really is. And even with that kill from Ryu, it's not going to make a difference here. Oh, wow. Couldn't even really get away. I don't know. That's an unfortunate position to be in. If you're going to be alone on B, you really don't want to be also having to hold the middle, right? So yeah, at that point, I would almost say if that's the solution that you've got in that position, it might be better to just say, let's just try and play hard mid and A. If they go B, we save and just leave it alone, because the chances that you're going to be able to sort of swap between those two positions and have any kind of success is pretty minimal, as evidenced by what actually happened here. But still, good work for Paravision. Like, nice to see. Again, that other round could be seen from their point of view as a bit of a fluke. You just walk away, you say, whatever. Like, he shot us through the smoke. Now we're back.
Yeah, exactly. What can we do, basically? Paravision, good response. Nice to see. Nice to give us, a look in here as well. Paravision Seaside Dust 2 has so far impressed. I like that play. But I think you're right. When you're the B player holding both mid and B, and the second a mid to B smoke comes down, surely that should be alarm bells ringing off immediately saying, actually, what is going on? Why have we gamble stacked? There was no information for them to gamble stack. Yes, they had a bit of short presence initially, and they had to give up mid control, but why you've got one guy holding so much of the map like that, and there was no rotation off, especially with Gizmy's death, it does kind of question a little bit. They don't bank round, but Ryu, he's got to go huge here, and he does, thankfully. Catches Travis, and Travis, off that previous round, realizing how much space he had, this time, he tries it again and gets caught.
Yeah, shut down a little bit on that one. It's going to be 4 and 5 at the starts. Demka almost pushed down. I think he must have heard the footsteps there. It's dangerous, and he does go down. Honestly, if Gizmy's next, and he will be, Nota's playing very well in the middle here. That's the kind of position where you want to say, why? You've got two people on the CT side that could have maybe lined it up here. Ryu he basically has to get like 3 kills in that spray down for them to still be in the round, and that just didn't happen. But I think the real problem, the real issue starts way before then. They could, Gizmi and Demka could have coordinated to flash their way into a fight against Nota if they really wanted to take middle. Instead, they kind of went one at a time, and well, honestly, kind of expected results here.
Yeah. Well, again, exit frags is basically all we can bank on. Is it enough? No. Monte are not instilling confidence in this early part. We have to get this CT side just leveled out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, like these are some of the more basic protocols that you want to see these come out and work early on. I'm sure. On the other hand, like I'm pretty sure they also feel that as soon as it happens. I will say this for Nota. Obviously, it's a YP, but I think Demka knew. I think he heard the steps there. So instead of peeking without Gizmi, I understand that, again, he's a high confidence player, Demka, so he's probably in his mind thinking, I'm going to win this fight every time. But the issue is, when you don't, you put your team in such a weird position, right? So
yeah.
we can all appreciate confidence, but too much, and again, it can be tricky.
Tough to say the least. Scout out for Ryu. Oh my god, he gets a tag. Well, he gets tagged, may I say. He gets close to getting a tag. We saw that suicide boost that comes through. What to be? I mean, at least where we're at for Monte, this is not worrying us too much in the sense that this is what we get from them every game. But the issue is, I just don't think Paravision are a side that you can give too many chances. In their previous games, we could sort of allow the fact that they would start slow because we know the capabilities. We know how this side look in the long term. But Paravision, at least bar that first half in that semi-final, they actually don't make a lot of conclusive big errors, big mistakes that can be costly in a bit more kind of a long-term outlook. And I think that the thing for me is that they're one of the few sides in this tournament, and especially of course now being left in the final, that you can give space to. Infinite kill.
Yeah.
Oceanov will get caught as he just tries to jump across CT. That spam is so close, but nothing found. That boost up is brilliant.
Yeah, Nota going down. 3 versus 5 here. And even if the bomb is planted, they're in a little bit of trouble. Another attempt at the jumping scout. Kickert is dead behind one of them, but we'll see if anything more can happen. He's trying it again, and with success as Travis goes down. It's on Jame. I don't know how, but we've ended up in a 1 versus 4 here. Bomb ticking away. It's a 2-for-1 shot. And remember, they're not going to have the kit in this round, so Jame might still have a chance at it. That Yufu is still some distance away. Another shot rings through. He's got one more bullet to find Demka in a massive round as Jame just picks them apart one by one by one.
1v4, by the way. Wow. What a way for Jame to make his presence known. This round had a lot of awesome moments. The spam for the smoke for the first is great. D, his boost is sick. The double scout is no scopes as well. One jumping. The second one here is beautiful. And then, yeah, Jame, 1 versus 4. The isolation of fights is absolutely excellent. He does such a good job. Just so confident, Jame, as well. And this last one of Demka, the second D is swinging, he actually probably should be fighting with him because it's an AWP. But instead, he tries to hit the bomb and he knows that his back turns. He knows he's open and that's that. So, tough to say the least. Oh, what a round for Jame to take and what a poor one to be in. If you are Monte, you're 5-1 down. Sure, we could buy back in. That's nice. But you're still in a bit of a reeling spot here. We have to get bare minimum 4 rounds on the CT side. And, that's bare minimum. We actually want to be looking towards 5 or 6 with how kind of Dust 2 plays out. Especially this sort of online tier 2, tier 1.5 level. You need a strong CT side if you really want a chance here. Yes, this is Paravision's pick, but you want to be putting the pressure on early. Demka spots one. He's going to fall back towards side, but it's not an easy angle to play from. He could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, really trying to minimize it. I do like this. Again, we'll get shot down eventually, but I said he's a high confidence player, so it's good to see him in a moment there be able to take a deep breath and slow it down. It's not worth it to repeat that one. Eventually, he kind of had no choice, but I like the idea anyway. 4 versus 5 here. Gizmi staying close, and he had the right idea, but he didn't quite trust it, and now it's time to save. You could already see on the minimap they're going to be walking away from this one, so it's going to be another round. Make it 6-1 in favor of Paravision. They're having such a great start. They're kind of walking through this map right now.
And with ease as well, right? I mean, they're not breaking a sweat by any means. This is so fun to watch as well, and this is exactly what Paravision did against Sinners. Especially those final 2 maps. It was just great. And we know that Paravision had those T-side troubles in map number 1 in that previous series, and it just is being completely eradicated. And now in hindsight, it's so easy for us to say that was just, you know, a slow start and a bit of a one-off. It was just them waking up in towards the series, maybe, you know, not quite warmed up enough yet. Now they are. Now they're cooking, and yeah, I know we kind of have this running joke about Monte's slow start, and there is also, you know, fact behind it, but it's just the fact that, like I said, you cannot give Paravision an inch. They'll take it a mile, and that's what they're doing right now. They are going to run away with this first half unless something drastically changes. Hence why, as well, on the flip side, I'm sitting here thinking, why aren't Monte calling a pause? Why aren't we just trying to break up the tempo a bit? Why aren't we trying to ice out Paravision and actually have a bit of a game plan? We're just letting each and every round play out without having to, you know, without breaking things down. And you could talk about holding your attack pauses for later in the map, but what's the point if you have basically an unrecoverable score?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I feel like it's something we've been seeing quite a bit in CCT so far, is that the scores get way out of control before people start to run in those tack timeouts. Hades!
Oh my god. How's he alive?
I don't know. I don't even know what the plan was. He must have had, like, some kind of miss on the timing there. Gizmi back spamming the smokes, trying to see if he can get anything done. I appreciate his attempt here, but again, you're not going to win the half getting kills through smokes in with, you know, little tricks. So it's really good if you could do it a couple of times, but this is also shaping up to be a bit of a B-split right now. So we'll see how many, if any, even go out the middle. Sometimes it's enough, like they did earlier, to just have somebody who's kind of lurking the middle. You don't really have to attack it. There's the smoke for CT spawn, and let's see if we can actually get the entry kill. Gizmi's in the corner. I think they have a good read on it, and they do. And they should be able to trade this one. Beltranok with a double, and again, probably an instant round save here.
Yeah, Gizmi's barrel just slightly peeked around it. That was enough. Bomb goes down. We're not retaking the B-side. B-side does too. It basically always has been statistically the hardest site to retake, and it hasn't changed since its reintroduction in towards CS2. So, understandable for Monte, even though it's a 3 versus 4, even though there's confirmed damage towards Paravision on the T side, we're not giving this a go. We're not having a look in at all. 7-1. Wow. What a scoreline, Anders. This is...
Oh, yeah.
This is dire from Monte. This is not good at all. I know, again, we can come back and say this is Paravision's map pick. They're expected to win this, some would say. But, like, at the same time, this is a grand final here, and Monte are expected to compete, and they're way off the ball right now.
I mean, you know, we've had some really long best of threes. I mean, tech issues aside, like we've had a lot of maps played at the start of it, and I was definitely expecting this would be something more of the same. But Paravision are coming into this grand final just looking really sharp. Now, fair play, they did pick the map, and maybe that has something to do with it. But more than anything, they just look like they're building confidence throughout the day, and I guess that's good to see. Like, I mean, for a team that's looking to sort of, you know, rise. I'm sure that, again, we talked about a Jame and Kicker. They want to be back playing at the very top and take some of these more inexperienced players with them along the way. They need to be able to win games like these, and so far so good.
Well, finally, right, we get some, you know, moment of respite and you know, brief intermission where we can just take a breather for Monte, but you know, it comes back to that conversation. Is it actually too little too late? You're 6 rounds down, right? You know, even if you were to get a bit of a streak here, the likelihood of you getting 4 in a row to recover this half to 5 is pretty unlikely. And then you got on top of that of having to then kind of keep your confidence up. And I don't know. It's a tough spot for them. You know, as much as I want to big up UK Counter-Strike and Gizmi, etc., you know, I would like of him to have try and taken some reins in this game. And there's obviously been the talks about kick calling and how much James getting involved and this, that, and the other. But Obviously working out for Kicker. Belcher knock, man. He's having a great start to this game. And actually, just touching on something that Brandon brought up, you know, it's always reliable that we're going to get one of the riflers online for Paravision. It's either going to be Belchnock or Nota are going to find some real serious form in a map and take it over. But the scary factor is that we're actually getting both at the moment. Nota 6 and 2, Belchnock's 8 and 4. This is a great start. If the two riflers are playing this well, and you've got James 7 and 2 as well, good luck, Monte.
Yeah, they are not having a fun time out there right now. Izmi quite alone at the bomb site, but you've got to expect that there's going to be another smoke. It's already in the air, landing for the cross, and we'll see if Belchnock's going to be able to sneak in a kill. I don't think they realize. Yeah, that's that. Oh, it's such a sick flick there from Hades. The reason they don't think he's there is because the second smoke there kind of tells them, oh, maybe nobody crossed. So they actually weren't quite ready, but now they definitely are, and this is looking like a great defense. Honestly, it seems silly, but if Belchnock gets that kill, I think they just win the round, Paravision. So yeah, it's probably down to that flick of Hades to make them hold the phone. Well, they might be in trouble again. What's happened is a 2-on-3, and suddenly they're dying left and right. Hades, gotta be careful. They do have a Molotov on the other side, and yep, here it comes. You've got to find a way to move. Down to 5 health. Oh no, Monte, what's going on? They had every chance here.
Just safe. Just safe. What is the point, right? What is the point? Let's just keep hold of what we've got. Your money isn't good enough to be giving this a go, but at the same time, we're calling for the save, but it's still a really dire spot. Still, 8-1 down. I don't even think Hades is doing anything too wrong. He's just getting caught in awful spots, which is kind of just not his fault. And here, right, he's a 1v2, low HP, and a Molotov at his feet. There's nothing he can do, but how did that fall apart so rapidly? Travis does super well in this round as well, actually. Not only does he create a lot of space for Paravision, but he actually capitalizes upon it and puts so much pressure on towards Monte. And all James has to do is just be a bit of a supporting element. So it's really impressive. And again, we bigged up the likes of Belchnock and Nota and the riflers stepping up. If you add Travis to the fray, there's just no way Monte are finding their form here in this one. So 8-1. This is going to be a very quick map number 1 for this final. Granted, we did say this in our earlier semi-final when it was 10-2 to Sinners, and we know how that one went. So I don't want to eat my words again, but this one feels less likely, surely, to come back into this.
Yeah, it really does. Smoke out there for Hades. Not that they're going to respect it. They're going to keep pushing the corner. Really want to test if that is the fastest. I feel like there's a much faster way to smoke the double doors, but I guess this is the one that people are currently using, or at least a lot of people are. 8-1. Now let's see if D-House is going to be quite ready. Again, the speed behind this is actually very hard to read. They're not even throwing the smoke from far away. They're basically throwing it as they're there and just straight crossing. So now the CT rotation is coming in, but again, they've already got Belchnock over. They're running the same strategy. I wonder if they're going to wait or if they're just going to go harder this time. All right, looks like they are a little bit earlier out the gates.
See, Nota tucking over towards Carp. James creeping around this corner. Doesn't spot anybody yet, but D-Hair just says, yeah, mate, I'll poke up, and look what he finds. Belchnock. Oh, he gets close to the second. You'll get it in the end as well. Belchnock's looking great. There might be more. There is more. Belchnock, just continue going. Running low on ammo. Who cares? 1 bullet is all he's got, and he actually didn't even reload as well. He knew that he could pull off a tap if he needed to. Nota will be the one to take it. Paravision are looking great. What a show. And this new lineup had a lot to prove. And I think in particular, some of the names in this lineup had a lot to prove. Travis has had moments at the top end of Tier 2, but never been able to quite crack into Tier 1 sustainably. James, it's about this redemption arc. And same for Kicker as well. Kicker, of course, a guy who had a long career in Tier 1, and it just kind of withered away. And we sort of lost track of where is this guy. Well, here he is, and he's doing great.
How on earth did Hades know that? They're boosted to catch people going into lower dark, and he just went up and peeked them with a scout and just blew them up. I can't actually believe it. Now, oh, how is he hitting that last headshot? That's just the last bullet of that burst that he just actually makes it work, and he's gonna get Hades as well, even if he gets tagged with a scout. Disgusting triple coming out here from Nota. Fails the smoke for CT spawn, which is a little bit funny, but he's done a good enough job. You can fail the smoke at that point.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Travis and Kicker with plenty of health.
I like this. Notice low. If he gets Travis, the round does become potentially doable. Kick its angle so weird here. Diha. Oh, he does spot him out, but this is such an uncomfortable fight. And
Yeah, I don't blame...
Does this drag Ryu over? It might, you know. If they go towards B now, Ryu's just completely out of position.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this round is so hard to play for Monte, right? Because they just don't know enough now. They're going to find out right about now. Some footsteps. I think he's got the right idea. Oh, timing is perfect. And land one more headshot like that, and it's on. But instead, he's the one to get a bullet from that AK. And suddenly, Diha's alone with a stolen AK. I mean, you kind of want to try and go for this, right? You're going to be pretty close by the time the bomb goes down. At least take a peek in for the window. I don't really blame him for trying to do this. And there we go. Free kill on the Travis. Now it's down to the 1 versus 1. Diha on the one side. Kick on the other end. Yeah, he knows he's up there somewhere. Comes through the door and makes a bit too much noise. I think it was a little bit telegraphed there. Kicker just in the right position to absolutely wreck him. And Paravision, I mean, it shouldn't have been that hard of a round to begin with. Hades made it a little bit tricky with the early scout kill. Yeah, this is sick. But regardless, they win it. And they're still winning.
Yeah. Yeah. What can you do? I mean, there's just no... There's nothing really to talk about for this Monte side. I mean, yes, we're having some moments which are closer, but Paravision are just so stable. Oh, James. Oh, yeah, what can you do? Again, Gizmy, poor guy. His round lost all of about 3 seconds before the inevitable James steps up. His 10th kill of this map so far. 10 for him, 10 for Nota, 11 for Belchinok, all in the first half. And, you know, the best we've got out over towards Monte is 8 on Ryu, who's the B anchor. And actually, the kills he's getting are actually not that impactful. They're basically exit frags and slight hunts at the end that don't ever really achieve anything. He's getting a couple of frags on the board, but they're not amounting to too much. Hades, he'll get a nice shot, though. That's something.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but now he's back challenging in middle, which...
wow.
Again, you've got to say, this is where things usually get a bit scary for them, right? And it's what I said at the start. There is this clash of styles between James, who is very reserved and very careful, and then you could see Hades, like, knifing the walls as he's running into CT spawn and, you know, going to peek. And that does give an opening, and now a big opening back into the round here for Paravision.
He is moving his way forward. James, he's had a great round, and it will just continue. James is so good. All 3 shots, by the way, have been insane. Then he gets an insane one hit against him, but James had an incredible round. All 3 of those shots from James have been ridiculously good, and Dia should be dead on arrival. This is not an easy shot to hit, but Belchinok's been so crisp, and I kind of like the patience. The youngster just tucks his head away and says, sure, got this. Swing and a fine. What a reposition. My God, Anders, what a half of Counter-Strike from Paravision. To say there was nothing on offer from Monte would be an understatement, but Paravision, a delectable performance from them.
Yeah, that's just really cool to see. Again, for an up-and-coming team, rebuilding everything, it's really awesome. Again, Travis fitting in quite nicely. James, you can sort of see like the impact that he's having on the game, dictating a lot with that AWP. And Belchinok just, you know, really, really finding some confidence in this game, which was fun to see. 11-1, and Monte nowhere to be seen at all yet. Just there's nothing to talk about from their side. Like honestly, I think we saw them repeat the middle there between Demker and Gizmy. That's the kind of thing we think, ooh, that's a bad sign because they know better.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
I think you're right. They do know better. They should be doing better as well, and well, they didn't. 11-1. Safe to say, in my mind, this is over, but, you know, maybe Monte can make us believe this. This would be one of the more unlikely resurgences back into this. I've done this before as well. From an 11-1 on a T-side start, Anders, what do you think is the possibility, or what do you think the percentages of Monte pulling this off?
In terms of percentages, man, this is... probably like, again, like we're talking one in 1,000 type of game, right? Like it's so rare that you do this. But you know, win a pistol, and at least it's the beginning of a conversation here. Kicker though, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Belchinok as well. Oh, the USPs are so accurate. A 2-for-3 trade with Gizmy being very low on health here. Got to be very careful. They are trying to retake the bomb site, maybe even before the bomb is even planted here. Oh, it gives me... I mean, I understand he's going for... He's trying to sort of, you know, trick them a little bit. Hopefully he can sneak out there in the smoke and disappear, but instead he's left Ryu alone, and he's going to go down. So, if he was 1,001 before, probably in the hundreds of thousands now.
Yeah, well, I double-checked, right, from in MR12, if... the team starting as T-side, if you win 11 rounds, so there's been 42 times since of HLTV games, 11-1 scorelines. Not a single one ever has been won out by the team who got 1 round. So, percentage-wise, it's a 0% chance of what we've had so far. So, 1 in 1,000, more like 1 in a million, I think, for Monte. And especially now they're at 12, it makes it all the more damning. Dia made damage on towards him and a smoke to keep him at bay.
I mean, there are other objectives to be had other than winning the game, and this is usually where we have that conversation, where we hear the casters say something like, well, you know, at least get up to, like, you know, 7 or 8 rounds here. Then for Monte, you can kind of say, all right, we had a bad start. It's okay. You know, the second map will be better and all that. It can be really brutal to just get wrecked like 13-1, and you're like, oh, we didn't even really get to warm up, and now we're already in the second map. Here we go, you know. So, hopefully, we can see them flex even just a little bit. Well, there's a good Deagle kill. Catching Kick It in the air. It looked cool as well.
Yeah. Sweet. And a fine. 4 gives me. I'm goes James. He's going 1 for 1. He needs to be a little careful here. The short play is super important. The FAMAS is looking good. Oh, Belchernock. Oh, this kid is full of confidence. He pulls out the pistol and he'll get it as well. Belchernock. What a performance. I'm so impressed with Belchernock. I mean, he's had some great stints, right, but before this Paravision team, but they are giving him so much freedom. And a 13-1 scoreline, Anders. That's the most dominant game that we've seen so far in this CCT playoffs.
Yeah, unquestionably so. Just never really got into the game at all, did Monte. It was the map pick of Paravision, so I guess there is that. But with Train as a second map pick, I mean, that's a map it's for anybody to be confident in Train right now. You have to be crazy. So I don't know. I'm not feeling too good about this. It's gonna be a tough second map, I think, for Monte.
Yeah, that for me feels like an understatement, especially with it going in towards Train as well. You just know that James' brain is worrying about ways to ruin this map for everyone. I'm joking, but you know, to really, you know, actually just take down this Monte side who are offering up little to nothing. It's such a good performance. I'm so impressed with the 2 young riflers, Belchernock and Nota. Both looked incredible. James, some of the shots he hit were, I mean, just next on ridiculous, right? And I think Kicker called a really good game. He just ran rings around Gizmy. So a no-show from Monte there in a grand final was the worst time ever to not show up to play. It's not game over, but Brandon, I'm sure that one's going to be a little bit hard to break down.
Wow. Yeah, to be honest. I mean, look, it's start to finish just concrete from Paravision, and it is everyone online, in reality, hitting their shots, because, yes, Kicker did run rings around Gizmy when it came to in-game lead-in, but the style of rounds he was calling was just so simple. Like, there was nothing really that needed to be changed. There was nothing about reinventing the wheel, because there didn't need to be. And this clutch, as soon as you see this, that James been allowed this much room, every single fight being a 1v1, you look at this, you think, guys, come on, like, what are we doing here, honestly? Like, that's such a grave mistake for Monte to make, and it just feels like they're out of the map there and then. And that sounds brutal, but that was the reality of it. There was no trade spacing. There was no invention of them getting aggressive. On Dust 2, you can have so many aggressive plays. You can go in towards lowers. You can push in towards top middle. They only did that on low buys. They didn't do that in their gun rounds. They barely even fought for long, for goodness sake. Too much map control, too much respect being given over, and it allowed Paravision to have these dynamic rounds where you take long really fast. You drop the smoke when you're already there. And that's after you've been conditioning B so more often than not. They always kept a second player over for Monte, and it prevented that rotation from middle to go to A. And as soon as you lose that many T-side rounds, there is no recovery whatsoever. It was disjointed, it was a shame, but that was Paravision. Everyone sliding up to another gear, and for Monte, it's those teething issues that potentially we spoke about a little bit heading into the pre-game. The fact that we know these riflers for Paravision are going to be online, and you need someone like Demka, you need someone like Ryu to step up and help the likes of Gizmy and Hades, because 2 players aren't enough against Paravision. You need the whole damn roster. And now you move into Train, and it's actually kind of scary, because you really want to pick Train in a grand final? You must have a lot of confidence on it. Yes, Monte have won every single time they've played Train. It makes sense. Paravision are 1 for 1. But each single one of those games that Paravision played, it was pretty damn close. And I casted both of them. And I know how good they are. But it was these individual errors that Paravision let slip into that CT side that I don't think they're going to make here on map 2. It's dangerous, it's dicey, and potentially it could be a Paravision 2-0. Monte need to bounce back on their map pick. It's Train coming up after this break. Hey guys, welcome back to our first map of this grand final. Just kidding. If you missed it, it was 13-1, an absolute blowout from Parry Vision. I've got our resident train expert with us, Anders, on standby, because I know how much you love this map. I've been seeing all your streams of you doing theory crafting with it. Are you ready for a grand final map on train?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's already a map it's actually evolved at lightning speed. I'm really impressed at how much, like, I've tried to add my, touch to it, but some of the pro teams have really been quick at picking up some tendencies. So I'm ready. I think it's going to be exciting. I kind of like this new version of Train.
Neo, I've got to come to you. The UK boys struggled, and as I throw it over to you, give us some hope for Monte fans alike, why Gizmy can show us why Train's their best map.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Gizmy was technically the highest rated player off the back of map number 1. It's still a 0.76, but he was the highest rated player for Monte. So, I mean, I guess that's something, right? But we need a lot more. It's not a good start for Diha and Demko, get caught by Travis early. So, it might just be more of the same here, Anders.
Yeah, that is, unfortunately for them, a pretty hard shutdown to begin with. It's not completely over, but they need to isolate a kill on Travis. And I think smartly, they know now Kickert is holding this line. So if you try and fight Travis, it's going to be awkward, and so is that click. Gizmy never even knew. It's a fadeaway shot, just jiggle peek in the corner here a little bit. 2 versus 5, and they are completely locked in here, looking for some duels with the P250. Honestly, it's probably the best choice. Is hope for a bit of a mistake for Parry Vision, but time is running out. And again, slowly getting clicked away. You can just see the panic is starting to set in, and they get a little bit of damage on them, but it's a beautiful start for Parry Vision.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, exactly right back to how we were. This might be, at this rate, a lightning fast final. Just nothing on offer from Monte, and still the case. It is never what you want to see. Parry Vision look great. Super happy to fight. I want to see more out of kind of Belchenok and Nota. They've been super impressive. Belchenok in particular, just super fun to watch. What a player. So, we get the exact same out. It could be a lightning fast game. With, without any doubt in my mind. Oh, he's going to take a tag. He's down to the nade. So, tough way to start for him. I think he gets spotted getting out there in towards front of main. He is a bit of a human flashbang, though. They are trying to scale in towards B, and here they are ready for it. Belchenok, there he is. Speak of the devil, and he'll get 3. That was quick.
Yeah, why mess around? Why not just keep it going? You're already doing just fine. There is, it's non-0% chance to get a bomb planted around like this one if you're on the T side. Like, you can sometimes sneak a player in, and if the CTs are playing really far back, sometimes you can find a way. But it wasn't one of these times, so quick couple of rounds, get him out the way, and let's get into the real action where we hopefully have, more of a chance here for Monte. I hope they get a chance to show something, because it kind of would suck if they've been waiting all day for this game to get ready, and then they just don't even really get to do anything. So I'd like to see them get warmed up just a little bit here. Classic protocols to get out, but that grenade on top was devastating. They wanted to run through the smoke, and that's fine. That's kind of how people do it a lot of the time right now, but this one got absolutely wrecked.
Here's me. Oh, he snuck out. Not for long, though. Kick it. Jumps down off the ladder, and he'll get that quick trade. So, you're down to 2 already for Monte. Your first gun round, and it's Diha and Hades, the old god, who've got a lot to do. One spotted out by Travis as he just swings by in that information play. He doesn't need to fight.
No, he really doesn't. Diha and Hades are so far apart. Hades is in a fun position, so it could be sort of like a free kill here, and you can see it already lined up, but beyond that, he's actually done a very good job. AWP waiting, and James goes down. That's so quick for Hades. Parry Vision, what happened? They pretty much had it all locked down, including the bomb right there, but Belchenok's gonna get a kill, and now it's awkward once again. He's stolen the AWP, Hades. He's already got 3, looking for one more bullet to get a 4th here. His clock runs a bit low, 35 seconds. He can still get to the bomb side, obviously. Oh, and the jiggle there. Hades just absolutely ready. 4 kills, saving Monte. That's outrageous.
Yeah, I thought that first gun round was going to be dead in the water immediately. Hades has bailed them out. Okay. Maybe we spoke too soon about Monte. That's a good way, right? Yes, it's come down to the wire, but you've been bailed out there, and you've been given a bit of a lifeline. You rebuy back in. Sure, 3 Galils have to come through, but a buy is a buy all the same. And That'll be now that first on the board for Monte. And for Paravision, they do take a little bit of a hit at the very least. We've got an MP9, a 5-7. It's not the most conclusive of buys, but Jamie's still got an AWP, so it makes you believe.
Yeah, there's always a way. And again, just so many little tricks on train that have yet to be unleashed, so teams have probably been trying to crack it as much as they can, but you never really know. Deep smoke towards that center lane, sometimes called icon. People call it a lot of different things right now, I've noticed, so no one's decided yet. They don't have a flash here for Nota to take the swing, but obviously you can pop flash this corner very, very efficiently, so we'll see if they're going to be trying to do that later on. 55 seconds, and setting up another smoke for the same center lane. And they look like they're bringing the bomb over towards the B-bomb sites. Little peek there. At least they get some information, but the question is, do they have what it takes to kind of rotate back towards the B site yet? We can tell that they're kind of getting closer, though, maybe. Have they thought a second? This is kind of hard to say, because you can just go down, pop dog, obviously. 30 seconds now. Looks like it will be a B split, but coming through Ivy as well, which is kind of a sick way to do it. You could definitely do that. It'll be up to the B defense to try and kill one more player. Otherwise, I think they might have to save.
Well, that's not going to help. Hades swinging a find. Down goes Belchinok, and I think you're right. Especially for Jame with that AWP, with no money left in the back pockets. Just keep on what we've got. If Kicker can pick up a gun, that'll be a nice little, I guess, silver lining, but okay, gets an MP9. It is a gun. It's maybe not the best, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, 2 for 2, bro, in the gun round. This is better. This is already, you know, we've already superseded what we got in towards map number 1, so we really can't complain.
Definitely not, and you know, you could almost see it coming with that peek into the B high ground there without the flash or anything else. It was always going to be a bit of an awkward timing, and he just didn't get it quite right. And once he dies, so does the rest of the B defense. So, still, good job for Monte, tying up the game really early on. I mean, if they want a chance at some sort of recovery here, it's just going to have to be some really good early rounds, I think, where they really wake up. They can't spend a lot of time here, you know, in the negative. Otherwise, it's going to be just mentally a little bit too hard.
Okay, so we've got something here. I mean, it's not the best. Nota and Belchinok both on just USPSs for them. So trying to find something out of this round feels kind of unlikely. A lot of heavy lifting has to be done by Travis and Jamie. I mean, it kind of feels like both of them are basically required to multi-frag here.
Well, see if they can. Clearing out the pop dog hallway, which annoyingly you have to do as on the T side. If you don't clear that out and you leave any CTs there to shoot you in the back, it's a really, really bad idea. Travis got spotted trying to go up, so Molotov not really connecting. Unfortunately for them, he's still back here trying to be a bit of a nuisance. But he's always the only one here. Again, like, it's not the most fun, but it might be better to save the AK and even the AWP, obviously. I feel like sticking around to try and take this fight is you're bound to get peak one way or another here.
Yeah.
Not a big fan. I think he might as well have run away. Like, sure, let the USP stick around if you really want to, but now for what seems like no reason at all, they've given up the AK.
Oh, pot flash there, kick it. He might get a chance at getting an exit frag here. You don't have to push too far forward, of course. That bomb radius isn't too big. On this, Nota looks in, but looks the wrong way. 3-2. Monte. T-side. Looking alright. Looking better.
Yeah, surprisingly, maybe a little bit of a weird setup towards the B-bomb side, I would say, for Paravision. I don't know if... or at least not the one that we're used to seeing. And I think more than anything also, we're not seeing the aggressive hallway pushes that I feel like at the top level currently have become a little bit more meta. Maybe that's what Belchinok is about to show us right here. He is pushing it alone. Oh, and he's going to run right into the HE Molotov combination. So it doesn't do so much damage to him. He's going to be fine with it, but that battle is going to be a big deal going forward. I mean, it already is. with people trying to, you know, reinvent it all the time, but how you get the timing down right and how many smokes and Molotovs you throw. Nice job as they clear out Pop Dog from the T-spawn, basically, with a Molotov. That's really cool to see. Putting some pressure on Ivy instead now, Monte.
Pushing him forward here. Demka playing at the edge of the smoke. He has Hades to support with the AWP. And an elbow spotted. That's enough. Trav didn't realize his shoulder was just betraying him around that corner. This is bold. Very bold from Nota. He does get one, which isn't bad. The MP9 is just trying to catch Gizmi, and he does do damage. Gizmi could be in trouble here, but he's the one who lays down the law. Down goes Kick It. Belchenok also to fall as well. Monte going to go 4 for 4 in a row. Maybe this final's still on.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Very, very interesting, but also great work from Monte. Train, a map that we don't see picked so often in CCT, at least so far. And Monte managed to sneak it in and doing a really fine job. Still curious if Paravision are going to have more. Said I'd be surprised if they haven't tried to crack it a bit more here. James going to get caught off guard, but yeah, great work. Nothing really to criticize. And again, on the back of an absolutely miserable first half, it's pretty hard to recover your strength after that. But so far, they seem pretty unfazed.
Okay. So far, I'm not incredibly worried in terms of just being the early part of the game, but Paravision do need to be a little careful not to let Monte spiral. We saw in, the semi-final, we saw it happen as well in towards their earlier playoff games that, when Monte get going, especially on this T side, they're actually a very difficult side to play against. We know that they can be really hard to stop that train when it's rolling, and that's sort of where we're at now. So 4-2. Paravision, similar situation that they've been in this map, where it's just that AWP staying alive for Jame, but not a huge amount around it. He's got a rifle, and not a kicker. And we got half armor at least across most. Now Travis just bought into it. So okay, we've got something to work with. This could be one of those sort of pass-to-pass situations. Kicker takes the first fight, goes 1-for-1 trade. Somebody picks up the rifle, you rinse and repeat, and hope that you can trade in a positive favor. But Belchenok, early nade damage towards him is going to keep him limited in terms of his aggression. I like this though.
Yeah, and that's that B hallway that we talked about, the Pop Dog hallway, or Long Dog as people sometimes call it. And the truth is, on the T side, if you lose track of where the CTs are here, it's pretty dangerous. So, okay, Paravision. I mean, that push alone tells you something about their level of prep or understanding. Definitely been keeping up with the current meta, and that's good to see. Getting a couple of good shots and saving a couple of bullets for Gizmi, who was probably hoping that there was going to be a reload in there somewhere. Now, remember, they lost the earlier fight to Hades, where he got the quad kill. Don't do it again. Just a piece of advice.
Yeah, don't give him this on a 1v5. Oh my god, I don't like this. They know where he is. It's great, but stop toying with the idea. There's the flanker. He's now pincered in towards main, so you should be able to get him here. But it's Hades. Oh my god, no way. A 1v4. The ace is on. He runs out of ammo. He picks up the AK-47. He looks for another fight, and thankfully Belchenok is there. Oh my god, it does worry you, doesn't it? That the fact that Hades is, regardless of how that first map went, his form is still incredible, right? And he's still showing that he can single-handedly take over a game.
Yeah, I mean, just a really strong reminder of who you're up against. And again, there's no need for it, right? There are better protocols to deal with it. I know that you probably feel like you've got the confidence to take him down, but he's exactly the kind of player that loves it when you keep coming at him, because, well, he can do some real damage. Either way, 3 versus 4, or 3-4 here is the scoreline, and money is kind of mid on everybody, to be honest. This time Gizmi, very quick to get down towards that Pop Dog position. See if he has any interesting tricks here. If he can get flashed in for a bit of a fight, maybe. The bomb is still backed by T-spawn, so we're not looking for a peek yet. Okay, they're playing this. Well, we've actually seen this before, where if Hades moves away, Gizmi's position is pretty dangerous for him. He could die very easily. But as long as Hades is covering, it's going to be fine.
not going to play up close behind that smoke. Flashbang doesn't do enough. It feels like he might know Demka, but yeah, he doesn't. Trav does well. Double orb. You don't like to see it too often, or we haven't seen it too often in general from Paravision, but you know, Trav's relatively competent with it. He's used it a bit throughout his career. Showing it there as well. Now the double orb becomes all the more scary. And I wonder whether Monte are aware of this double orb, or whether they think that's just the orb save from the previous round off Hades' body, and that's the only one that they're using.
Yeah, that is that'd be nice to be able to ask them about later if they remember the round. 30 seconds. We are very low on time here. Nota should be almost an automatic win in this one. They do swing to peek it, so they've seen that before. Down to 15 seconds here, and a nice little burst coming out. It's Rio to take down Kickard. But where's that bomb plant going to be coming from? 10 seconds now on the clock. A 2 versus 3. It shouldn't be possible. And with that kill, it will indeed be denied. Diha, very, very lucky to be alive still after that one. It's going to go pick up the AWP, as they will run out of time. And Paravision back with another one. So very, honestly, very, very close rounds. And
It is.
like, not a lot has to go wrong here for Paravision for them to lose the bomb site.
Yeah, that was very actually close to being... very close to being really awkward. And I still think as well that the issue that I've seen is that, you know, even in the rounds that Paravision are winning, the fact that we're actually slightly struggling and the fact that we're giving individuals the ability to multi-frag and keep their name in these rounds themselves. Yes, it's a 4-0 scoreline. It's not too damning, but it does worry you slightly. Great nade setup. Nota with one. Belchadar swings in to find one of his own as well. The swing through is good, and Kicker gets so unfortunate not to get a second there.
Dangerous jump. Travis somehow able to do a lot here. He's just a man of many talents, it seems. Ryu is going to be pushing in, and maybe a bit too much this time. Hades able to catch him. Round not over yet, but obviously this is where James can be very hard to play against. I say that as Ryu nearly makes it a 1 versus 1 by walking into that shot, and he will anyway. Found in the corner, but again, let's see what happens here. Hades on the one side with the AWP. Nota. He has the right idea. He kind of sees what's coming. Bomb plant pretty deep in there, which means Hades might not be able to go all the way up in the back halls. He's going to be playing a little bit more forward with that particular plant. He's got the right read, and it's an easy shot for Hades. Again, really proving that he's a valuable player on this team when he's hitting these kind of shots.
Hades is just so good in clutches as well. You know, win or lose, he makes them so scary to play against. And another exact one right there, right? I mean, Hades, he's just so cerebral. He knows what's going to happen. He understood what that rotation was going to look like. So well done. And also, I kind of respect him. You know, his teammates died over towards Ivy, so let's just completely get out of there. Plant towards B. Give yourself a lot of time to work with. This game is really spicy. Monte still saying that they've got a chance in this final. They want to push it towards that of a Mach 3 Ryu. Nice double. Gives me money in the bank as well with the Mach 10. Beautiful stuff. He'll get caught by Travis. It doesn't make a difference. Hades gets his, as he seems to do every round.
Yeah, fabulous work. Monte once again proving that they are really good on the comeback here. Brushing aside that first map. And right back in action. So credit to them. That can be hard to do. It's been a long day for everybody involved. And the ability to kind of keep the focus here in spite of some tough losses, I think is really good. But truth is, if they win this map, it's a whole nother map to follow. So if they have to keep the strength, they really can't let go, because Paravision's still out there, and who knows what will happen. Run boost to jump on over. It's another classic on Train. Don't get to see it on too many other maps. Obviously on Inferno at one point it kind of made its appearance for the middle, but yeah, on Train it's another return of the old style. All right, Gemka's dead.
Yeah. Oh, Hades. Hades is quick. He is seriously quick today. Sorry, he's 16-4. What a game. Hades is single-handedly putting Monte on his back here, and he's actually giving them a good chance. Belchadar could be in trouble here, or he is the trouble. He finds Diha. We might need a bit of a Hades masterclass once again. He's been good in the 1vx's, the 2vx's, and we're going to need one from him here. This is tough. What do we even do, actually? He's so tagged, and time's starting to tick as well. under a minute. We've got to make a move. And that's not going to help.
Very quick peek to take down Hades. Otherwise, I was going to say, like, you know, peek Hades again, you might just die. But for once they get rid of him, isn't it such a... I have so mixed feelings about it, Neo, because when I see Hades like this, I think this is exactly how I remember him. This is what I want him to be, and I know he can be. Yeah. But then every once in a while, he just goes missing, and you're seeing none of it. Ryu, this is kind of a potentially a slightly crazy play with the time that's left. I understand he's hoping to just get all the kills that they were going to be rushing out. They don't quite do that. So nicely done. And Paravision will win the round in spite of Hades' shenanigans.
Yeah. Again, it's just some of the shots he hits, man. You could just do a highlight reel of him alone. And it's just such a joy to watch in terms of what you've seen from him so far. I mean, that one, he barely even sees James. I didn't even see him in the replay, and I know James dies. I didn't even know what he shot at. It's just, it's so good, isn't it? It is a close game. It's a 6-5. I'm going to get first time out from Monte. So a timeout each has been taken now. But this is a much better map. What happened, right, to this Monte side and towards map number 1, we'll never know. But their own map pick a train, which we know they've had good results on. Kind of spoke about a little bit with Brandon in the break about how they already picked up a 13-0 on this over Amcal. And, hey, you know, you can't do much better than that. And this is where, again, still, for this Monte side, you have to say, regardless of how other maps in the series look for them, they've got a real good few tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think this is, it's worth highlighting for sure. Got a Krieg coming out on Hades now, so I guess you can afford the AWPs. I'm gonna get a scope one way or another here, you know? I need someone to scope up. Not the most used weapon these days, but wouldn't put it past. I know you don't like it. You're not a big fan. Maybe Hades can make you a believer. We're gonna find out in this round. This will be the big test for all of us. Ryu, nice spray to take down, kick it right on top of the smoke. Such a common position. It's James in the back. They'll find that shot, and the Krieg not really making any kind of an entry just yet. Gizmi trying to get through. Hades will get the 1 kill.
No.
But now he's in a 1 versus 3. Hasn't reloaded yet, and hasn't really scoped up either. You don't always have to. Jump back here. Let's go of a couple of bullets, but that's all it'll be. So, Paravision at the end of it. Yet another round, and still, it's a pretty open map right now.
Yeah, exactly. This is still has all the takings of being, you know, one way or the other. I think Monte did well in terms of their start. Those 4 rounds they got in a row on that seaside was super fun to watch, and it did make us look back and just say, you know, what happened really to kind of Paravision? They fell asleep at the wheel just a tad. If they were a little bit more competitive there, they could have been great. But I think also it's just the Hades show, right? This is a guy who is so good, and there's a blessing and a curse behind this. Hades is at times single-handedly taking Monte into rounds and keeping them competitive here. The worrying thing about that is if he just has 1 or 2 slow moments or slow rounds, that's where this does worry us a little. I mean, if his confidence takes any sort of a knock as well, then Monte are going to be left reeling. I mean, look at it now. Like, Demka's 1-10, right? He's meant to be, like, in my opinion, the most important rifler over towards Monte. And it's not happening. Sure, Hades is doing more than enough to make up for it. But like I said, any moment where he has just, you know, a round or 2 off or loses his confidence even for a little part of this second half, and that could be enough to say goodbye to Monte and congratulations to Paravision.
Yeah, I mean, he is riding that line all the time, but it's just that when it works, it's so impressive. You fall in love with it a little bit every time, but we'll see if it's going to be enough here for the second half too. Demka to start off with. We haven't said his name for a real long time, and I was saying earlier in the day, he's the most reliable player it felt like throughout the CCT so far. Now they're going to try and run down Diha, who's trying to control the angle. Falls back down into this little pit, and the bomb already planted here. It's a good job for Diha to stay alive. And Nota playing on top. Right behind him is Ryu. Isn't really ready for that one. 3 versus 3 now as Paravision trying to hold the bomb plant for as long as they can. Travis in position, and it's an easy click deleting away Diha. And this bomb is just ticking so far. Oh, wait a minute, they're planting on the other side. I actually thought the bomb was planted towards the connector. Guys, what's going on? Bomb defused. Nobody there to stop it. That is a slip-up.
Oh, it's such a rare mistake from Paravision. They're not a side that make too many, especially that egregious as well, but that is actually a bad mistake to be making. You just plot on the wrong side, and they're just too deep in towards connector. credit to Gizmi, a kit, and that's all they needed. Didn't even need the smoke, didn't even need the support as well. 1v2, it just sticks it. That's such a bad one to lose. That's one of those rounds, especially if you lose the map, you're going to be thinking, oh, why did we do that? Why did we plant there, first of all? And then why did we set up ourselves up in that post spawn? And it does give Monte a chance here, right? You know, heading in towards this round, and it makes his force buy so important. Normally the pistol's the big decider on early momentum, but because Paravision get the bomb plant and all the kills, but Monte win the round, it's a pretty even in terms of this force buy back in. Double MP9 Scout, double M4. On the flip side, 1 AK, triple Galil on the Eagle. Whoever wins this takes so much control in the early part of the second half. And that control could be enough. In how MR12 is, that alone could be the decider.
Oh, absolutely. This is... I don't think Paravision were ready for this this kind of a fight here going into map number 2. Monte just looked defeated, absent. He weren't ready to battle at all, but a little bit stronger than maybe we expected. 2-for-1 trade in the yard, and the Molotov to put some pressure on the Gizmi. He's actually going to try and push in front of it. What a bold move, and it at least works out for the kill. Some tag onto Travis, but he is going to live through it, and it will leave Diha not in an unwinnable, because there is actually no helmet on James, but it is a low percentage to win regardless here. We'll see if he can land the headshot on James if he actually peeks him. That could be a lot of fun. I don't know why James doesn't have the armor. The helmet. That's very rare on the T side. There we go. Popped instantly and a good refrag, but man, that was a doable 1 versus 3.
It was. There was a moment, but that's such a big round to be taken, though, isn't it, right? Just because it's going to put Monte on the back foot, at least for the early part now of the second half, which gives Paravision, as it did in towards the first half, just a moment to, I guess, take a breather and say, okay, we can build up a little bit of a repertoire here. Yet another attack pause out. Monte's second hit. Let's see. For them, we've got one upgraded pistol. Maybe 1 or 2 might join him, but even then, I think it's kind of unlikely. I mean, Demka's, he's bridging on the borderline of double eco territory, right? You know, he's 1.45k, and there we go. Yeah, buy going to come through for exactly that reason. Is his money shot anyway, so he actually may as well pick up something. I just wonder whether the rest of the team will as well, and they are. Okay, so the force buy in response. This does change things now. We got 1 FAMAS to work with, some upgraded pistols around it, but this puts a lot of pressure on Monte. You lose this round, Paravision not only get an 8th, but they basically get gifted a 9th on top of that, and they get ever closer to a 2-0 here in the grand final.
Yeah, Monte, don't run on his team now. It's still a little bit too early. But also, a lot of it is being carried by Hades, and we've already highlighted the risk of what that's like if he's just, you know, either doesn't have the money for the AWP, or if he just slips up a couple of rounds, which could definitely happen. So, where's the rest of the field right here? Emker on 2 kills. I don't know what's happened. He was so impressive for the rest of the tournament. I really feel like he was always the reliable person to like assertively take fights, to really get Monte back in some hard rounds, and obviously on this map he's missing a lot. Executes coming through here. Paravision. Deep Molotov as well. Right, you're gonna find Diha. Took a while, but job is done.
Just a funny way for Kick It to get that kill.
Why not?
3 gonna save here. I don't hate the call to save because, you know, why not just use these in towards the next? I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. But it will be Paravision up towards that 8th, probably the 9th as well, before Monte can rebuy back in, and it puts a lot of pressure on. If you're looking at it in a, you know, if you zoom out a bit in a bit more of a macro sense, it's kind of only like 2 proper gun rounds in between this steam train that is Paravision going towards, you know, 13. Monte needs to be very careful. Not in towards the next, but the round after, they kind of have to win if they want to keep the pressure on. And it is getting to be just a tad concerning. All 5 stay alive too for Paravision. That's really going to help the bank. Especially with kicking and a Mac 10 kill. You take anything. 8-7. Monte, we've kept a little bit alive. We've got a few bits of half armor. We've got a FAMAS. Hades and Diha won't buy into too much though. I don't know even as well with that loss bonus plus the lesser buy. I don't really think Hades is going to be able to get the AWP out unless he does the glass cannon, which, yeah, obviously is sort of It's so rare to see that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of player that would do it, but
Yeah.
but it comes with an inherent risk, obviously. Very much all the usual needs that we're seeing out here. Molotov towards that pop dog position to stop the CTs from running in there, and then they have the other Molotov grenade combination towards the B ramp to stop any CTs from running there. So that's all good. There are ways to beat it. We've seen it from some CT sides that I think Vitality currently are pretty damn good at taking control of these B hallways, in spite of what you might try and do on the T side. But yeah, still, it's a good protocol to know. Smoke going up, and a Molotov as well. So burning out the one side. I guess the smoke actually ended up kind of extinguishing that. So maybe not necessary. Regardless, they're out on the B bomb side. I don't think there's much that Monte are going to be able to do to really stop this.
Oh, nice transfer. Well, I say transfer. Just holding down the spray control, I guess. Probably the more adequate way of putting it for Belchinok. There's a round that shouldn't amount to too much. And it won't. Any constellation kills are nice for Monte. But there is that 9th that we spoke about. It was sort of the red carpet rolled out. We knew it was going to happen. Where we're at now, we have to be careful. It's a 2-round buffer, and like I said, it's all about this next gun round. Demka, he's looking for exits. Travis got other ideas. Good due diligence to clear up the tail end. This is dicey. So we're going to come in towards this gun round with... I'm assuming, you know, Ryu just keeps hold of the FAMAS. That's great. Unfortunately, he's just 100 short of being able to drop over an AWP. Just a little bit under that, but... What do we get here? What's the play? Do we actually get another tac pause? I wouldn't even hate a Monte tac pause here. They got one more left to use, and just to say, okay, this is the most important gun round we've had so far this game. We've got to make this stick.
Yeah, I think that would actually be pretty reasonable, but maybe we won't get one.
No, let's go for it.
I still would like. I mean, I asked for it like halfway through the first half for the pushes, and I guess Diha is kind of running like he wants to do it, but does have the FAMAS. Here come the grenades, and yeah, that protocol right now hard to deal with. And they instantly take control of his long dog position. Gizmi, gotta be real careful here. Oh, he doesn't realize how close they are. If Nota was a little bit earlier, maybe he could have caught Gizmi escaping. But either way, it's not bad. Some control for Paravision. They'll definitely appreciate that. And now they're putting a little bit more pressure on that A-bomb side. I think they'll try and force out some more grenades for Monte, just to force them to use some of these smokes or whatever to block off Ivy, for instance, or flash their way in. So it's worth it.
Notes up. He's going to be part of the split. They just need somebody to draw Ryu's attention away. Enough. Oh, he was going to catch them in transition, but it actually worked out against them. And Ryu now has the ability to get more than one, which he does. There might even be a third. Lumen here. He does get it. Ryu's done so well. Kicker. Now's your time to shine. Got to lead by example.
Yeah, I'm shocked that he even got that kill on Ryu, because he actually was getting shot on the side, but somehow managed to position himself so that the train was blocking the spray there. He's picked up the bomb in the meantime. And now begins a bit of a journey towards the B bomb side. But the truth is, Dihar is not that far away with the FAMAS, so he could just take a step back and be aiming at that ramp. We're going to find out. You can see he's just sliding into position. Down to 20 seconds. High ground here with the AK. Is he going to be able to catch him? He will. It is so clean. Dihar never knew what hit him. And now the bomb is going to get planted. So Kickered, did he really bring this back in a 1 versus 4? I believe it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Heady doesn't lose clutches, though. That's the thing. He is being so reliable in the clutch, and I just feel like it'd just be another one to chalk up to the tally. He spotted his head as well, and they're going to bank over. Kicker's in trouble just HP-wise, and that's it. Hades does not lose in the clutch. It's as simple as that. He is ice cold in these 1vx situations. No matter how many he's against them, he makes it at least painful, and this time... another one for him in the 1 versus 1. Good attempt by Kicker. I'll give him the credit there. To actually give basically a 1 versus 4 a good effort is pretty commendable. You know, this is a guy who isn't sort of touted for his numbers. Just a few things went south there. If Nota finds that first kill on towards Gizmi, I think, honestly, as weird as it is to say, I think that round's won. Ryu's attention gets drawn away from a main, so the 3A main players probably then just kill Ryu, and it doesn't allow him to get 3 kills. Or, in the side note, even if Gizmi still gets that first kill, as long as we didn't just see Ryu get 3 kills back-to-back with no trade, I think the result would have been, again, a win for Paravision. But, you know, a culmination of mistakes there, super costly. So One round gained again. Down. Dia is alive briefly, but very much dead after Nota sees him off.
Yeah, again, the battle of that position kind of continues. I think he's got the right mindset to try and take it. It is a bit concerning, because I think if he's going to be making that play, it would make more sense if he had some teammates that were following him through that long pop dog position. But we'll leave that for another time. Paravision, same protocol here. Not quite sure. This could, funnily enough, this could obviously be just an A split coming through Ivy, main, and pop dog, which is very powerful. Because you're splitting the attention of the CT side 3 different ways, and it can be very hard for them to hold on to. For Mars here, for Ryu, can he get another one? He does get the dink, but it's not going to be the kill. And now, is that enough to make this work? Jame actually rotated away from Ivy, so interesting to see that he didn't want to try and add that extra arm to the attack. Demka flames at his feet, and bullets right at his chest. Gonna end up going down. Hades here in a 1 versus 4 now. They are low on health, so first is easy. He could have almost had like a double or maybe even a triple with that grenade. Jesus.
That nearly got a little dicey, didn't it? I think thankfully now it should be all cleaned up. Bomb will go down. Hades doesn't have the util, doesn't have the kit. Just there's no point. He's made noise as well now, so they know where he is. Just try and save this AK-47, and you know, saving's not a bad idea. Money isn't exactly fleshed out again. We have to come back to this. It's the CT side. Economy and just general economic situation on the CT can be unbelievably brutal, and this is, again, where we're finding it. I mean, look at what we're at now. I mean, Hades going to save and can, you know, maybe drop over something, but then what do you get around him? Gizzy's got A-buy, Ryu barely, maybe like an MP9 or a FAMAS, and Demka and Diha are left with kind of nothing. So probably arguably you'd be talking about Monte maybe going for a save-in towards the next round as a whole. There's, you know, there is a bit of loss bonus to work with, but I don't think it's enough to feasibly buy here. Only really Gizmy can properly buy, and Hades can drop over what? You know, a FAMAS? Like, is it worth risking it all on that level of buy, which is like, what, AK FAMAS, 1 M4, maybe 2 MP9s? Maybe someone has to go into like a 5.7 for util. I mean, the fact that we're even, you know, sort of figuring out what you even can buy, is it actually worthwhile? I don't know. But the good thing for us, Anders, is that we've got a bit of time to sort of digress into maybe what they could go for. We've lost Demka, so slight tech pause until we get him back in the server. Hopefully not an ENCE situation where the coach has to step in because a player's internet goes down, especially when you're a map down as well. That's not a time to be.
I was gonna say we've had some interesting, you know, tech problems throughout the day, but hopefully this isn't gonna be quite that exciting. Yeah, I don't know. Like it is hard to figure out when to do these kind of a buys, but I would say I would agree with you. Like if you trust in the map pick and you feel like you still have a chance, then maybe it isn't worth it to go for too many crazy force ups, right? Like you picked the map for a reason. You've got to believe that your CT side is pretty good, and sort of, you know, throwing it away to FAMASs or scouts or MP9s, I'm not sure if I agree with it. So I'd probably rather say just let this round be Hades with the AK, keep the AK alive at all costs, and then see if he can't have one of those crazy rounds. And if not, it's, so to speak, only 11 rounds on Paravision. You can make it back from that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's see. 10-8 is where we're at. Demka's back in the server.
Great news.
I don't even know. I don't even know what we do for a buy here. I'm saying don't buy. It would be my situation. Just use the pistols as sort of cannon fodder and see. Hopefully Hades can have a bit of a masterclass. He's put off a 1v4. He got down to a 1 versus 1 and a 1v5. You know, it's basically the Hades show already. You may as well just carry it on like this. But man, I mean, yeah, they're not going to buy, which is good.
Yeah, there are some fun Ivy pushes you can do on this map. Doesn't seem like that's what they're going for here, but sometimes you really can, you know, especially if you have that 1 AK, you put 3 or 4 people out on Ivy, and the pistols swing wide, and the AK just kind of crouches in. I like those kind of plays. Here we go. Jame actually gets dinked, not by the AK though.
Oh, Ryu walks into the net.
Yeah, catching it. Oh, Hades gonna get the 1, but unfortunately, it's all it's gonna be. A bit dangerous here. Back with the flashbang we go, and that's gonna be enough to take down Gizmy. No armor on Demka, so even if he got the AK, it's not easy to stay alive. USP to try and stop all the AKs. Diha hiding inside of the smoke, and are they going to realize? They're bumping into him. This is very awkward. I think they have an idea. Oh, Demka and Diha as well. What happened? They were all blocked inside of the smoke. What a nightmare.
No way.
They should have no business winning this round. I just can't believe it.
Demka's got more kills in that round than he had previously in the entire map. How, in God's name, has that round been won?
You know...
Oh, Paravision, how have we let that one slip?
It might be very hard. It might be easier to say this when you're obviously not playing in the game or whatever, right? So, like, the communication can be very hard in the moment, but they had so much time on the clock that once they bump into Diha, they almost wish they would just back off and say, you know what, actually, either we all go back and start shooting, you know, through the smoke, or just like, but there was like a long time where they couldn't get past him, and so they were all stuck in the smoke, kind of like half fighting, half looking to run past him. It's a very awkward, very, very weird situation.
Man, that is such a poor round to let slip. Come on, guys. That is... do you know what? There's been a couple of rounds like this, actually, where you look back and you still see that Paravision have a couple of teething issues. And probably one of the reasons why I've had my worries about Paravision. Hence why I kind of all tournament, basically, bar this final, I've actually been picking against them. Because you see that the breakdown in comms happens, you know. There's that round there, obviously, is a good example, but the pistol, we already touched on that pistol. You know, you're planted for main when you're playing 2 in con and gives me just ninja diffusers. I mean, it's those things like that which you're like, come on. Even here, right, the trades are poor. Notice out on towards the site. Trade's got to be good. Belchuk, thankfully, posts up Diha, so it's not the end of the world, but it's still a really difficult 2v2. Belchuk's just going to run. He's going to try and draw attention away from James, but the bomb's still down, so... This is awkward. We've got 40 seconds here. What do we actually do?
I mean, they can solve this problem, right? One is if Gizmi gets a little bit nervous about his cover from behind. And maybe walks forward into the shot. But again, you're right. Like, 25 seconds now. We're getting a bit closer here. Belchinok's going to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of health either. And the peak is absolutely perfect. That's the round. Like, there should be no way for James to do this. Gonna miss the shot walking forward. Ryu is right there behind him and trying to escape to save the weapon. It's not gonna be working either, so... Wow, this is down to the wire once again. Gotta get a game on our hands. Tied up 10-10.
Oh, man. This is rough. I'm starting to genuinely think that map 3 is looming here. We're gonna get Paravision's second time out. But... whether it's a cast, a curse, or blessing, whichever way you want to view it, my instincts are feeling like a map 3 might be required.
Yeah.
This is a Paravision side who I think actually are panicking just a little bit. And you can even see now, right, we're coming in towards this round with no real money to work with. So you've got one hero AK and a few Tech 9s, but we're force buying, right? You know, this is all the eggs in the basket here. This is a brazen call from Kicker to force buy in here. Unless they've got some sort of set strat or plan, which actually feels like we haven't seen too many of them for Paravision. Or this feels like, again, just reinstilling the panic from this side.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird game, even for Monte to be excited about, because it's more like a game to be excited if you're a fan of Hades, right?
Yeah.
Not to discount the entire rest of the team. That would maybe be a little bit silly. I mean, Ryu is up there now with 16 kills, and Gizmi's had some important moments, but it's probably true to say that they might have lost this game already on second map if Hades wasn't, you know, running completely amok with the AWP at certain points in time. So that's more cause for concern. If you can get it to the third map, who cares about that? Like, I mean, from the point of view of Monte, just gonna say, oh, who cares how we got here? Now we're just ready to fight on. But yeah, but all they need is like 10% less out of Hades here, and they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's true. What is the plan with this force buy? Hero AK, 4 Tech 9s. I love Tech 9s as much as the next fella, but this is a really difficult round to make stick. Under a minute now, smoke down at Belchinok's feet. Where are we even trying to finish as well? I mean, there's just been no map control really taken at all. Oh my god, Gizmi. Oh my god, Ryu. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so awkward. Nota. Oh, no one's clearing it. Gizmi's behind too.
Yep, there's one more player in there. Let's see how quick they're going to be to turn around. Gizmi looking for the swing, and it's an instant double spray down. Travis, though, still getting one shot, and I think they've got enough to defend this one. Should be the 11th round coming their way. James just with the Tech 9 here. Man, what an absolutely crazy position to be in. But, you know, all things considered, maybe it's still a chance for some damage. I don't think he's going to be able to win the round with 15 seconds. Again, they would have to run at him here. Does pick up the one. 10 seconds left. Oh, he's picked up the bomb. Can he actually fake it out? I think he goes straight for the plant here. The bullets are missing. They can't find him inside of the smoke. And now it's Tech9 versus the USP of Diha. He's up on top, James. Oh my god. He's stolen it away. He clutches it in a 1 versus 3. That is diabolical.
Oh, he's looking for the AWP, but who cares? How? How we let that one slip? I thought Gizmy alone had won that round. Just by the fact that he, you know, ships in the night just snuck past. So in the same vein that we've kind of maybe berated Paravision on some of the rounds lost, that's not a good one to lose at all for Monte. It comes down to the wire, and with it coming down to the wire, there still is going to be a knock-on effect towards Paravision. Hence why, you know, we've got to just take a little bit of a breather here in the sense that, hence why there's also an attack pause too. There's still going to be some level of kind of financial disarray over towards Paravision. We've got 2 Galils, probably a third. Maybe Kick It might go to a Mac 10 for Utah. Yeah, exactly that. But because it went down to the 1 versus 1, obviously, you know, we know it's going to have some effect on the Econ because of that being a force buy. But that is such a big round to take. And on the flip side, Anders, look at Monte. They are left reeling. This is actually the make or break round. As much as, you know, we can talk about what the tail end of regulation is going to look like, this is it. We're force buying here, Monte. This is do or die now or never. If they can't respond force buy to force buy, they have lost the map. They have lost the series. They lost the grand final.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not wrong here. Oh, I mean, it came down to one of the most bizarre rounds we've seen in a while. Belchinok ready for the swing, and he's got Nota with him there, so they're going to be trading favorably. It's all down to this, isn't it? Gizmy, very awkward position out in the open, and Nota peeking before his teammates get there. Probably not needed. Yeah, didn't have to do that. Could have just, I understand he wanted to lock him in so that he didn't escape. But again, the risk versus reward, probably not quite there for it. Still, the round is on, and it's a 3 versus 3. And as long as James is alive, it feels like, maybe, Travis too, maybe, he's got 18 kills, but just like the elusive nature of James, it's so hard to play against.
I really feel like Nota needs to beat that. I think that's actually where you talk about kind of lack of experience, a young player, you know, maybe just a little bit too eager there. Yes, we know he's individually talented. Hang on, let's come back to that in a moment. It is a 1v1. Oh, Demke had a bad map, but then he had that 3K on the B site, which kept them afloat. And Jabe, he's wrapping around with the bomb. The body's actually just slightly obscured the vision here, so he's got in the back lines.
Well, that's a little bit awkward, isn't it? 30 seconds, and again, who wants to be against James in a 1 versus 1? It's just, even if you've got time on your side here, Demke, you're going to start to wonder, you're going to doubt yourself. You know how hard it could be to be up against him. And Demke, he's set up here, kind of in between things, hoping that if he plants on the A-bomb side, he can sort of run out and maybe shut him down, and if not, he can get back here to try and do something. All right, he's going to get it confirmed now. Did he do anything more? James made a bit of noise. Demke, oh, he set it up, and for a guy that's been missing for a lot of this game, that was a nice shot.
Yeah, I mean, again, Demke on this B site, that is potentially where he needs to just stay. He's doing good work. Force buy for force buy. Oh, wow. Okay, this game's on. This game is absolutely on. And I think we've got to force buy back in. Or I say force buy, but we've got to do any sort of buy back in for Paravision. I know they've got money to technically buy for the next, but you don't want to be giving Monte map point, right? I mean, that's one of those. This is a great game. This is so much better than watching like that 13-1 of map number 1. This is Counter-Strike here. This is, I would actually say this is one of the most fun maps of train I've seen so far in CS2. I've watched a lot of the tier 1 ones, a lot of those ones that we've actually seen from the tier 2 tournaments. I mean, we caught one earlier in CCT, but this has been an incredible map of train so far.
They're really putting it back and forth, they are, and again, I think, you know, we're getting to see a lot out of Jamin in the 1vx situations, which in itself is just so interesting, right? You can almost sense like the aura around him of like how tricky it is to be up against him. But round number 23, Gizmy set up here in main with an MP9 in hand. Let's see if he's able to produce anything. Again, this is so common that it should be checked every time from the T side. But the question is, you know, in a different round, they would have more utility to check this, as in they could burn him out of this position. This time, they have one Molotov, but are you really going to be using it for main? I doubt it. So it could be a bit of a hard check where you're sort of swinging into the MP9, and who knows who comes out on that particular fight. 50 seconds now, and Gizmy tucked into the corner. Okay, now they know, and they're going to be able to run him down, so good start to it. Demka also dropping very low, and James is coming for him. Oh, but he's... Oh, you actually will check it anyway. He could have been dead already. That's crazy. Smoke goes up, and just as Rio's walking into it, but he might be able to pop out at the perfect time. Nobody's covering this right now. There he goes, explodes onto the site, and gets a couple of great kills. Enough to be winning the round for sure here. 25 seconds again. They must have learned from the last round. Just don't fight him, and you're going to win.
Chain 1v3 here in this exact position. Oh, but he's now peaked. He should be dead. He is. Map point Monte. Map 3 looming. I said a few rounds ago, with the mistakes that I made for Paravision, I thought we were going to that third. I didn't realize it'd be this close. But my, oh my. What a game here. I was just, you know, brainstorming. You know, I always do my, like, ones to watch every year. I'm still in the process of recording my ones to watch for 2025. And I've had the list of the 5 names sort of locked in place. But I'm wondering whether I can include Belchanok. 21 years old, never played in a Tier 1 team, not played an S-Tier LAN that I know of. So, does he technically count for me? I feel like, you know, by the ones to watch criteria, I feel like he could do. And I really like what I see from Belchanok. He just seems like such a smart player, relentlessly quick on the entries. Note is also not a bad person to name as well, but I just think a couple of rookie errors for me are the reason why you don't want to kind of include him. But there is Belchanok again. A kill and a half there to maybe push us towards overtime.
I feel like he fits the criteria here. Nota holding it, and the spray could not have been any better. That position is sneakily quite hard to get rid of, to be honest, and it's a side strafe headshot from Travis with the Tech 9 taking down Ryu. And just like that, we're in overtime. Okay, well, we didn't have a lot going on for map number 1. We've saved it all for you guys for map number 2.
Yeah, we've made up for map number 1 with map number 2. It says, as good as that. What a game of Counter-Strike we are getting here. This has been seriously fun to watch. And maybe there might be more brewing up. Overtime required to see whether Monte can stay alive in this series, pushes towards that third, that decider, or whether on the flip side, we might be getting this one settled. Still in the 2-0 fashion, but just going the distance and some. But seriously, what a game we've had here. This has been so fun to watch.
Well, let's see if we can, you know, maybe deliver a little bit more. Hades saw the Molotov coming. Again, it's meant to stop him from running into the back holes there, so they're still being very careful about someone potentially being there, and for good reason. Keep throwing in more grenades, why not? If they re-peek it now, wonder if they have any way to deal with this. They obviously can do it, but they need some help from T-Spawn to be able to set up some grenades for them, otherwise it could get pretty risky.
Much more patient play here. I think the Paravision panic has subsided, but Hades, I love this. He just does a good job. Belchanok was waiting for that fight, and just Hades is so crisp. But so is Nota as well. That's not a bad shot. Responding kind.
And again,
4 versus 4.
It's one of these moments where you got to say for Hades, like, you already got the 1 kill. Like, why not just back on out? You're on a 4-on-5. It's all good.
No way.
Traded places in the smoke. Yes, wait. You're not wrong there. What they did. Oh, they are none the wiser. So who is going to have the better flank is the question here. I expect there's a bigger chance that Nota's going to get peaked here, but doesn't seem like it. Oh, there we go. He does get the kill on Diha. But let's see if the other half of this weird smoke interaction is going to play out. It's Gizmy going to be able to catch James. So 1 is already dead. At least it reveals his position. The bomb is going to be in B, by the way. So at this point, Nota just has to try and find a position that's hard to read. He's actually going to get smoked off here, isn't he?
Oh,
right
I like
at the
this.
edge. This is kind of sick. Oh, it's so close, Demka. He nearly had him. Yeah, time to escape here. You can't really get peeked now. Kick it. I don't like this position. He is all in right now. You can see the feet, but oh, the spray. He's somehow never mind. He makes it work. I can't believe it. But in comes Demka. He's gonna get the 1. Where is the bomb? It's out in the open here. Taps it a single time. Nota Oh, smart play with the ladder back there, trying to make himself very, very hard to find, then doesn't defuse quite yet. Nota still goes down, and I do believe you're right. In spite of it being very, very close to the clock, he's going to be able to get that defuse in with a triple.
What a game. What a game of Counter-Strike. Back and forth. That's so unfortunate for Nota. Two things that went, slightly wrong there. If he had just got that kill in towards Connector when he gets smoked in Connector, I think it was D here, if I'm right in saying, if he could have caught, no, Economy, it must be Demka, but if he had caught him, would have been something to work there, but it's a game of fine margins. I didn't like that position by Kick It, but the spray control is immaculate, so fair play. What a game. 13-12. I would say this is the best map of Counter-Strike we've had this playoffs. Continues to deliver. It's also fun because it's trained, but Kick It quick out towards that of Main, and James will get one of his own. Down goes Kick It, but also down goes Gizmy. This is back and forth. It's relentlessly quick as Demka wants a taste of it himself. Alt pulled out. Dia finds one of his own. 2 versus 2 opens up. Anders, we got another round here.
Yeah, they just don't stop delivering. Demka with the AWP, we could have seen that coming. Smoke fades, and it's going to be Nota to close it out. A missed shot for Demka, I believe. And suddenly, we're tied once again.
This is such a cool game. I love these A-pops that we're actually getting out from Paravision. They're so relentlessly quick, but they're so hard to shut down if you're Monte, because you're kind of caught in two minds of, do I actually want to fight in front of these smokes and in front of this utility and just try and play the numbers game, or do I want to sit back and play retake? But, playing the retake, as we've seen for Monte, it leaves things down to the wire. They've been winning a lot of 1v1s. I'd love to see the stats on it. They've been pulling off a hell of a lot of them, but it also is putting a lot up to chance too.
Oh, yes. James starts the round, takes down Gizmy, 4 versus 5. And it does actually cause a bit of a quick rotation back to the B bombs. I kind of wonder if they wanted to do more with that. For a second, I was excited to see if we were going to see Monte maybe push forward a bit from B, even if it's a little bit later in the round, but doesn't seem like that's happening just yet. Might just be more of a roll of the dice here, saying, as long as we have main, let's hope that it's going to be a B hit, so... It's not necessarily a bad idea either. I mean, typically main is taken by the T side before they hit the A bomb site, so yeah, maybe as long as you've got one player there is someone to work with. Smoke set up to try and displace that AWP a little bit, but here comes the other side of it. More grenades raining in. It's a good kill for Ryu. Can he do anything more than that? It's Demka on the follow-up, and they finally get main back, but at what cost?
Nice from Nota. Oh, he actually gets down. All right.
Yeah.
But, he gets down not for long. One's crossed towards that of Oil. Oh, my God. Jesus. He's made it past. James should get the drop on Hades here, but Hades has also been pretty present. Oh, my God. There he is. Okay, thankfully. I think the radar actually gives it away a little bit there.
It might have. Oh, dear. What an interaction. It could have just as well been that Hades would have been there to look. And now it's down to Demka. Nothing really left in terms of grenades on the one side, and this HE, if he can win the fight against James, he could win the fight against Kicker with just one grenade as well, so see how this one plays out. Nobody really knows where he is either, and I think now they might have spotted him. James, he knows, and he sees him, but he's got to get the kill as well. Man, these rounds are relentlessly close. It took a triple in this round for James, and they will have a bit of a lead here, Paravision.
Oh my God, this is still setting up to be such a good game. And there's still life left in this as well. We now got Monte coming on towards this T side. They had some nice moments on the T side too, so I have no doubt that there's still life left in this. Nota does really well here. I think the big thing for Nota is he gets his kill, but he doesn't get traded immediately. You can kind of see for Hades, he's himself caught in two minds of, do I actually want to get that quick trade on towards Nota, but be vulnerable because I'm actually in quite an open spot, or do I reposition and hope for kind of the rotate my teammates to support me up there? And unfortunately, the decision he made just didn't end up working out. The flank was good. James crossed on perfect timing. Eight stack in towards main. A lot of nades in towards main. Shame no one's there.
Well, they've got some yard control. They don't push as deep as you see some of the current Tier 1 teams do here, Paravision. They're kind of there now, but there are a couple of protocols that we're seeing where people will go all the way up to the main entrance, almost at the start, to get flashed through. You see, Again, if you watch some Vitality stuff, you'll see Flames kind of make that deep run out into the yard. And it's pretty interesting to watch how that works out. Kind of locks the T's in a big way. Monte, they need 3 in a row here. Paravision just need 2 more, and they will claim the grand final. After a very easy map number 1 and an incredibly hard-fought map number 2 here on Train. Kickered forward position. It is a risk, but it's also just so unexpected that you might just walk straight through and die here. James might get 1 for free as they are lining up on the other side. All right, not just yet. Molotov set up here. Got to be careful. Now it's Hades on the other side, and James says, you know what, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give it to you that easily. A lot of grenades coming through, but they still haven't found that player. Finally, Kickett is dead, and now this AR might be in trouble, but maybe not after all. Nota, he gets the perfect lineup for a near triple spray down, a 2-on-4, 19 seconds. They should never lose this. And now that Hades is alone here, definitely should be no chance. I know I've said this before, but trust me this time.
Surely. He's put off on 1v4, and it was so unlikely. Nochnock's making noise. Hades gets an easy one, but no time. It's all about preservation of the AWP. Some nice shots. We'll give him the credit. Nice shots all day. But map, series, grand final point for Paravision, 15-13, and they got 2 chances to close it as well. Oh my. This second shot's actually really nice. Just a quick little flick up on towards sight, but it's all for nothing. He doesn't save the AWP. Doesn't matter though. Plenty of money to go around. We buy back in. Overtime, baby. And, of course, into overtime, you get an extra tack pause, which Monte will use here to keep themselves alive. They would love to take this grand final. It would be, you know, huge for the confidence in towards the 2025 season. But Paravision, just 1 away. Monte, no room for error. It's been a much better map number 2, without a doubt. This is a side who have offered up, you know, so much more in towards Train and made it so exciting. But they find themselves on the back foot. And some of these errors have been plaguing them long term.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Man, again, when it's this much and this close, you're getting into overtime here. It's late in the day. Hades is 28 kills. He's just done so much work, but 1 false move right now. A little bit of lack of attention, and who knows what's going to happen here. There's the protocol that we were talking about earlier. Paravision, they smoke it off, they send Kickett right through with a flashbang, and he gets that spray lineup. I knew that could have just as well been a double kill, but it is a 4-on-4 instead, so all on the line for Monte. What's the next move? They've given the AWP over to Gizmi because he's so low on health.
He's 1 foot in the grave, 8 points of HP. Triple stacking towards B here. It might be the right call. D is going to have a little look over, but then they're not committed either. And it feels like the bomb is tempted to rotate back towards A.
Yeah, look at the stack towards the B bomb site.
This Travis kills everything, by the way. If he gets Hades, round should be done and dusted there. It stops that split, and it does. That's important. That should drag rotates back over towards A now.
Yeah, that's super suspicious, isn't it? Ooh, he's out in the open a little bit here, but it nearly gets the kill. That's almost too much, Travis. You've been playing a great game, but might have been a little bit overcooked on that one. 3v3. They are walking out, and if nobody's covering this, Gizmi, remember, he's very low on health, and he's not ready for this. They will still get the bomb planted. Kickett unable to do anything about that, but let's see. There's 2 people coming, so again, you check for one. Are you checking for the other is the big question. Demka, he wasn't ready, and now it's all on Diha. Gotta be careful, because James is walking up behind him, and he has the feeling, he kinda knows. James finally missing a shot here, and now it's a 1 versus 2 with a little bit less health on both players. Wide swing, and Diha gets the 1, and he's got the right move here. I think James should be dead, but no, he gets it! Point blank, he sneaks in with a smile on his face and executes Diha for the victory, winning the grand final. That is incredible.
Oh, what a game of Counter-Strike. I'm so happy we got to see that map. That was so fun. credit where it's due. Monte did such a good job of waking up in towards map number 2, especially after going, losing 13-1 in towards map number 1 is never going to instill you with confidence. But they mentally reset so well. But Pyrovision just too strong. A 2-0 here in the grand finals, and you're champions of Series 16 here at CCT EU. It was a fantastic game. That is the most fun train I have watched so far at the pro level, and oh man, I could rewatch that again. That was so good, the back and forths. But here's your champions, of course, of Series 16. It is Pyrovision, and what a showing from them. The two youngsters, that of Belchinok, that of Nota, looked incredible all the way throughout. Kickert's calling had some real high moments. James looked great, and I know it's his alpha there, but it was, of course, that of Travis, who stepped in and had some real highlight moments himself. So a super, super fun series in the end, and actually a really good tournament from Pyrovision. I mean, what a way to sort of debut in towards this new roster in your first kind of proper tournament, and setting the tone and saying, we're not here to play, we're here to win.
Yeah, I've got to say, like a lot of really good, good signs on them right now. I think they, again, a little bit of a battle of like who could make the least mistakes. And I think for some of the other teams in the field right now, Monte definitely could have gone a lot further. There's a couple of things to clean up, I think, and they instantly become a stronger team. But still, not a bad run for them, all things considered.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, this is, of course, the bracket of how things panned out, and it was a fantastic show. I mean, of course, you look at the other side of Pyrovision, the teams you had to beat to get here as well. Spirit Academy, no joke of a team. This is a team that have won many of these tournaments and have looked really good at the top end of that tier 2. Synods as well. We call them a gatekeeper team, and for good reason. They are a tough team to put aside. Of course, they definitely struggled today, no two doubts about it, but Pyrovision did a solid job in that best of 3, and then in the finals against Monte, who we know are also very solid themselves, and a good run with the win over ENCE. Granted, we know what happened to ENCE, them being hamstrung a little bit, and Amcal as well. So in the end, a super, super fun game.
I mean, yeah, what a train game. I think I'm there with you. That's the best train match I've certainly seen, especially in CCT. And full credit to Pyrovision, because they were down 0-2 in the Swiss stage, and they go on and they win the entire tournament. So I think that the fact that they've shown this level of consistency is remarkable. I really feel for Hades as well, because Ryu really helped him in that second half of train, and then the rest just kind of faltered. There were some BS rounds, I think, from both teams that sort of got us on our way to overtime. And you really do feel like Monte should have deserved that third map, but unfortunately didn't put enough in on that first map as well. I mean, what a grand final, really. We only really had one map, but it felt like two. With the overtime. I'm really impressed, and I'm excited to see what both of these rosters can go on to. I want to speak a little bit about Monte just before we wrap up, Anders, and I know you were saying a lot about Hades and his consistency. With that final and what we've just looked at, do you still think that they've obviously got a long way to go, but there should be hope within the Monte fans, right?
Yeah, there should be. The problem is it's like a blessing and a curse, right? Like you seeing this kind of Hades, you think this is exactly what, like, if he's playing like this is what will take Monte to like their next level. But the problem is also there are some times when it's almost like, he's kind of too high on his own, bloodlust. So like he's like, berserking across the map, and that's great when it works. But every once in a while, it's a step too much, and you lose like what could have been a very winnable like 4-on-5 or something like that. And again, like I said, there's someone who really appreciates his style. Like obviously watching him in that 1v4 is sick. Like it's so exciting. But it's like it is a bit of a double-edged sword, to be honest. And the problem is, I have to keep saying, I have to insist, the high level teams you play, the more you're going to get punished for these risks. It's just the truth.
But also maybe the more lessons you learn. I'm sure Monte will be back stronger for the next series, which, guys, is going on right now. You know the drill with CCT. We're running all the tournaments all the time. It's 4 best of 3s that are still ongoing throughout your screens. Series 16 has concluded. Series 17 is ongoing. We just wrapped up with South America as well, but there's plenty more Counter-Strike on the horizon. Thank you so much for Anders and Neo for commentating all day. You guys have been in for a very long shift, but we appreciate you. Thank you to production as well behind the scenes making this all happen. Thank you to the viewers watching at home. And until the next time, which is tomorrow, CCT is back on your screen. So have a good rest of your evening. Take care, and we'll see you soon.